Lam Lang quickly grabbed this rabbit, its whole body pure white like snow, with super long ears, probably weighing about 17 or 18 pounds. The key thing was its fur was seriously really long, super soft too, feeling it was super comfy. Hey Huyen, check out this rabbit's fur, it's insanely long. With rabbit fur, we can make winter clothes. Cotton's good and all, but having more materials for outfits is always better. Rabbit fur doesn't just make warm jackets, you can weave rugs from it too, so later it could even turn into stuff to trade. Lei Huyen's eyes lit up, grinning. Yeah, this stuff's legit. Hack Thatch and Batch Thatch were even more hyped, flashing big smiles. Did we really find something that awesome? For sure, it's top-notch material, mad useful. Lam Lang smiled. Once you find it, don't let it slip. Tomorrow morning, you guys lead me back to where you found it. We gotta grab some more. Rabbits with long fur are totally worth spending half a day on. Hack Thatch and Batch Thatch kept grinning, nodding eagerly. Got it, got it. Lam Lang tapped the long fur rabbit gently with her foot, then tucked it into her space storage. Even if they added 10 more rabbits, the space could handle it easily. She and Lei Huyen explained the uses of the long-furred rabbits to everyone, who all got super excited, amazed beyond belief. The tribe's clothes were mostly made from all kinds of animal skins. Sometimes they'd soften plant fibers and layer them around their waists, but mostly they used big animal hides, never wild rabbit or mouse skins, let alone just taking the fur. Still, what Lam said made sense. Cotton can be spun and woven into clothes, so obviously long rabbit fur can too. After breakfast the next morning, Hack Thatch and Batch Thatch led the group back to where they caught the long fur rabbits. Everyone scattered out to find wild rabbits who usually stayed close to their nests, but these rabbits were pros at building nests underground, making their trails and homes pretty low-key. This stealth was only sorta tight though, because time and energy for hunting were super precious. No one wanted to obsess over catching every tiny wild rabbit or digging up their nests for real. Still, if you tried hard, you could find them. Sure enough, after just half a day within about 6 or 7 miles, everyone scored some wild rabbit burrows. People couldn't grab the rabbits inside, but Lei Huyen and Dunam had a trick. Dunam nailed his fire skill perfectly, sending smoke into the burrows. Rabbits caught in the smoke didn't even get a chance to dash before Lei Huyen trapped them. Real traps Hack Thatch, Back Thatch, and Fan Thur immediately dashed in, relentless, grabbing them with everything, tying up their legs and handing them over to Lam Lang to stash in the space storage. The whole process flowed smooth like flowing water and drifting clouds. Tien Tien at first didn't get what they were up to, acting all noble and cool, walking next to them, watching calmly. Then after a bit, it clicked. After that, Tien jumped in to help. Being a spirit animal born from a powered fighter, its benefits went both ways. It helped Lei Huyen and was a win for Tien Tien too. Its senses were way sharper than normal animals. No wild rabbit move could slip past its keen ears. With Tien's help, the crew moved smooth and unstoppable. In the end, tallying up, they caught a total of 42 rabbits big and small, plus the one from yesterday made 43 in all mostly pure white, with 12 gray ones and 7 mixed color ones. Lam Lang stroked the long, soft fur of a long fur rabbit, totally satisfied. With fur that long, once stored and spun into thread, it'd yield a decent amount. And mixed with cotton, they could try weaving something cool. After tying up all the long fur rabbits, she stored them into space. As she activated her energy, the space instantly expanded again, leveling up from over 40 square meters with a height over 4 meters, doubling to a roomy 80 square meters, 8 meters tall. Lam Lang was beyond hyped, sharing the awesome news with everyone. Man, this is like a dream. Someone just gifted us a pillow. Traveling just got way easier. Right away, she gathered everyone into the space, and Lei Huyen insisted on riding Tien with her. At Tien's speed, if they pushed a bit tonight, even if they didn't get home before dark, they'd be back shortly after nightfall. Tien Tien never let anyone down. Sure enough, just as darkness fell, they arrived home. Tien Tien let out a roar, making Tung Fong, Dong, and the others rush out from the big yard. Everyone was stoked seeing them back, lighting 2 more oil lamps, and the room instantly brightened. They cooked rice, stewed soups, boiled water, hustling and laughing nonstop. Life finally had some serious purpose. The vegetable oil stored in her space could also be used for lighting, and once they harvested another big batch of peanuts and soybeans, they could press more oil. No worries about running out, no guilt in using it. But of course, the hottest topic was still salt making. When asked, their voices shook a little, unsure but hopeful. So, what's the deal? Did you guys really make salt? For real? Before they could finish, Ko and the others excitedly nodded, all eager to spill the tea. Totally real. I cooked the salt myself. Yeah, It's crazy legit. I made salt too. They brought back big baskets, saying their batches of salt were enough to last through several winters. Those who stayed behind jumped up and down, hyped beyond words, cheering and admiring, wishing they could have gone too, just to make their own pot of salt by hand. Lam Lang smiled bright as a sunflower, calming everyone down. Don't stress, trust me, everyone's gonna get their chance. One wild night of hype later, next morning they built a big rabbit pen to raise the 43 long fur rabbits. The long fur rabbits already had crazy long fur, so they had to shave it before putting them in the pen. The scale of raising them grew a bit bigger. Those who accepted the idea of farming smiled, feeling a bit more at ease inside. Dai Mao and Tiu Mao were super happy, treating the new long fur rabbits like royalty, thinking it totally justified to prepare some nice grub to welcome them. Ben picked tons of vines, feeling a bit more chill inside too. Big Mao and Little Mao were hyped, totally digging the new long-haired bunnies showing up, thinking it was worth hooking them up with some tasty snacks to welcome them. Ben grabbed a bunch of vines, feeding them fresh, young, sweet potato vines. The long-haired bunnies looked kinda down after their fur got trimmed, keeping their heads rubbed up against me like they weren't used to it. But once they got a taste of those sweet potato vines, boom, they were hyped up, ears perked, chomping away with their little tri-flat mouths. Seriously, they looked super happy and stuffed. Big Mao and Little Mao were grinning like crazy. All right, they're definitely getting used to it. For sure, those sweet potato vines are bomb. Gotta feed a couple dozen more mouths though. Besides feeling stoked, Big Mao and Little Mao were a bit worried about running low on food. Sis Lamb, let's grow way more sweet potato vines, yeah? Totally. I'm thinking at least 2 or, 3 acres. Lam Lang laughed. Cool. Then my hubby can call Fan to get some spiky fruit, and the crew can help out. 3 acres won't take more than half a day. Never a shortage of anything, right? We got tons of land. Duh, we can plant whatever we want. Not just sweet potatoes. Once the weather cools a bit, not this hot crap. We'll grow Napa cabbage, bok choy, all sorts of greens. We can squeeze in like 2 harvests before winter hits. Your space is upgraded now. No worries about space to stash stuff. In a few days, we're gonna hit the tribe bazaar for trading. But those wild tribes don't like dealing much with outsiders. They only let certain people trade Lam Lang Le Huyen along with Tung Fong and Dang. Same 4 are going again. Let's plan a bit besides bringing salt. Maybe grab some big clay pots and see if they want to trade. But let's hold off on showing all our good stuff for now. Gotta keep the good stuff on the down low. Before we head out, Lam Lang wants to fix up her space. She's got a plan. The area is over 80 square meters, but the ceiling's like 8 meters high. It's basically like a house, but can't do any farming or ranching here. No magic springs either, it's only for storage. The cool thing is you can keep alive creatures here too. So she figured, since it's like a house, why not turn it into a 2-story crib? Otherwise, that huge space is just wasted, right? She talked it over with Lei Huyen, who thought it was worth a shot. Lam Lang closed her eyes, zoning in, imagining splitting the space into 2 floors in her head. No luck, so she jumped inside the space and tried the mental visualization again. Still nothing. She even dragged La Huyen into it, but no dice. Feeling bummed, Lam Lang threw her arms out. No guidebook or anything. This guesswork is way too tough, especially when the ceiling's this tall and we're not splitting it up to maximize space. That's just low-key frustrating. La Huyen thought hard, then suddenly had an idea. Maybe you're missing materials? How about bringing in some proper building stuff to try? Lam Lang's eyes lit up. Right, how'd I forget that? To build a house, you obviously need materials first. But honestly, it kinda sucks. Why even have this space if we gotta do everything ourselves? She decided to give it another go, dragging Le Huyen and Tien Tien into the forest. Li Huyen used his saw to chop down 2 massive pine trees that were way too big to hug, stripped the bark, cut off branches, and sliced the trunks into pieces over 4 meters long. Lam Lang piled them all into the space, sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, focusing her mind to control and activate the space. Her body quivered slightly and a smile curled on her lips. We actually did it. Lei Huyen saw it and smiled back, standing by relaxed. Looks like it worked. At that moment inside Lam Lang's space, a transformation was taking place. The pile of wood she'd stacked began shifting silently under her mental power, turning into neat columns and planks. Before long, the 2nd floor in the space was built. Lam Lang kept both floors' heights around 4 meters each. Once done dividing the floors, she added a staircase with handrails against the wall. The 2nd floor was split into 4 rooms, each about 20 square meters. Then materials ran out and Lam Lang had to pause. Eyes still closed, she happily tugged Lei Huyen to go chop more wood. We need more timber. Let's cut down 2 more big trees. Wait, 3 would be better. Lei Huyen laughed while working. This time it's for real. Lam Lang nodded, beaming. Once it's done, I'll show you inside. Sounds good. Steel saw blades ready. Kite and knife joined in. Soon, 3 massive trees were down. Lam Lang repeated the process while Lei Huyen and Tien Tien stood guard nearby. For the 4 rooms upstairs, Lam Lang planned to make one the bedroom for her and Le Huyen. Yeah, the bedroom needs a bed, bedside table, wardrobe, desk, vanity. So if we crash here, it'll still be comfy. If the space keeps expanding, we can add living room, study, treasure room. The other 3 rooms will have built-in closets on 2 opposite walls reaching the ceiling for storage. When I tuck in, I can use mental power to manage stuff, so tall closets won't be a pain. The first floor will just have a big wooden rack against the wall since it usually stores wood and stone. Too many shelves would be a hassle. Finish that, Lam Lang immediately moved split bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and dried radishes up to the second floor closet. Since the space connects with her mind, she just thinks about something and knows exactly where it is. Too bad furniture made with mental power inside the space can only be used inside, can't take it out. If she could, that'd save so much effort. After wrapping up the big project, Lam Lang carried all the sawdust and wood scraps out and opened her eyes, immediately grabbing Le Huyen's hand and grinning. Since this spot is always stacking wood and stone, having too many cabinets and shelves would just be a hassle. Once he was done, Lam Lang quickly moved the pile of split bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and dried radish up to the second shelf. Because the space syncs with her spirit power, anything she places in there, she just has to think about it and boom, she knows exactly where it is. Too bad, the spirit-powered furniture in the space can only be used inside, not taken outside. If it could, think about how much work that'd save. After finishing the big job, Lam Lang hauled all the sawdust and wood scraps out, opened his eyes, and immediately grinned, pulling Le Huyen's hand with a laugh. Yo, come check this out with me. Bet you're gonna love it. Everything right in front of them just flipped. Le Huyen was blown away, grinning. This is straight up amazing, right? Now this is what I'm talking about. Lam Lang chuckled, pulling him up the stairs. No cap, this bedroom's got Le Huyen hyped. Hugging Lam Lang tight, they joked. From now on, let's just crash here, bring in some blankets and pillows. Good to go. It's way better than outside anyway. The best part? Nobody can bother us here, no matter what we're up to. Lam Lang thought that was pretty solid, nodded with a smile. We can't drag the furniture outside, but stuff from outside can come in. You can still decorate it to look dope. Yeah, and later we could add a bathroom. Maybe build a big tub right here. No stress about being cold, no shivers at all, totally perfect. The more they looked, the more they loved it, even vibed about upgrading the space more, hoping for another level up. Too bad they hadn't figured out how to boost it yet. Maybe it took some kind of build-up. Once you hit a certain level, the quantity changes into quality, you know? Even though it's kind of fuzzy, it definitely links to Lam Lang's spirit power, could tie in with a superpower that boosts plant growth, and this space should be used more. The more it's used, the better. After a bit, Le Huyen laughed. This is pretty chill for now. It's not early anymore. Let's bounce. Lam Lang almost said something, but stopped. Wait, seriously, not early anymore? They had gone out in the morning after breakfast, so yeah, for real. Le Huyen laughed. You were working. Probably didn't notice. Lam Lang quickly pulled Le Huyen outside, and sure enough, the sun was dipping west. Turns out they'd spent pretty much the whole day messing around here, didn't even eat lunch. Let's head home. Lam Lang rubbed his stomach, laughing. Hadn't thought about it until you mentioned it, but man, I'm starving now. Le Huyen smiled softly. Totally worth it. Yeah, definitely worth it. They rode the cash, and in less than 20 minutes were back home. Even though Du Nam and the crew didn't know what exactly the two had been up to today, just knowing they were on a big mission was enough. As soon as they saw them, they got hyped, asking how it went. Lam Lang was beaming. Of course, it was a success. Tonight we celebrate. And when you say celebrate, that means good food's coming. The whole crew cheered. So Lam Lang whipped up that golden, tender, steamy salted chicken that makes your heart melt, paired with a giant bowl of spicy boiled beef and a pot of thick stewed mixed beef. The boiled beef had chili powder and Sichuan pepper tossed in on purpose, just a little. But the spicy tingle was enough to make Du Nam and the squad scream and squawk. But that spicy vibe is what hooks you. The more heat, the harder it is to quit. Plus, knowing it's wild beef that even savage tribes wouldn't touch, and lots of other tribes don't get to eat, makes skipping it impossible. Meanwhile, the eggs incubated by the clucking hen slowly cracked open. First, the regular chicken eggs hatched one by one. By day 2, the hen's chicks and ducklings emerged together. Over 3 days, pretty much every egg had hatched. Everyone rushed over to see the cute, fluffy little babies, each with tiny sharp beaks chipping away. chirping nonstop, weak and fragile but seriously adorable. All these babies meant future meat. Everyone's eyes lit up looking at them. Big Mao and Little Mao were extra happy, already prepping some broken rice, just waiting to feed them. The rice grains were kind of big, so they worried the chicks were too tiny and might not eat it right, so they carefully asked Lam Lang. She handed them a jar and a mortar and pestle. They happily ground up a jar of broken rice, but unexpectedly, the hen still hadn't left the nest after another day, still sitting on eggs. That felt off. Usually, eggs hatch almost all at once, so the mother can lead the chicks down to find food fast, avoiding the early ones starving. Plus, the hen sat on 3 different types of eggs. She wasn't picky. No matter the size, she took them all. Even with pecking, chirping, and munching noises mixed together, all sounding different, she stayed chill, treating them all as her kids. But the chicks weren't like that. The hen's chicks were way bigger than the ducklings, about 1 full size bigger, 1 chick equaling 3 regular chicks, so the smaller chicks got bullied. The big chicks were kinda weird too. They didn't mess with the 6 ducklings but focused on bullying the chicken chicks, pecking them so hard they squealed loud. Luckily, Big Mao and Little Mao noticed the drama early, called Lam Lang over quick. If they hadn't, more chicks might have gotten pecked to death, definitely needed a fix, so Lam Lang and Big Mao lured the hen off the nest with food to eat. She and Little Mao quickly moved all the chicks and ducklings into a basket for Little Mao to carry away. Little Mao worried the hen would get mad, but Lam Lang laughed, saying she doesn't count, as long as there's still a chick in the nest, she doesn't care how many are left. Little Mao chuckled, feeling chill to carry the basket away. Lam Lang took the chance to clean the nest, tossing all the eggshells. While cleaning, she spotted 1 unhatched egg. She couldn't help but pick it up carefully. This wasn't a hen's egg or even a regular chicken egg. It seemed not to be a duck egg either, slightly bigger than duck eggs, with a white-blue shell, and up close, had these twisted, hard-to-describe lines on it. Lam Lang had no idea where this egg came from. Maybe it got mixed up when she collected wild bird eggs from her space. She must have grabbed it by accident while taking out the chicken and duck eggs to incubate. Of course, she didn't know what kind of wild bird this egg was from. Eggs that big are pretty rare. Curious, Lam Lang decided to let the hen keep sitting on it to see what would hatch. She was dying to find out what it was. Once it got this far, she couldn't stop now. Not wanting the hen's chicks to go hungry, Lam Lang also sprinkled some food around the nest, telling Big Mao to keep adding a bit every night so they'd have something to eat. The hen clucked away, quickly filling up her belly before heading back to brood her eggs. Her little chicks happily munched away, too. When they saw their mom coming back, each of them let out a soft, baby cluck, flapping their tiny wings as they dashed back to the nest, snuggling under her belly. They were so cute and well-behaved it softened even Lam Lang's gaze. Who would have guessed these little dudes were actually tough troublemakers, bullying other chicks like pros? Out of curiosity, Lam Lang kept a close eye on that last egg, wondering if something was up, inching closer for a peek. Da Mao and Xiao Mao were mostly wrapped up in all the newborn chicks and ducklings, so they hadn't been around much. The chicks and ducklings were kept in the yard, tucked inside a tall, round basket about a yard high, lined with a soft layer of straw. They were super tiny and delicate. Lam Lang figured it'd be smart to keep them in the basket for about 5 or 6 days first. After that, they could be let loose to roam the yard. Even if they pecked at some veggie leaves, no biggie. They were way too small to get into trouble. Once they grew to about the size of a fist, she'd see if they could hang with the hens. If it worked out, cool. If not, she'd build a separate coop or fence off a spot just for them. As for the 6 little ducklings, the big river was 7 or 8 miles away, so they couldn't just release them there. Luckily, there were rice fields nearby for them to chill and grow. Da Mao and Xiao Mao were totally cool with the plan, nodding and making a mental note. Then, after 3 days, that last egg finally hatched. Lam Lang showed up at the perfect moment right as the little creature inside had broken out. The hen knew that last egg had hatched too. Her chicks kept clucking nonstop, already getting antsy, so Mama Hen led them away from the nest. The tiny one probably just cracked the shell. Its feathers were still a bit damp. With its little soft legs, Lam Lang saw it wobble, trying to stand up. When it shook and tried to crawl out of the nest, it didn't have the balance yet and promptly tumbled face first back into the nest. The whole scene was just too cute. Lam Lang couldn't help but chuckle, and it seemed the little fluffball heard her laugh, lifting its tiny head to look her way, letting out 2 soft chirps, sounding oh so mellow, its little eyes bright and round like glossy black beans, maybe tinged with a little sadness. Lam Lang noticed Mama Hen clucking loudly, leading her gang of chicks out of the coop, totally forgetting about this weakest little one left behind. She laughed softly and gently scooped up the tiny thing in her hands. This tiny babe was a bit smaller than Mama Hen's other chicks, but still bigger than the usual kind. Covered head to toe in soft pale gray down, Its little beak was a delicate pink, topped with a tiny tuft of fuzzy down on its head like a soft little sprout. It had just hatched and couldn't crawl out on its own, yet that made total sense. Lam Lang carefully lifted it, quickening her pace to catch up to Mama Hen, softly setting the little one down in front of the flock and sweetly saying, "Come on, let's go." But the tiny chick had zero interest in following Mama Hen or its siblings. Instead, it turned around, wobbling unsteadily as it clung to Lam Lang, stepping with a trembling gait, softly calling out, "Chirp, chirp, chirp, chirp," a fluffy ball of fuzz, eyes wide and shiny like two sparkling black beans, looking at her with pure innocent trust, calling out while trailing after her. Who could resist this kind of cuteness? Lam Lang sure couldn't, her heart melting like wax dripping down. "Oh my God, baby, you're mine now. Gotta follow your mom. Don't follow me. Come on, let's go." She bent down, reaching out to stroke the soft fluff and planned to put it back with a flock. But the instant her hand touched that soft downy body, the little creature burrowed its head into her palm, snuggling and chirping joyfully. Chirp, 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 like it was playfully teasing her, making Lam Lang feel like fireworks were exploding inside her chest. Her heart blossomed like 1,000 soft flowers. She couldn't resist its adorable charm, not caring one bit about Mama Hen anymore. After all, Mama Hen already had a whole bunch of chicks, missing one wouldn't matter. Lam Lang gently cradled the little fluff ball in her hand, smiling warmly and saying, "Sweetie, if your mom doesn't want you, I'll take care of you from now on." The little fluff ball looked up at her with glossy, teary eyes. Chirp, chirp, it was soft and obedient. Lam Lang giggled softly, feeling her mood lift big time. "All right, baby, I'm gonna name you. How about Chip Chirp? Chip Chirp sounds cute, right? Ha ha, that's a done deal." She laughed even more happily. After bringing Chip Chirp home, Lam Lang told Da Mao and Xiao Mao that the last egg had finally hatched. Mama Hen had already let her dozen chicks out to forage, so it was cool to feed them now. Da Mao and Xiao Mao were stoked. "Ah, finally hatched. We're heading over right now." They both glanced at Chip Chirp in Lam Lang's hand. This little thing was seriously adorable. Those big, shiny eyes made anyone's heart go soft. Lam Lang felt like a proud mama showing off her baby, gently stroking the soft feathers. This was the last chick to hatch, really connected with her, so she decided to raise it herself, and she named it Chip Chirp. How's that sound? Da Mao and Xiao Mao nodded nonstop, a bit jealous. "So cute. You can tell just by looking, it's super sharp." Those words made Lam Lang beam with satisfaction and laughter. Ha ha. Da Mao and Xiao Mao checked out Chip Chirp a bit longer, then turned to tend the big gang of chicks Mama Hen had. Suddenly, Da Mao asked, "Hey Lam, do you want us to return the chicks we've been raising?" His voice sounded reluctant. Lam Lang laughed. "No need, just take good care of them. Even if you bring them back, Mama Hen probably won't take them in anymore. Birds are like that if they hatch their own baby. No matter how it looks, they accept it. But once it's taken away, bringing it back won't work. Don't even say it's not her own chick. Even its own kid wouldn't take it back." Big Mao and Lil Mao heard that and got super hyped. "All right, for sure, Sis Lam, no worries. I got this. We'll take real good care of those little chicks and ducklings." The two grabbed the jar of leftover rice, packed up some chopped fish and shrimp, all happy and bouncing as they ran off. Mom Hen was healthy as heck, easy to raise, leading her brood to scratch around the grassy patch for food. The chicks were hopping all over, constantly clucking, their tiny feet digging the dirt hard, way stronger than usual chicks. Big Mao and Lil Mao grinned ear to ear, glad to see them thriving. They slowly scattered the leftover rice, bringing the flock closer to the coop, spreading the rice and chopped fish on the ground. Normally, food was put in 2 long wooden troughs, cleaned regularly, and all. But the chicks were still too little. The troughs were too deep for them to reach unless they jumped in completely. So the food had to be laid right on the ground. The chicks had to eat plenty and well to grow fast, and the mom who just finished brooding needed extra fuel to bounce back. The two brothers saw their food was gobbled up happily, both chicks and mom making joyful clucking sounds, and they couldn't help but crack up, feeling super satisfied. Chick Chick was all excited, scurrying behind Lam Lang, its tiny head curious as it looked all around, its little beak never stopping, constantly chirping, "Chick, chick, chick, chick." This little one was seriously impressive. Just an hour earlier it was trembling, stuck in the nest, now it was darting after Lam Lang everywhere. Lam Lang was proud as heck, even bragging to Lei Huyen. Lei Huyen wasn't that interested in the fluffy little thing, but hey, if she liked it, they'd keep it. Du Nam and the others trickled back, all curious about the tiny fluff following Lam Lang, wondering out loud. Everyone felt this fluff wasn't just some ordinary critter otherwise. How did it catch the tribe leader's eye? It might be small now, but there's no way it'll be average when it grows up, so folks couldn't stop praising Chick Chick. Their gazes were sprinkled with respect. This was definitely something extraordinary in the making. Chick Chick stuck to Lam Lang like shadow, barely leaving her side. Even at dinner time, it was glued to her feet. Lam Lang grabbed some rice, tore tiny bits of meat to feed it. The little fluff ate happily, then looked up and chirped back, so she fed it some more. Lam Lang didn't even realize how much she fed Chick Chick or how a newborn, barely a day old, could chow down that much. At night, when it was time to sleep, Chick Chick still refused to leave Lam Lang's side. Worried it'd get cold, Lam Lang planned to let it sleep with the chicks and ducklings in the basket for warmth. But Chick Chick wasn't having it once put down. It flapped its tiny, downy wings, chirping nonstop in a pitiful tone, sounding like it was crying because someone ditched it. After all, it was a kid she'd raised herself, and Lam Lang was soft-hearted toward her own little one. No way could she stand this. So she scooped Chick Chick right out of the basket. Honestly, even if she hadn't grabbed it, Chick Chick had enough strength now to just hop out on its own. What a clingy little thing. Oh man. Lam Lang cradled it in her palm, lightly poked its fuzzy head with her finger, laughing helplessly, then turned to Lei Huyen, saying, "Maybe no?" Lei Huyen didn't even hesitate to shut that down. The bedroom was just for him and his wife. No third wheels allowed, not even a tiny fluff ball. Plus, that one was loud, non-stop chirping. Who could deal with that? Any guy chilling with his girl at night, even if just chilling, wants some privacy. But when you try to get close and all you hear is non-stop chirping, no way, can't indulge that. Lei Huyen added a sarcastic jab. Lam Lang thought it made sense too. No spoiling it too much, the little one was way too smart, always pushing boundaries when coddled, leaving everyone stuck on what to do. If it got in the room tonight, then what about tomorrow or the day after? Once you start, kicking it out gets way harder. So Lam Lang gently petted the fluffy little head, softly soothing it, calling it a sweetheart, hoping it'd listen and learn to sleep solo. But the tiny fluff in her hand wasn't about to give in that easily. Of course not. Chick Chick rubbed its head against her hand, trembling its tiny wings, beak whining all cute. Chick Chick, Chick Chick, how can anyone kick something this adorable out? Lei Huyen was starting to get annoyed, frowning and grumbling. If it needs you, then let it stay with Tien. Huh? Lam Lang blinked, unsure. But what if Tien bit it? Lei Huyen raised an eyebrow. Isn't Tien a good boy? Lam Lang froze, felt a little guilty. Yeah, Tien was super sweet, the tribe's bonded beast of Lei Huyen. There's no way it'd bite on purpose. She shouldn't think bad of it, really shouldn't. Even if she doubted Lei Huyen's suggestion was solid, Lam Lang nodded anyway. Yeah, let's try it out. Only then did Lei Huyen look satisfied. All right, that works. Tien hates sleeping in the yard. He usually wanders outside at night, so you two can go find him, Lam Lang said, making a little mimic motion. Lei Huyen placed his hand on Tien's forehead, sending a mental signal, then smiled. Let's see what happens. Lam Lang gently patted Chick Chick, setting it between Tien's front legs, who was lying down, and smiled sweetly. Good boy, Tien. Take care of Chick Chick, all right? You both gotta get along. After all, I'm the one raising Chick Chick, and Tien's Lei Huyen's bonded beast. Those two are definitely gonna be in each other's faces a lot. Cheep Cheep, I'm swinging by to visit you again tomorrow, all right? Be good and get some rest. Cheep Cheep tried to flap those tiny little meat wings to fly over to her, but Tien Tien gently pressed down with a massive front leg, so Cheep Cheep could only look up. Cheep Cheep, Cheep Cheep, those sounds weren't sharp or sad like before, they sounded a little annoyed, which finally made Lam Lang chill out. She reached out, stroked its head lightly, and smiled soft. Be good. I'll stop by again tomorrow, and Tien will watch over you, all right? Lei Huyen was kind of annoyed, not sure why he had this weird feeling like his girl was about to get snatched away by someone else. As he dragged Lam Lang along, muttering, she giggled, teasing him. Huyen man, you're way too petty. Cheep Cheeps, just a baby bird, only a day old. Lei Huyen fell quiet, feeling a little embarrassed, then scratched his nose. Yeah, it's nothing big, just maybe don't baby it too much. Lam Lang cracked up, finally managing to banish that little Cheep Cheep onto a tiny light bulb. They headed back to the room, shared a steamy night full of mystery, then crashed. That's when Lei Huyen finally felt at ease. Next morning, when everyone woke up, Tien Tien had already brought Cheep Cheep to see Lam Lang. That fluffy little puffball was perched proudly on Tien Tien's head, gripping tight to its fur, following it out into the yard. The second it spotted Lam Lang, Cheep Cheep lit up with joy, totally forgot it couldn't fly yet. Cheep Cheep, Cheep Cheep, it shouted, then dropped from Tien Tien's head, tumbled across the ground, and without a hint of fear, flapped its tiny wings and sprinted toward her. She was all smiles and tears, equal parts amused, touched, excited, and worried, scooping it up fast. You little troublemaker, why you in such a hurry? Falling didn't hurt, huh? Cheep cheep, that dumb little cutie, was over the moon. Eyes sparkling with pure excitement, not the slightest bit hurt. Lei Huyen stood off to the side, watching Cheep Cheep then Tien, feeling kinda weird inside. His spirit buddy couldn't even calm down a small bird. Look, Lam Lang even bragged. Huyen, isn't Cheep Cheep just adorable? Lei Huyen gave a wry chuckle. Yeah, super cute. Right then, Du Nam and Fan Lai caught sight of the scene, froze in place, then dashed over all at once. Sis Lam, bro Huyen. Lei Huyen raised an eyebrow. What's up? Fan Lai swallowed hard, stuttering. So, what the heck kind of bird is this Cheep Cheep? Like, really? Lam Lang loved Cheep Cheep but wasn't blind to reality. Teased it a bit and then put it down. Hearing Fan Lai stumble over words, she laughed. Hey Fan Lai, what's wrong with you? Fan Lai blushed hard, stammering. I. Du Nam immediately got why Fan Lai was speechless. He'd been shaken too, though he regained composure quicker. Still, he looked at the two of them with a weird gaze, then sighed. No wonder, Fan Lai froze, even I got freaked out. Sis Lam, bro Huyen, maybe y'all don't know this, but spirit buddies are insanely proud. Usually, spirit buddies don't get along at all. It's rare for one to submit to another. Meeting without throwing down is hella rare. Even same tribe spirit buddies, which are super rare themselves, hardly chill. But Tien lets Cheep Cheep chill right on its head. That's straight up wild. Yeah. Fan Lai nodded hard. Props to Sis Lam and bro Huyen. Didn't expect your spirit buddies to be anything but usual. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen looked at each other, both kinda confused now. Lei Huyen asked quick. Alang, don't you feel anything special about Cheep Cheep? Lam Lang thought a bit, then shook her head. Honestly, nah. But she genuinely liked Cheep Cheep. She could totally tell from those eyes that the little fluff ball was stoked about her too. Between Lei Huyen and Tien Tien, there's this weird vibe and gut feeling they can't really explain. Du Nam and the rest said this is just normal. But Lei Huyen and Lam Lang are kinda special for their time and place, so some odd stuff makes sense. Maybe Tien's just treating Cheep Cheep nice cause you like it, Lam Lang guessed. Before Lei Huyen could answer, Du Nam and Fan Lai jumped in. No way, that's not how spirit buddies roll, they're way too stubborn. Right then, Dong, Mao, Tu Fong, and some others showed up. After hearing everything, they were all shook too. Everybody agreed with Du Nam and Fan Lai, admiration and respect swelling inside. No wonder Cheep Cheep looks different right off the bat, it's Sis Lam's spirit buddy. That's epic, Sis Lam's got a spirit buddy now. The Triu Dun tribe's gonna be next level strong. Lam Lang was speechless. Could Cheep Cheep really be her spirit buddy? Du Nam laughed. Cheep Cheep's still super young. Let it grow a bit, and maybe we'll figure it out. Oh yeah, Sis Lam, but seriously, what kind of bird is Chip Chip anyway? Not just him curious, even Lei Huyen was dying to know. Lam Lang gave a tired smile. I don't even know. I've picked up a bunch of bird eggs, and Lam Lang and the crew were already special in this era and on this land, so being a little different was totally reasonable, Lam Lang said. Maybe because he's into Cheep Cheep, Tien likes her better. Lei Huyen didn't even get a chance to answer before Du Nam and Fan Lai chimed in together. No way, man. Spirit beasts aren't so easygoing. True that. Just then, Dang, Mao, Tung Fong, and the others showed up too. After hearing the story, everyone was straight up stunned. They all agreed with Du Nam and Fan Lai, feeling major respect and admiration swell inside. No wonder Cheep Cheep looked different from the start, turns out she's Lam's spirit beast. That's sick. Lam's already got her own spirit beast. The Triu Duong tribe is seriously leveling up fast. Lam Lang didn't know what to say. Could Cheep Cheep really be his spirit beast? Du Nam laughed. Cheep Cheep's still a baby. Wait till she's older, then we'll know for sure. Hey, by the way, Lam, what kind of bird is Cheep Cheep anyway? Not just him, even Lei Huyen was super curious. Lam Lang forced a smile. Honestly, I don't know. I found a bunch of bird eggs. They all got tossed together in one basket. Maybe when cleaning up with the duck eggs, I thought those were duck eggs too, so I let the chickens sit on them, but surprise, surprise, out hatched a Cheep Cheep. So what exactly is a Cheep Cheep anyway? Honestly, she had no clue. Everyone was itching with curiosity, but there was nothing to do now except wait until the Cheep Cheep grew bigger and showed its true colors. The thing is, right now, everyone's eyes on that little fluff were totally different. Even Lam Lang, caught up in the vibe, started paying more attention to the Cheep Cheep, and the more she looked, the more it was clear this little fluff was something else. It seemed super smart and sharp, and like it was eating way more than normal. Lam Lang wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but it looked like Cheep Cheep had definitely grown a good bit since yesterday. No matter what, Cheep Cheep had totally latched onto her, and she was more than fine with that. They decided to head out the next morning to the Hmong tribe. Everyone planned to bring 6 baskets of salt to trade with the tribe, plus 6 sets of pottery. If the deal went well, they'd keep it going. This trip was still Lam Lang, Le Huyen, Tung Fong, and Dang, plus some money and the Chip Chip. At home, Yu Nam and the others would hold down the fort, and since it wasn't their first rodeo, everything would be handled smoothly. The baby chicks and ducklings had gotten way healthier lately, hopping around lively and eating well, not weak like when they first hatched. Lam Lang gave a few pointers and felt relieved. The 2 yarn spinning frames were done, so folks at home could start spinning from rabbit fur, and by the time they got back, they could try making a weaving machine. When their next cotton harvest came in bigger, the spinning and weaving work was going to get even busier. Plus, the wet rice was nearly ready to harvest. Da Mao and Tu Mao had some news for Lam Lang. One broody hen seemed ready to sit on eggs but didn't have enough yet and was asking if they could give her more eggs. The 2 boys' eyes sparkled. Sis Lam, hey Sis Lam, how about we look for another egg like Cheep Cheep's? It might stand on the backs of bio-ability warriors' fellow beasts. Who wouldn't want to snag something like that, right? Lam Lang cracked a smile. If Cheep Cheep really was special, there was no way finding another egg like it would be that easy. Getting that one was already a stroke of luck. But those hopeful little eyes, Lam Lang couldn't bear to disappoint them, so she grabbed a whole basket and a half of bird eggs. You guys go search over those. Both were thrilled, diving headfirst into the hunt through black, white, and green stones, along with the egg fans and others who came to join the fun. While searching, they chatted about which eggs seemed special. Since they had a precedent with the Cheep Cheep, everyone was pumped to find a rare egg that might hatch. A little fluff that could stand atop bio-ability warriors' beasts. That'd be so epic. In the end, they pulled out a big pile of blue, red, purple, and yellow eggs, big and small alike. Everyone saying those eggs look super unique and should be tried. Who knows? Maybe a legendary bird could hatch from them. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen just gave weary smiles, knowing they couldn't let things get out of control. Some of those were even wild chicken and quail eggs. None of those worked, nothing felt special about them, so they'd hold off on those. Though a bit disappointed, they trusted Vu's word, he was never wrong. Besides, there couldn't be many cheap eggs like that. So Lam Lang pulled out 14 hen eggs from the space, plus the eggs that hen had laid over 30 in total. She let the hens sit on the whole batch, and once those chicks grew up, learned to lay, and started brooding, the numbers would naturally climb. The 4 of them left bright and early, wanting to move fast. Since Lam Lang knew the route, they didn't need Tung Fong and Dang guiding them, so she just popped those 2 into the space. The main reason they still brought them was to keep the chatty vibe going. The Hmong tribe was strong, and the more people from the Triu Duong tribe who had ties there, the better. The Hmong tribe didn't allow anyone who'd never been before, so bringing those 2 along was chill. Since the space was newly upgraded and Lam Lang worried they might get lost or not know where to chill, Le Huyen also stepped in with them. At first, they planned to let Cheep Cheep in too, but the little fluff refused, kept chirping non-stop and rubbing against Lam Lang, so she just let Cheep Cheep ride on Tien for the trip. The little fire critter cuddled up tight in her arms, claws gripping Tien's fur, eyes twinkling with energy as it called the Cheep Cheep happily, acting all cute and chill. Inside the space, Le Huyen led the 2 upstairs into a storage room, and the 3 all sat on the floor. Of course, Lam Lang and Le Huyen's bedroom was absolutely off-limits to outsiders. The space was super clean and comfy. Just sitting on the floor was cool. If anything went sideways, Lam Lang just had to think about it, and she could wipe everything dirty out of the space in a snap. Tung Fong and Dang were dumbfounded the moment they stepped in. The place was way bigger and even taller, plus tons of big cabinets. Whoa, it's got 2 floors now. Going up with Lei Huyen, entering the storage room, they were even more shocked. Each step felt deeper and more surreal, their minds all over the place. Lam's sister was seriously powerful, and her space could morph like this? That was just insane. Judging by how things looked, it'd probably keep evolving. How it'd change next was anyone's guess. No doubt, that was the Triu Duong tribe's work. Le Huyen just gave the rundown to the 2, reminding them that they couldn't enter again after the afternoon. More than that, he felt even more like sticking close to Lam Lang. With Tien Tien along, their travel speed was nearly 3 times faster. Before, the trip took over half a month, and in the afternoon, she's not allowed back in. Compared to that, she wants to hang with Lam Lang even more. With Tien Tien tagging along, they travel nearly 3 times faster. Before, it took over half a month, now it only takes 4.5 days to get there. They took the same old route to the Hmong tribe, When the warriors guarding the valley entrance caught sight of them, they asked what their deal was before someone went to report it. It didn't take long before Bak and Dong showed up with a few tribe members, hyped to greet them. Seeing Tien right there, every Meng tribe's person was straight up, wide-eyed and jaw-dropped. Bak himself was both amazed and impressed. Beast buddies really are some next-level allies. Huyen smirked softly and said, "That's Tien, and yeah, he's seriously something else." Everyone burst out laughing, super chill vibes. The Mang tribe's attitude toward Huyen and Lam Lang shifted, naturally becoming a bit more respectful and friendly. Any tribe with beast buddies is not one to mess with. Even if they're not top dogs yet, they're gonna level up fast for sure. Especially since Huyen's beast buddy is a cheetah, one insanely fierce predator. When it bonds with a power warrior, it just gets even deadlier. The tribe always shows mad respect to the strong. They've never looked down on anyone. As for the little chirp clinging to Tien's head, the Mang tribe was just as stunned as Yunam and Thon Lai when they first saw it. Like, can beast buddies really get along this tight? Plus, chirp is way weaker compared to Tien, how is it casually chillin' on top like it owns the place? Normally, Tien would have tuned it to meat patties in no time. That means Tien's no average Joe. So Bak Hyukai straight up asked, "Yo, what kind of fierce bird is chirp exactly? It looks all fluffy and soft now, but it's gotta grow up to be a savage predator, right? For real, it's gotta be a beast buddy too, mad props for that." Lam Lang had no clue but kept hoping. Since the Mang tribe lived deep in the Thuong Sun Mountains surrounded by birds and beasts, maybe they could spot Chirp's origins. But if a power warrior like Bak didn't know, odds were no one else would. Upon hearing that, Bak and the others got even more hyped. If no one could ID it, it's definitely some next-level creature. Yo, Chief Vu Lam, if you ever figure out what kind of fierce bird Chirp is, you gotta let us know, we want to expand our knowledge. For sure, if we find out, we'll spill the tea to everyone. Haha, while chatting, they headed up the mountain. Bak took Huyen and Lam Lang to meet Chief Vu and the Mang tribe's hunting captain. Meanwhile, Dong and the others strolled around the tribe with Tung Fong and Dang. The Mang tribe's productivity was on point. Last time, they promised to make stone tools and weapons, and the tribe's artisans nailed it all. After tallying everything, Lam Lang and Li Huyen sealed the deal from before. But the big bosses from the Mang tribe clearly wanted to see Lam Lang and Lei Huyen this time for salt. The salt trade with them was straight up profitable. Even though the odds seemed slim, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen showed up nearly 10 days early, making them think twice. Did they seriously find salt? The Mang tribe's big chief didn't beat around the bush. "Big Chief Le Vu Lam here. You guys got salt left to trade with us?" Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged smirks. "If there is, we wonder what other stuff besides stone tools the Mang tribe might want to trade with us." Everyone's eyes lit up and spirits soared, so they really did find salt. Bak, being closer with them, couldn't help but ask straight up, "Yo, you really found salt?" Honestly, nothing to hide here. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't believe the Salt tribe could keep acting all high and mighty forever. The Salt tribe's elders might have pulled off some stuff, but they've gone way too cocky. There's always a limit, and pride bites back. Lam Lang got pretty annoyed on their last visit to the Salt tribe. How long could other tribes just sit back and tolerate that? Not all, but bigger tribes would find other paths, and someone's bound to hunt down Salt sooner or later. Huyen nodded firmly with a grin. "Yeah, we got lucky and found a spot where we can mine salt." The Mang tribe folks breathed a relieved breath and got even more pumped. Awesome, seriously awesome. So salt ain't just the Salt tribe's game anymore. Finally, breaking their monopoly means no more getting looked down on by them. For sure, that's a huge win. In no time, all the Mang tribes' gazes at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen heated up with excitement. Another hunting captain named Mok chimed in. "We got all kinds of game, wild boars, deer, antelopes, goats, even horned beasts. Chief Vu Lam, you've got that storage power, right? We can trade you tons of game." Lei Huyen and Lam Lang shared smiles. Vu glanced at Mok and calmly replied, "We actually don't need game. We found this incredible herb that, when mashed and applied on wounds, stops bleeding fast and heals scars quick. We haven't even told the Salt tribe about this." Mok's a beast in battle and a sharp hunter with razor-sharp spear throws, but a bit blunt in chit-chat. The Tai Duong tribe has Chief Lei, a power warrior, and they ain't ever short on game. Vu Lam's got that storage space, backing him up with Lei and the tribe. Every hunt they go on brings back a jackpot of animals, no sweat. We got tons of game like wild boars, deer, goats, even some curved horned beasts. Vu Lam, you got that psychic ability to store words, right? Then maybe we can swap more hunting stuff. Lei Huyen smiled. Lam Lang grinned too. Vu from the tribe glanced at Mok and casually said, "No need for game, we found some dope medicinal herbs that if someone's bleeding, just crush and apply to the wound. It stops blood fast and helps scars heal quicker. We haven't even told the Salt tribe about this good stuff yet. Mock's a beast in combat, mad, experienced in hunting, and super sharp with his spear throws, but he's kind of blunt when chatting. The Triu Duong tribe's got a big boss leader, a mighty psychic warrior, so no worries about not catching game. Vu Lam's got his personal space to stash things, working with Commander Lei and the tribe squad. Every hunt brings back tons of fresh kills. No worries about shipping or storage. They basically never run out of food. Hunting isn't really their vibe. When Vu from the Mang tribe dropped this trade deal, the whole tribe was seriously shook. You gotta know, while every tribe knows a few medicinal herbs, it's usually just a handful. Even though the Mang tribe lives deep in the Shang Mountains and deals with way more plants than others, the number of herbs they actually have on hand isn't that crazy. The stuff that's super effective, like so valuable they treat it like treasure, is even scarcer. The herb Vu was talking about is one of those rare gems. They call it bloodvine, a purple-red creeper growing on cliff faces, with oval leaves the size of your thumb. Crazy rare. If you mash it up and put it on a cut, bam, it works in just a few breaths. It's one of their tribe's prized possessions. Out in the wild, hunting or working, people often get injured and bleed. That bloodvine is like their secret weapon. When Lam Lang and Lei Huyen heard Vu from the Mang tribe, their eyes lit up. They couldn't believe they'd forgotten something this important. These two have been so caught up in hunting, farming, and animal care, they totally spaced on prepping meds. Thinking back, it gave them chills. These days, forget about fancy hospitals or even family doctors. Ancient healers weren't even an option. Without herbs, when tribe members got sick, all they could do was tough it out. But they clearly know plenty of herbs and could have gotten ready for this. Lam Lang thought hard. This couldn't wait. They had to make the most of it and, on the way back, find herbs. Better yet, start a herb garden growing all kinds of medicinal plants, including finished products. Maybe carve out a special room in their space just for storing herbs. Anything's better than nothing. When it comes to herbs, usually the tribe's shaman handles that. So, naturally, Lam Lang looked up at the Mang tribe's Vu and flashed a grin. That's awesome because our Chiu Duong tribe seriously lacks medicines. Can the Mang tribe hook us up with some? The Mang tribe's chief asked, how much salt can you provide and for how long? Le Huyen smiled and answered, we've got as much salt as the Salt tribe does, no cap. The Mang folks took a deep, cold breath, half impressed, half jealous. The chief of the Mang tribe was both happy and nervous. So, what's our trade deal? Le Huyen asked, sticking to the original deal. Our Chiu Duong tribe hopes to build a long-lasting friendship with the Mang tribe. Ha, same here, we're totally down to be friends. The Mang chief laughed loudly, with everyone else joining in on the laughs. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen both knew, though, that trading and hanging out between tribes ultimately comes down to power. All the polite talk is just for show, not the real deal. Right now is when you've got to prove you've got what it takes. Actually, the Chief Vu and the three Mang hunting captains are pretty honest compared to all the shady, low-life creeps roaming the end times. At least if you've actually got the goods, they'll trade fair and square. So Lam Lang pulled out all 6 baskets of table salt they packed for this trip. Snow-white salt packed tight, each basket overflowing. One basket weighed about more than 100 pounds. 6 baskets combined to almost 700 pounds. That bright white salt totally knocked the Mang tribe's socks off. No way, is this really salt? Vu from the Mang tribe jumped up, hyped beyond belief, and everyone else stood up too. Couldn't resist crowding around. Vu lightly flicked some salt from the top, tasted it, and his eyes instantly lit up with shock and joy. Chief, this salt's not bitter at all. It's even better than the salt our Salt tribe has. The Mang chief didn't know what salt without bitterness tasted like, so he cautiously scooped some up too, and his eyes sparkled brighter than Vu's. Even happier. Seriously, 0 bitterness. Way better than Salt tribe's salt. This is too much stuff. Haha. They exchanged a knowing look. With salt like this, who even cares about the Salt tribe's stuff? Especially since Salt tribe's trade terms are super harsh. Plus, Xiu Duong tribes got powered-up fighters who have beast buddies. The Mang's chief and Vu could immediately tell these weren't just basic folks. They realized the Salt tribe's glory days were numbered. Man, this is seriously the kind of deal that makes you want to lose it from excitement. The Mang chief and Vu were over the moon, generously showing that the Mang tribe is all in on a long-term friendship with Xiu Duong. This time, they could trade 6 kinds of herbs, including bloodvine. Besides just 1 basket of bloodvine, there was 1.5 baskets of the mind-soothing grass used for venom from bugs and snakes. The rest came in 2 baskets each. Each herb's uses would be clearly detailed. When they said this, the Mang chief Vu and the 3 hunting captains all looked like they were biting on metal. They were devastated deep down because these were the sacred healing herbs their tribe painstakingly gathered and never shared. These were their tribe's treasures. To bond with Chiu Duong tribe, they truly showed massive goodwill, which Lam Lang and Lei Huyen confirmed seeing the herbs in person. Big Chief Vu and the three hunting captains looked like they had a serious toothache. So bummed, since these healing herbs were hard-earned, ancient treasures of their tribe, never shared outside. They're real gems to the tribe. To build ties with the Triu Duong tribe, they really showed mad respect when Lam Lang and Lei Huyen saw those herbs in person. Besides the tourniquet and this herb called heartleaf that no one's ever seen before, the other stuff, even though they go by different names, were all familiar to them. Seven-leaf one-branch flower, southern star, silver lotus from blue root. If these two had known earlier, they would have totally said no right from the start. Swapping that for weapons or farming tools would have been way better, right? They could have totally hunted down these herbs on their own. If it weren't for seeing the real regret in the wild tribe's eyes, they might have thought they just got played by some legendary BS artist. But then again, it makes sense after all, the wild tribe's knowledge is super limited in this era. For most tribes, these things are legit treasures. You could tell the wild tribe seriously wanted to connect with them. Plus, getting salt for them was no sweat at all. Even if they recognized the herbs, tracking each one down wouldn't be a walk in the park. All in all, it was a fair deal. So everyone was hyped to finalize the trade and work together. Then Lam Lang pulled out literally dozens of jars and pots, all shapes and sizes, asking if the wild tribe was down to trade. The wild tribe's big boss and crew lit up again. They knew how to make pottery too, but theirs were super basic, just cooking pots and basins. But the stuff Lam Lang showed off had all sorts of kinds: bottles, medium-sized containers, pots, stoves, bowls, plates, teapots, cups, jars, and even carved wooden pieces. Bach couldn't help but ask nonstop, "What's this? What's it for? This big thing? How do you even fire a ceramic piece this huge?" That water jar was taller than half a person, a total monster. The wild tribe and the lone tribe used the same pottery firing techniques, so it's impossible for them to make something that big. They did have big water containers almost that size, but those were stone jars, not ceramic. Carving a huge block of stone into a container like that is no joke. Only the big boss View and a few rare families had those big jars. They tried firing large ceramic jars before too, but no surprise, they always failed. Getting those from the Morning Sun tribe through trade would be awesome. Obviously, Huyen and Lam Lang weren't about to spill how the big stuff was made. They needed to keep that secret for trade leverage. The wild tribe was super pumped too. After grilling on how everything worked, crazy curious, they decided to grab all those dozens of items, trading some animal hides and stone weapons for them. They even put in an order for 100 giant ceramic jars, each over half a person tall, and 8 baskets of salt like the ones they'd seen, hoping to get them before winter hit. Lam Lang and Huyen were happy to agree, but wanted to snag more herbs, some animal hides, guts, and various horns. The wild tribe didn't hesitate and agreed right away. Everyone was stoked. Vu couldn't stop staring at the clothes Lam Lang and Huyen wore. They looked like they were made from some kind of plant, which was pretty cool. The Morning Sun tribe folks really are clever. Could those clothes be traded? Lam Lang lightly tugged the hem of his cotton shirt, smiling bright, and said, "You're saying this is the fabric for clothes? We don't have a lot left in our tribe right now, so we can't trade it yet. But if we get extras later, for sure we'll share." Then, Lam Lang pulled out 2 stacks of cotton fabric from his space, one jade, green, the other red plum floral. The wild tribe chief was seriously hyped and gave it to their people. So jealous, so jealous. "You bet." Lam Lang laughed easy. "We're all friends here. If we get extras later, we'll definitely trade some." Vu quickly grinned and said, "Just don't forget to hook up the wild tribe first." Haha, no way, for sure, for sure. Everyone admired them but didn't crowd Lam Lang and Huyen with demands. Their respect grew even more. Vu felt a bit shy. After getting the 2 stacks, he said, "When you head back, we'll send 20 drum-haunted chickens and 100 of their eggs along." Lam Lang laughed and thanked him, then took the chance to ask if they could crash with the wild tribe for 2 days before setting off. The wild tribe wasn't big on outsiders. Usually, Lam Lang and Huyen would get the stone weapons and tools they promised, rest for a night, then someone would escort them out early next day. But now Lam Lang was generous, gifting 2 stacks of fabric the tribe had never seen before, chatting genuine stuff. And after such a long trip, yeah, they were tired. So keeping them around for a day or 2 to rest actually made sense. Plus, they were genuinely good folks. Vu looked at the big boss. The wild tribe chief waved his hand confidently and laughed. "You all came far and have traveled long. Stay an extra 2 nights before heading out." "Thanks, big chief." "Thanks, Vu." Lam Lang happily expressed his gratitude but felt a touch of disappointment. Even with their friendliness, the wild tribe still kept a good distance, only letting them stay an extra night at best. No worries, you gotta take things slow. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen actually wanted to explore the whole Shang mountain range, check out all the forests and valleys inside the wild tribe's territory. But they didn't dare say that. Saying so might have made the wild tribe flip, and who knows if they'd ever be welcome to mention it again. The wild tribe chief handed over their care to Bok and Kak Lai, who immediately obeyed, respectfully inviting the pair to follow. Kak Lai is the eldest son of the wild tribe's big boss. Besides Kak Lai, the chief's got two daughters, Nam Kay and Nam Tuo. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen hadn't met them yet. The chief personally assigning Kak Lai to host means they were seriously respected guests. Besides Kak Lai, the chief's got two daughters, Nam Kay and Nam Tuok, who Lam Lang and Lei Huyen haven't met yet. The fact that the chief let Kak Lai personally host them shows how much they're valued. By now, it's dark out, and ain't no way to roll anywhere. Bok told you to hit up Tung Fong and Dang, get him to come back, and invite him over to crash and have some grub. The four Lam Lang crew didn't even bat an eye, cause Bok's girl is like the head honcho's main daughter. Nam Kay stands tall and slim, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a vibe full of swagger. She's chill and open, too. Even though Nam Kay ain't some supernatural warrior, she's still one heck of a top-notch hunter in this savage tribe. Her fighting skills? Way better than most dudes in the village. She knew the Lam Lang folks were special guests, and went all out roasted the best fresh deer, simmered a big pot of wild meat stew, and even called up the whole tribe to turn up and eat together for a livelier scene. Lam Lang and the crew were pumped to hang and vibe with more folks from the savage tribe, just what they wanted. Too bad they didn't have any booze yet. If they did, a few rounds of drinks would have sealed them as brothers for life. Lam Lang and Nam Kay's sibs totally clicked. Nam Kay's little sis, Nam Tuo, just hit 9 years old. The kid was super into this tiny bird, Chiu Chiu, and straight up took on feeding duties. Chiu Chiu didn't say no, gobbling up nonstop, making the little girl totally happy and in awe. Nam Kay glanced at Chiu Chiu and couldn't stop herself from calling out a chat. The bird's got a crazy appetite. Never seen a bird eat like that before. No wonder it's the beast buddy of a supernatural warrior. Lam Lang chuckled. Our Chiu Chiu eats like a champ. Want to explain how? I guess not really. Might not even be my beast buddy for real. Since everyone assumes so, let's just roll with it. Honestly, Chiu Chiu eats tons and grows fast just a few days, and it's got to weigh close to 1 pound now. When it first hatched, lame little chicks could squash it with one step. Now, those chicks wouldn't stand a chance, thinking that made even Lam Lang a bit nervous. Could it seriously be my beast buddy? If so, how beastly big will it get? Hope it's more than just eating all day. After a wild night, everyone slowly chilled out around midnight. Nam Tuo, not ready to leave Chiu Chiu, asked Lam Lang, can I come back tomorrow to feed Chiu Chiu again? For sure, totally cool. Lam Lang laughed and agreed without a fuss. Nam Tuo beamed and sprinted home happy. Chiu Chiu stayed curled up by the door all night. Bok and Nam Kay hooked up rooms for the 4 guests. Seeing these 2 beast buddies so tight, everyone was shook. Remember, Nam Kay's dad, the tribe's big boss, usually acts all high and mighty, ignoring both tribe folks and animals alike. Early next morning, Nam Tuo bounced over, and Dong showed up too. They all had breakfast at Bok and Nam Kay's spot. Then, Lam Lang's squad and Lei Huyen went out for a stroll around the tribe's turf. The mountain views were lit. This savage tribe's home got mad nature blessings. Lush green peaks, winding rivers. Plus, the years of care and tweaks by generations before them. Front yard, backyard, both sides of the path were packed with tall trees, fruit plants, and wildflowers that looked seriously pretty. Lam Lang and the gang couldn't help but genuinely admire the scene, dropping mad compliments. Bok, Nam, Kay, and the rest were hyped and proud to hear that. Their savage tribe's crib really was one of the flyest. This tribe's got a lot going for it. Too bad Lam Lang and crew held back from asking to grab all the goods straight up that might have come off weird. They picked ripe fruit like peaches, pears, apples from the trees and were generous, giving some to Lam Lang. Le Huyen and the rest enjoyed the fruits, which weren't huge but packed great flavor. Lam Lang felt mad respect for the tribe's potential. If this savage tribe ever amped up farming and animal raising, man, they'd be blessed for real. Their future growth would outshine today for sure. Clearly, lots of the plants came from somewhere else originally, brought here by the tribe. Since Lam Lang didn't want to sound pushy, they just played around near a patch of wild land by the village and spotted 3 to 5 wild sesame plants. Lam Lang's eyes lit up instantly, turning to Bok and Nam Kay. Yo, that's sesame right there. Toast the ripe seeds and sprinkle them on grilled meat. straight up heavenly. Grind 'em even finer, and the aroma blows your mind. Sesame's super rare. Where I'm from, can I snag some to take back? Sesame, huh? Namke peeped the scraggly, tall wild greens, nearly as tall as a person, kind of thick stalks, looking curious. Lam Lang stepped over and grabbed 2 pods, peeled them, and tiny sesame seeds, like little ants, spilled out. Namke and the crew had been staring at Lam Lang's hands, but once they saw the tiny seeds, they kind of lost hype. But Lam Lang, straight up stoked, the seeds were fat and top quality. Don't judge by looks. Once dried and lightly roasted, the scent's fire. Grind it up, and it gets even better, like those spicy fruits you guys know. Sprinkle on grilled meat, and boom, unmatched flavor. Only bummer is there's just a handful of plants. Taking them back would be just enough to plant, no eating for a while. But maybe if we plant soon when we get home, we can still get a crop this year. Real talk, that good? Yeah, super rare, but if you want, just take some. Bach and Nam K didn't care much at first but got a bit curious cause Lam Lang was hyped. Too bad there's so little, though. Just enough to spice up a few grilled meat pieces, right? Yeah, keep an eye on the soil here next time, maybe more will pop up next year. They still hadn't started farming on purpose. Nam Tuo mulled it over and then randomly said, so this stuff's called sesame? Seriously that good? I heard there's a spot packed with it. Like, in the Maple Valley, past those 2 mountains east of the tribe, they've got a whole area growing sesame. Let's roll over there and check it out. Dong suddenly remembered. Ah, he exclaimed, then quickly nodded. Yeah, I just recalled. No wonder this sesame looks so familiar. For sure. Nam Tuk was pretty proud. Chuckling. Told ya. I'm not just making this up. Hey, Vu Lam, how about we hit the Maple Valley? Tonight, we can grill meat with this sesame. I want to see if it really smells as good as they say. The moment they talked about dinner, Tung Fong and Dong got super hyped. Sounds awesome. Let's go find that sesame. Our Vu's never wrong when she says something. For real, I want to go too. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were buzzing inside. Could it be their lucky day? Maybe they'd finally get to see the mountain wilds around Mang tribe. Even crossing just 2 mountains felt epic. The 4 clueless ones kept getting more pumped, chatting excitedly and planning nonstop. Bach and Nam K exchanged cautious looks though. Lam Lang caught on and hesitated a bit before saying, I really want to grab more sesame for the meat, but if it's inconvenient, we can skip it. Saying that made Bach and Nam K feel kinda awkward. Why would it be inconvenient? Nam K blurted out with a laugh, and right after she felt a little regret, but the words were out. As a tribe member, she couldn't just go back on her word. Besides, these were friends from a different tribe after all. Nam K forced a smile. No worries, no worries. Since it's like this, let's go check it out. If we find it, we can totally try some tonight. Batch couldn't change his mind either. He glanced at Tung Fong and Dong, and they honestly didn't seem like they were scheming. Probably just like Dong and Nam Tuk, not thinking on any other vibe. Lei Dai Thu Lin and Vu Lam were measured folks for sure, wouldn't act without thinking. Alright then, cool, let's move. I'll lead the way. Tung Fong, Dong, Nam Tuk, and Dong cheered and dashed ahead, not waiting a sec. Bach smiled. Let's roll too. After you. Lam Lang grabbed Lei Huyen's hand, happily joining the crew on the move. Tien Tien followed behind, strong legs, moving smooth, with a little round bird perched on her head, looking all fancy and icy but kinda adorably clueless now. Less than 1 watch later, they reached the valley like Dong and Nam Turk said. Along the way, Lam Lang spotted plenty of mushrooms, herbs, wild berries, ancient trees, and small animals. Tons of nature, but nothing that truly caught her eye. These were other folks' resources anyway. No peeking, since even around the tribe area, resources were crazy rich. No wonder the Mang tribe folks were chill, low-key, and kept mostly to themselves, not into mingling with outsiders. If not for needing salt, they probably wouldn't trade with the outside world. Lan Lang figured they'd be like hidden clans, spending decades never stepping out, right here. Whoa, Dong and I weren't tripping, there really is tons of sesame. Sis, y'all gotta come check this out. Nam Turk and others who ran ahead spotted the huge sesame field and couldn't help but shout in excitement. Lam Lang smiled. Let's hurry up too. Tonight we're in for a treat. Nam K perked up, curiosity getting the best of her. Is this sesame really that good on grilled meat? Lam Lang answered. Yup, you'll see for yourself tonight. Tonight's gonna be lit. Sesame isn't just for sprinkling on grilled meat, you can use it in sesame-filled cakes, sticky rice cakes, spicy chili oil, and the best part, press it for oil. But none of that really matters to the Mang tribe, so she kept quiet. They don't farm rice or wheat, and they don't fuss about sesame oil either. Pretty soon, everyone saw a massive stretch of wild sesame covering half the valley slope. Trees packed close, some taller than a person, thick, sturdy trunks holding clusters of sesame pods. That's hella loads. Lam Lang was amazed, didn't expect that much. Namke said, "Too bad we forgot baskets, we probably can't pick much." Lam Lang smiled. "Baskets? I got that covered." In a blink, she pulled out a few baskets and two big hampers from her space, definitely enough to stuff the two big baskets full. Namke was stunned. At first, she was kinda relieved there were no baskets, since everyone could only grab a little and call it a day. The Mon tribe really wasn't used to outsiders roaming their lands, and little did Nam Tuk and Dong know about Namke's feelings. Dong had seen something like this before, but for Nam Tuk, it was the first time witnessing Vu Lam's special skills, so he admired her and shouted, "Awesome, super awesome." Then grabbed a basket, ready to hunt sesame with full excitement. Namke just smiled helplessly and let it slide. Everyone started picking together. Actually, the best way to harvest sesame is cutting the whole stalk, drying it under the sun, then pounding with a mallet. The seeds crack open, and you sweep them into piles, using a sieve to separate out the dry grass and impurities. But since conditions weren't right now, they had to pick the pods by hand. Plenty of sesame clusters meant picking was super quick. Mid-afternoon, with many helping out, they already filled two big baskets. Still, less than a fifth was taken, tons more left behind. Lam Lang quietly showed Namke the better harvesting techniques and steps. Namke was surprised, didn't expect Vu Lam to be that helpful, and felt grateful, listening carefully and nodding to remember everything, growing even more fond of Lam Lang, and even a little shy inside since at first she hadn't wanted to bring them here. Vu Lam could have kept quiet, but instead explained everything in detail. Vu Lam seriously got a heart of gold, but thinking he's at times kinda perfect? Nah, doesn't feel real. Nam Ki just vibes naturally friendlier with Lam Lang. Lam Lang drops two big baskets of sesame into storage and stacks up the basket covers too. Nam Tu clutches that basket cover tight, can't help but ask Lam Lang, "Yo, Vu Lam, this basket is sick. Mind if I snag it?" Nam T's caught off guard, quickly snaps, "Nam Tuk, no way." Lam Lang cracks up, "For sure. Actually, this thing is hollow inside. In our Triu Duong tribe, we call that kind of hollow wood bamboo. It's like a woven cover basket. Y'all got covers like this around here. I can totally hook you up with one of these, and even teach y'all how to weave 'em." Without Nam Tuk, those guys wouldn't have even had a shot at collecting sesame today. It's just a tiny basket cover, what's the harm in gifting it? Vu Lam's too kind, Nam Tuk's hype beyond words. Nam K feels both thrilled and shocked. Seriously, can Vu Lam actually teach us? Truth is, it's not only the basket covers. Nam Ki is super into those big sesame baskets Lam Lang brought along too. Not just pretty, but super sturdy. Way better than our jungle woven vine baskets. Of course they can learn. Lam Lang nods happily. "Thanks, Vu Lam. Vu Lam's legit the real MVP. Our Mang tribe will totally be tight buds with the Triu Duong tribe forever. Yeah, we're all about that generous vibe." "Totally. Haha." Both laugh bright, feeling pumped and connected. It's clear the bond of friendship just leveled up big time. Lei, Huyen, and Bak share a glance. The whole crew heads back, all smiles. Namki's thinking to herself, "Gotta tell Dad to send some more gifts to Triu Duong when we get home. This friend's for real worth the bond." Didn't expect to score something so valuable on the way back either. That familiar buzz-buzz sound with tiny busy little critters got Lam Lang stoked to the max. Honeybees, doesn't that basically mean we got honey coming? Nam K, Bak, Tung Fong, and Dang are all pumped, ready to make moves. "Yeah, those buzzing bugs are dripping with sweet nectar. Can't wait. Gotta bust that hive open." Who would have guessed? Such savage words coming out of little Nam Turk's mouth. Just shows how insanely addictive sweet honey is. No one can resist. Nam Hee licks her lips, grinning. Vu Lam and Chief Le are hella lucky. If we snag honey today, we'll split it right down the middle. Tung Fong and Dang grin wide. They've hunted before and sometimes got lucky raiding beehives. That sweetness, unforgettable. Even if those bees are aggressive, when deliciousness calls, nobody backing down. They immediately split the duties. Lam Lang and Le Huyen, being top tier, don't get stuck with the dangerous stuff. Nam Turk's too young and chill too. Bak quickly organizes Dong and Dang to gather dry wood and grass, while he, Nam K, and Tung Fong carefully they clear out weeds and bushes all around. Lam Lang and Le Huyen watch, totally puzzled. "Hey, what y'all doing?" Lam Lang asks, curious. Nam Turk gets it, flashing a big smile, explaining while working. "You've never seen buzzing bugs before, Vu Lam. Don't let their tiny size fool you. They're fierce. their sting hurts bad, and it swells up. Takes days to heal. No joke. Sisters and bros, we're about to light a fire, smoke that buzzing hive until the bugs come out. Then we rush in to snatch the hive and bounce. But fair warning, those buzzing bugs will chase us. Vu Lam, when that happens, make sure you and our crew hide real good. Clearing the area first is just to stop fires from spreading. Living deep in the mountains, the Mang tribe is super careful about that. Lam Lang takes in Nam Turk's words, eyes wide. Wait, so y'all gotta destroy the whole beehive just to get honey? Nam Turk blinked. Yep, Lam Lang says. In our Triu Duong tribe, we call those buzzing bugs honeybees. Nam Turk snaps to attention, nodding with a big smile. Right, you gotta do it that way to get honey. Those bees are seriously ferocious. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchange grins. Lei Huyen says, maybe we should handle it ourselves. Lam Lang agrees. Yeah. She steps up, calling to Nam Ki, who's still clearing grass. We've got a cooler way to get honey. Let us handle it later. Nam Ke looks surprised. Huh. Lam Lang smirks. You don't need to clear anything. No fires either. These honeybees, yeah, those buzzing bugs you mentioned, we got a way better, safer method to grab honey. Nam Ki, Bok, and the others all freeze. Wait, seriously, y'all actually have a way. Tung Fong's jaw drops, then he's all epiphany. For sure, Vu and the chief are so legit, and with the strong Triu Duong tribe, it's no surprise they got tricks up their sleeves. Honestly, it'd be weird if they didn't. Tung Fong see, when Vu says they got a method, they definitely do. Nam Ki and Bok still kinda half believe it. Nam Turk suddenly shouts, Vu Lam, how's that even possible? These buzzing bugs are fierce, they fly fast and move slick. You can't just wipe them out or chase all of them away. You really think you can handle them? Nam K and Bok nod in agreement. Lam Lang laughs. Why fight them? We can just be buddies with them. Wait, seriously. Lam Lang smiles, calm and easy. If we're friends, we can keep getting honey all the time. Isn't that way better? Of course, every time we take honey, we leave some for them. After all, honey's their food too. No food, no bees. Bok, Nam K, and Nam Tuk are still kinda struggling to get it. Lam Lang figures seeing is believing, so she casually snaps her fingers. Yo, just wait and watch. Lei Huyen's smiling too. Ah, Arvu said he had a way. So he definitely has a way. Nam Ki and Bok were still kinda skeptical. Nam Tuok shouted, Vu Lam, how can you pull that off? Bugs that buzz and bite fierce, flying around all twitchy, tiny and quick. You can't kill them all or chase them off for good. Do you really think you can deal with that? Nam K and Bok nodded in agreement. Lam Lang chuckled. Why fight them? We can be buds with them. Wait, what? Lam Lang smiled coolly. If we're friends with them, we can keep collecting honey nonstop. Isn't that awesome? Of course, every time we take honey, we leave them some too. After all, honey's their food. If they run out, they won't survive either. Bok, Nam Ki, Nam Tuok still didn't fully get it. Lam Lang figured it's better seen than told, so he snapped his fingers smoothly. Yo, just watch and see. Lo Hyen grinned too. Chill, if we can talk it out, we can totally get it done. Bok, Nam K, Nam Tuok. Just then, Dang and Dong came back all smiles. Dang was lugging a massive bundle of firewood. Dong was carrying a huge pile of fresh green grass that totally hit him. Wild grass stacked on dry wood burns up with thick smoke. This is a super popular way to hunt bees. After hearing Tung Fong and Nam Tuok give a quick rundown, Dang and Dong just froze. But Dang clearly got it, just like Tung Fong, soaking it all up fast. Or you could say he's totally the crazy fan of the Vu tribe, grinning ear to ear. Yo, our Vu's got an even cooler idea. That's awesome, so what do we gotta do to help out? Nam Ki saw this and got even more convinced. Whatever, might as well give it a shot. He jumped in and said, yeah, we can help too. Bok and Dong were down as well. Even Nam Tuok was ready to back them up. Super curious. They really wanted to know how to be friends with those buzzing little bugs. Hang tight for a sec. I gotta prep a few things. Lam Lang said as she pulled out 2 wide-brimmed bamboo hats and a big cotton cloth from her pocket. When you're getting honey, you gotta wear a wide-brimmed straw hat, plus a long mesh veil that covers your head, face, and neck. Gloves protect your hands too. But right now, the situation won't let us suit up so fancy. Lam Lang picked her gear and grabbed a basket with a lid from her stash. The basket was about 2 feet long and more than a foot wide and tall. She planned to catch the hive. Wild hives don't compare to man-made beehives. Getting honey without wrecking the hive is seriously tough and way riskier. So better to get it done in one go, catch them, and swap their home for a new hive. Then back at home, make a proper beehive box. Yeah, This beekeeping thing isn't impossible to teach your wild tribe, but scaling up bee farming isn't easy either. Lei Huyen spread out the cotton cloth. Lam Lang measured the hat and cut a big piece to cover it. 4 sides hung down, and Lei Huyen cut a long strip of fabric too. They covered their faces, leaving only their eyes visible. Hands were simply wrapped with cotton fabric. After gearing up, they nodded at each other. Lam Lang smiled, feeling pumped, and faced Nam K. Bok and the others were wide-eyed, staring in amazement, saying, "All right, y'all just stay back and watch. We're going for the honey right now." Nam Ki hesitated, ready to speak up, but couldn't resist giving a kind warning. "Chief Vu Lam Lei, those bees y'all are talking about are seriously tough. No joke, don't underestimate their tiny size, 'cause they're venomous. A sting can poison you, causing sharp pain and swollen red wounds that are super annoying. If it's bad, your face could get all goofy, even fainting. Y'all look tough, but I doubt you can handle those bees." Bok and the crew nodded non-stop, worried for Lam Lang and Le Huyen, thinking they probably never met buzzing bugs like that, so they don't get how scary they are. Tung Fong and Dang were kind of thrown off by the Chief and Vu's moves, but they trusted them. Chief and Vu never let them down. The more confusing the Chief and Vu's actions seemed, the more proof they were onto something. If everyone understood everything, how could they show off their skills? So both said straight up, "Nam K, sis, chill. The Chief and our Vu got this locked down for sure. Yup, they definitely handle those bees." With new slang from the Triu Duong tribe, the young folks there caught on quick, calling the buzzing insects honeybees. Nam K Bok, "Man, looks like you can't stop Chief Lei and Vu Lam anymore." Nam K really didn't want to see them all stung up and swollen-headed, so she pulled Bok way back and whispered, "If the bees go wild, you take Chief Lei and run. I'll pull Vu Lam. We split up. You go one way, I'll go the other." "Got it," Bok nodded. Right then, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, decked out in their rough gear, stepped forward. Lam Lang gently swiped aside the bee swarm with her soft grass bundle. The bees got a bit riled up. The buzzing sound buzzed heavy enough that Nam K, Tung Fong, and others, standing not too close but not far, started sweating cold. But fast, the bees chilled out again. Still a bit upset like annoyed, but no attack on Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. Nam K and the crew were stunned. Wait, what? How's that even possible? Remember, if it was them, they'd already be under a crazy bee attack right now. Super quick, they witnessed something else crazier that made their jaws drop. No clue what Lam Lang and Le Huyen did, but all the honeybees seemed to obey some command, flying straight into the basket that Lam Lang pulled from thin air. "Oh dang, what did I just see? You didn't imagine it. I saw it too. No way, crazy stuff." "Haha, I told you our Chief and Vu are legit." The Chief and Vu's moves were always a hit. Nam K and Bok exchanged looks, their eyes wide with shock. Too magical. Dong and Nam Tuok also stared dumbfounded, but as soon as they thought about the honey they'd soon eat, their faces lit up again. Once the bees were trapped in the basket, Lam Lang quickly closed the lid, then tucked the basket away in her space. She waved lightly, pulling out a wide-mouthed ceramic jar. Obviously, that jar was for storing honey. Wild honey isn't something you gotta shy away from. Big clumps of honey were cut down with a stone blade and tossed into the jar. This hive was no joke. They got tons of honey, almost filling that whole jar. Bringing it back, it must weigh at least more than 10 pounds. Even if half goes to the wild tribe, they still get 5 or 6 pounds. After scooping the honey, the entire hive was taken too, since the bees were captured already. Bringing back at least 10 pounds, probably more. Even if half goes to the Mang tribe, that's still 5 or 6 pounds left. After scooping the honey, they also took the whole hive. After all, the swarm was already under her control. Those baby bee larvae inside the hive ain't gonna survive anyway. Might as well bring 'em back. Dry 'em up, crispy, gonna taste hella good. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen hauled their loot back, pockets full. Nam K and the crew were wide-eyed from the jump, like kids seeing magic tricks for the first time. "Try it out. This honey's straight up sweet and fragrant." Lam Lang grinned, snapping off a chunk of honeycomb to hand to Nam Tuok. Nam K just smiled, hollering to the others, "Come on over, grab some yourself. No need to be shy." "Dude, so sweet, this stuff is fire." Big Boss Lei and Vu Lam were killing it. Southeast Tuok called out loud, couldn't wait, and popped a piece of the honeycomb straight into his mouth, even licking his fingers clean, not letting a drop go to waste. Everyone was stoked, and the honey smelled insanely good, especially out here on the mainland. In an era where food flavors are way too basic, no one could resist this kind of vibe. Even power soldiers like Bok couldn't hold back, snapping off a small honeycomb piece, totally lost in the sweetness. Everyone knew this honey was pure gold, mega prized. But after just one bite, even though they wanted more, No one asked for seconds. Everyone was hella respectful, saving the rest so the whole tribe could enjoy. Just a little taste was enough to make him super happy, totally satisfied. The whole squad bounced back hyped. Tung Fong's southeast tuok was buzzing off the walls. On the way back, he kept hyping up Lam Lang and Lei Huyen like crazy. They're legit amazing, seriously, top tier. Don't even know how many times he said it. Bak and Nam K glanced at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, wanting to respond a few times but holding back. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen knew exactly what they were thinking. The two of them exchanged looks, and Lei Huyen smiled. Yo, this honey harvesting method ain't really that rare. If y'all want to learn, we can totally teach ya. Ah, obviously we want to learn. Bak and Nam K were hyped to the max, and Tung and Southeast Tuok couldn't help but cheer too. Big Boss Lei, Vu Lam, y'all are seriously the real MVPs. If our tribe learns this way, getting honey will be way easier and way safer. Bak said for real. Don't worry, our Mang tribe ain't gonna just take your method for free, we're down to trade some stuff. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't hesitate. Cool, let's make a trade. Bak and Nam K heard this and felt a bit more chill inside. Trading is how tribes normally connect. One side just giving without getting something back feels sketchy. You can bet this sparked serious buzz over at the Mang tribe. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't just promise to teach safer honey extraction, but also said the tribe could raise bees. This almost left the horse tribe people totally baffled. Raising, buzzing bugs. Bugs with wings can just fly off whenever they want. Who could keep track of them? Plus, they're venomous and savage. Every battle, they swarm like a dark storm cloud. So how the heck do you even raise them? How can they ever be tame enough to keep? Lam Lang pulled out a basket holding the queen bee and her hive from his space storage and started explaining to them. This time, the horse tribe folks finally got it. They follow their leader. Catch the leader, and the rest listen up. Yeah, gotta say, their leader looks nothing like the others. Big, fierce, totally boss vibes. Lam Lang probably meant that. Words are nothing without action, so the horse tribe chief warmly invited them to stick around a few more days. Tomorrow, the tribe would send people into the mountains to hunt honeycombs, and then have Lam Lang and Lei Huyen show the way live. The chief generously gifted them 2 honeycombs, not counting the ones they just caught. They also shared some honey and threw in 10 stone weapons plus 5 kinds of herbs. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were down with it. The 5 herbs they looked over were Lian Kiu, Thao Kat Tao, Hoak Huang, Fuck Lin, and Sai Ho. The horse tribe was real honest. They didn't just give dry herbs, but also living plants to grow. The tribe's generations of shamans were skilled with medicinal planting, so they dedicated a valley as their herb garden, growing tons of kinds. Not huge scale yet, but they had pretty much everything. Everything they handed over to Lam Lang and Lei Huyen was top-notch. Of course, the tribe still kept many rare, super effective herbs in tiny amounts, and naturally, they wouldn't easily hand those out to outsiders. Even inside the tribe, not all knew about those. So for outsiders, it was even less likely. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were hella satisfied if they had to hunt those herbs themselves, who even knows how long it'd take. This haul of over 10 medicinal herbs basically covered everyday healing needs. Lam Lang then taught the horse tribe how to safely harvest honey from the combs they brought in, making Namki and others keep gasping. So you can actually harvest honey this way. Before, they never thought the honey they got for a fortune came from chewing the whole honeycomb. Sure, some pure honey dripped out, but it was a tiny bit, and they had to be super careful catching every drop with jars. According to Lam Lang's way, you get all pure honey, no waste. They'd once taken bee larvae but tossed them. Who wants to eat those little things? Just looking at them was enough to be grossed out, definitely not tasty. Tossing them wasn't seen as waste, cause the chickens would gobble them down. But when Lam Lang melted animal fat, dropped peeled bee larvae into boiling oil in a ceramic pot sizzle, the oil bubbled and popped like fireworks, spreading a crispy, mouth-watering aroma that made everyone drool. Dang, that smells insane, gotta be delicious. Not just the little kids like Nam Tuok and Tung, even Nam K and Bak couldn't stop swallowing and were itching to taste it. When those golden fried bee larvae got dumped onto the big plate, tons of eyeballs locked onto it. C noticed someone swallowing hard, and then another one too. Everyone was all about tasting it. Lam Lang Jack sprinkled salt and pepper, smiling like he was inviting them in. The crazy good smell had everyone hooked instantly, and with a swoosh, hands flew out trying to grab it first. Oh man, this is insanely tasty. Smells amazing. Crunchy. Seriously crunchy. Whoa, I can't even explain the flavor, but it's like endless deliciousness. Never had anything this tasty and fragrant before. Aw man, we were so dumb. Like seriously dumb. From now on, we're definitely never tossing this stuff again. For real, no joke. The big boss, Vu Bok, Nam K, and the others all gave it a try, and their faces lit up with surprise. Yo, these bugs are seriously fragrant, like off the charts good. This dish is straight up amazing, dude. Vu licked his lips with a complicated look, eyes fixed on Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. The Triu Duong tribe really is something else. They've always been all about that sweet flavor. Early the next day, the wild tribe split into teams to hunt for beehives everywhere. No way they could wait much longer. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen already showed the wild tribe how to build bee boxes last night. Lucky for them, the bee boxes were pretty simple to make. After checking this morning, the finished products looked totally usable. The wild tribe was hyped. Over 30 bee boxes, just like Lam Lang and Lei Huyen suggested, got set up right at the base of the mountain where the big boss stayed. Nam K would lead some tribe women to take care of them, but no one found any hives yet to report. So while Lam Lang grabbed the wild sesame seeds from yesterday to smash and dry, she chatted with Nam K and the crew about beekeeping tips and bee behavior. Everyone was still buzzing off the honey from yesterday, totally zoned out and forgot about the sesame. If Lam Lang hadn't started smashing and drying it now, Nam K and the gang might have straight up erased it from memory. As Nam Ki and the others helped smash the sesame, they paid close attention to Lam Lang's explanations, quietly soaking it all in, sometimes hitting her with questions. The more they listened, the more confused they got. Wow, these tiny buzzing bugs have way more cool stuff going on than they ever thought. Mind-blowing for real. The wild tribe lives deep in the Thuong Sun Mountains, living often side by side with nature, so they've always had mad respect for the natural world and have slowly opened their minds to nature's wonders. Still, this blew their minds hard. Just one tiny bee, packed with stuff they never knew or imagined. So what about all the other creatures? Within the wild tribe, some of the deeper thinkers like Big Boss Vu have been mulling over tons of stuff since then. Maybe from now on, they'll switch up how they handle nature a bit. But seriously, their top priority right now is keeping tight with the Triu Duong tribe. Nothing beats locking in a friendship like that. By noon, someone came back with awesome news: found a hive. After a quick, simple lunch, Lam Lang and the others took off immediately. Almost everyone who wasn't doing anything wanted to tag along and see the hype, but the big boss stopped them. Of course, Vu had to go, along with the 3 hunting captains. Since they'd be out hunting and might stumble on hives anytime, they had to learn how to handle it. Once they got the hang of it, they could teach others. The captains each brought their assistants. Nam K led some tribe women, too, since they'd be managing the hives later on. They had to know their stuff about the bees. Nam Tuo and Dong, who tagged along before, wanted in again to check out the excitement. So they joined the crew, and everyone else had to stay back, bummed out. Beekeeping. For buzzing bugs, total new territory. Everyone was stoked to see what's up. After walking just over an hour, they hit a mountain valley. This wild hive was built into a rock crevice on the cliffside. It looked like it'd be kinda tough to harvest, but for Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, no sweat. Lei Huyen used her powers to precisely widen the crack, then did her usual move, gently grabbing the queen bee and placing her inside the bee box. After a quick, chaotic buzz session, the swarm flew calmly and orderly into the box. Nam K, Bok, and the others who had seen this before were still shook, and the wild tribe folks seeing it for the first time, totally mind-blown. Watching Lam Lang and Lei Huyen swoop in and catch the queen. Hearts pounding, knees shaking, heads buzzing. You're such a scaredy cat, hiding behind a blindfold, scared to look. That's terrifying. Everyone in the wild tribe knows how fierce these bees can be, but man, it's seriously magical. Nam, Tuo, and Dong weren't lying. These buzzing bugs don't actually attack people, they're called honeybees now. Sounds way nicer than buzzing bugs. Going forward, we can legit keep them and never run out of honey, right? Big Boss Lei and Vu Lam said it's cool. Haha, awesome, awesome, let's roll. After packing up the bee box, Lam Lang stashed it into space for now. From here on, Nam K and her crew can just hold the box tight if the bees don't get riled up, no big deal. Next up was honey collecting. Lam Lang let Nam K try it out. Man, that was super hype. Nam K, Bok, and the others led the group forward. Though it got a bit wild at first, the wild tribe's ability to adapt was no joke. Quickly, everyone found their spot. The extras stepped back or slid to the sides on their own. So wild. Everyone in the Mang tribe knows how fierce honeybees are. But then it's actually kinda magical. Nam Tuok Dong's not lying to us. Those buzzing bugs really don't attack people. Call them honeybees, they sound way nicer than just buzzing bugs. We can actually raise them later. What? Unlimited honey to eat. Commander Lei and Vu Lam said it's cool. Haha, that's awesome. That's awesome. Move out. After packing up the hive box, Lam Lang stashed it in his space for now. Later, if Nam K's crew catches bees, just hold the hive tight. As long as the bees aren't freaked out, it's all good. Next up was the honey harvest phase. Lam Lang let Nam Ke's group try it themselves. Man, it was way too thrilling. Nam Ke, Bok, and the others eagerly took the lead. Though it got messy at first, the tribe's adaptability is no joke. Pretty quick, everyone found their groove. The extras stepped back or moved aside on their own. Nam Ke and Batch were the ones handling the knives, moving quick and slick, and before long they had sliced up all the honey and packed it into ceramic jars, while also snagging some of the larvae nests. When you've had a treat that good before, who'd want to waste it, right? Not only did they nail the technique for frying crispy bee larvae, but they also picked up from Lam Lang how to make pepper spice, the stuff that makes your nose tingle, aka the pepper flower, which they actually got as a gift for the Triu Duong tribe too. The chief and shaman of the Triu Duong tribe were legit sharp minds. No wonder Tung Fawn and Don were so hyped and constantly hyping up their chief and shaman nonstop. This was the first time folks from the Mang tribe managed to get honey so smoothly. Everyone was hyped enough to jump around with excitement. They all shared a taste. That sweet kick had everyone hooked, feeling lit and buzzing honestly. Nothing beats that kind of happiness. Big thanks to Chief Lei, thanks Vu Lam, and shout out to the Triu Duong tribe too. Later that afternoon, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen helped out one more time with gathering honey. Nam Ke and Bach had almost got it down and could totally handle it solo now. To show their gratitude to Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, that night, the Mang tribe's chief and shaman ordered a huge bonfire feast, bringing out the freshest grub to treat Lam Lang and Lei Huyen right. Lam Lang also schooled Nam Ke's crew on how to make pepper salt with roasted sesame seeds. At dinner, when they grilled the meat, they didn't just sprinkle on the pepper salt with roasted sesame, they slathered a layer of honey on top too. At first, seeing them use that precious honey so casually made the Mang tribe members grind their teeth in pain. But after tasting that wild, flavorful grilled meat, it was insanely good, seriously hard to put into words. Who knew grilled meat could be done like that? So aromatic, so tasty, I could solo finish a whole big deer leg. Honestly, one leg might not even cut it. Same here. The Mang tribe's king was deeply moved, caught up in all sorts of feels and couldn't help but brood. Maybe next time, grilling meat could get more creative, trying out different fruits to make sauces, to baste the marinated meat. Yeah, like that pepper flower could work as spice, maybe trying out some other stuff, and who knows, they might discover something fresh. In the Mang tribe's mountains, there's got to be a ton of hidden gems they just never knew how to reach before. The next day, the four of them, Lam Lang, Lei Huyen, Tung Fong, loaded down with harvest, got seen off by Batch, Nam Ke, Nam Tuk, Don, and the crew as they left the Mang tribe. Y'all better come back again soon for reals. Nam Ke raised an eyebrow, flashing a big grin. Next time you roll through, I'm hooking you up with grilled meat. By then, our grilled meat might even get a glow up, turning into some next-level tasty stuff. Lam Lang nodded. Yeah, gotta come back and try it for sure. They both burst out laughing. Lam Lang had zero doubt about Nam Ke's words. The Mang tribe's grasp on the forest and mountains was something other tribes couldn't come close to. They just hadn't thought it through fully before. But after the Triu Duong tribe's push, things would definitely switch up. No one stays cold after getting hit with the magic of epic food. The chief and shaman of Mang tribe weren't rigid stuck in their ways types either. Their tribe's chill vibe around outsiders just came from not feeling the need or wanting the hassle. On the way back, they weren't always cruising inside Lam Lang's space. He didn't always ride atop Tien either. When they hit tougher spots, steep mountains, dense forests, the four would pause, leading Tien, and Chiu into the woods to scout around. Chiu had grown a lot, at least 4 or 5 pounds heavier now, even bigger than a grown domestic chicken. Its sharp beak and claws were gray-toned, fur mostly gray with splashes of silver, black, and some dark spots. Overall, it looked like a big, shaggy gray furball. Lam Lang had secretly hoped it might pull a surprise transformation later, like a fugly duckling turning into a swan. Maybe it was going to be the phoenix in disguise, but after checking out its feathers and its goofy, always hungry personality, Lam Lang had to let go of that dream. Definitely not a phoenix. If it still flies when it's older, that'd be a miracle. This little troublemaker seemed addicted to teasing Tien. No matter how big it was, it liked to randomly hop on Tien's head, driving Lam Lang nuts sometimes. She had to pick it up and set it down, making it walk by itself. Even then, Chiu was happy, calling out its own name happily and scampering alongside Lam Lang, nuzzling for food. But barely a few steps, and as she got distracted, it was back on Tien's head, all smug. Lam Lang found it both annoying and hilarious, lazy like that. How's it gonna survive? That marked the 4th day since they left the Mang tribe. Before passing through a thick valley forest, like usual, they stopped to scout the mountains. Just 2 days before, they'd scored a good haul of herbs like forsythia, coptis, plantain, nux vomica, small buplurum, and even rare things like gastrodia and reishi mushrooms. This pumped the whole group up. Though their main goal was herbs this time, they'd also try to hunt wild boar, deer, mountain goats, and other animals if they got the chance. The forest was thick and lush. They planned to dive deep for half a day, camp overnight inside, then come out the next morning to press on. With Tien Tien around, going deep into the jungle felt way safer and less sketchy. This forest is dense and super lush. They planned to trek deep for half a day, camp overnight, then head out the next morning and keep moving. With Huyen around, the danger of going deep into the woods felt way less intense, plus, there's space too. Nothing to freak out about. The usual herbs, once Lam Lang and Huyen spot them, they just yank a bit to take home. Tung Fong and Dang already learned to ID some herbs under their guidance, but their main focus is hunting wild beehives, hoping to find a few more to bring back for that sweet honey. Tien's not always with them. She's tagging along with Zhao Zhao, disappearing 1 minute, then popping back up right in sight the next, sometimes standing, sometimes chilling on a big rock ahead, just lazily watching them. Today, luck finally hit Tung Fong and Dang big time. Sis Lam Ka Huyen, hurry up and look over there. Looks like a beehive for real. Yeah, for sure. Not many had the guts to get close and mess with a hive, steal honey. Sweet honey's tempting, but if an angry swarm chases and stings you, it's straight up nightmare fuel. Not everyone can tough it out. But now it's a different story. Their Sunrise tribe got a boss-level leader and some wicked magic skills who can not just calm the bees down but actually bring the hive back to keep producing honey. Of course, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen wanted more beehives. It wasn't easy finding just one this time, so both were buzzing with excitement. Lam Lang laughed loud. Yo, today's our lucky day. You guys want to give it a shot? For real? We really can? Tung Fong and Dang were hyped out of their minds. Lam Lang chuckled. Duh. We down for this. At first, Tung Fong and Dang were kinda shook, but after Lam Lang taught them how to catch the queen bee in the hive box, their confidence shot through the roof, victorious vibes all around. These dudes had actually caught bee swarms before, no joke. Then quickly they scooped up the honey into jars, smelling that sweet goodness nearly had them jumping for joy. Tonight, we're grilling meat with this. Everyone was stoked gathering honey when suddenly a furious roar thundered through the valley from way off. All four froze instantly, smiles wiped off. Lam Lang sharply looked over at Lei Huyen. Lei Huyen met her gaze and nodded. It's Huyen, probably in some trouble. Tung Fong freaked. What? Chien could get hurt? That's bad. We gotta get there fast. Dang, move it. Lam Lang quickly sucked the hive and honey into her pocket dimension. Li Huyen took the lead, and all four sprinted off chasing Chien. The spot where Chien was just a valley away. Flying over there, they already heard battle noises, screams of the beast, cracking trees, Chien's angry roars, and even Zhao Zhao fighting alongside her. Chu-Chu's going nonstop. Her voice wasn't the usual cute whining when clinging to Lam Lang, but super fierce. The four charged. Lei Huyen launched a powerful move, dropping 3 or 4 enemies in a flash. The terrified screams stunned. Chien, come back. I pray. At Lei Huyen's shout, Chien roared back loud and fast, agile and massive. She leapt right to Lei Huyen's side in a few bounds. Her eyes, like a stalking tiger, locked onto the foes, while Zhao Zhao flapped her tiny wings and darted to hide at her feet. Lam Lang looked up at her, calling out Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao. She even caught a hint of sadness in those calls, so she half sat, half kneeling down, gently stroking and comforting her. It's okay. I'll get you back later. Don't cry, all right? Zhao Zhao immediately calmed down, nuzzling against her leg. Across from them, a huge dude towering like a metal tower shouted, pissed, You're Tung Fong and Dang, right? His crew recognized them too. Faces went dark, anger flaring. Good, didn't expect it was y'all. This is the hunting grounds of the lone tribe. Why are you here? And how dare you attack our warriors? Tung Fong, Dang, you got no shame? The tall guy glared cold with suspicion and fury. Why the heck are you here? This ain't your spot. Tung Fong and Dang looked mad, mixed with embarrassed. Siska Huyen Lam, that big guy is Hazy, one of the hunting captains of the lone tribe. He's a magic warrior too, controlling wind. His wind blades are vicious. Maybe this area really belongs to Lone's hunting zone. We just didn't realize. Sorry about that. Hunting grounds are sacred, no tribe trespassing, unspoken rule. Tung Fong and Dang felt heavy guilt for dragging Lam Lang and Lei Huyen into this because they didn't pay attention. Lam Lang shook her head. Don't beat yourselves up. Lone tribe's way too hardcore. Yeah, no blaming you guys. Huyen reassured them, then turned to Hazy, speaking up loud. Hazy, no need to stress. We've got zero interest in your hunting zone, just passing through. Lam Lang petted Tien, huffed softly. Y'all gang up and attack my hubby's buddy. What's the deal with that? Wait, he's your buddy? Buddy? No wonder why he was so fierce and tough to handle. If it was just some regular leopard, no matter how strong, he couldn't have dodged Hazy's wind blades and the whole tribe's ambush like that. Lam Lang's words dropped like a bomb, grabbing everyone's full attention. Buddy, helping out with magic warriors? Hold up. I'm gonna get back at him for you soon. So stop whining. All right. Chow Chow instantly chilled, rubbing against her leg and standing still. Across from them, a tall dude built like a steel tower barked angrily. You guys, Tung Feng, Deng, it's you all. His crew instantly recognized Tung Feng and Deng too, their faces twisting with anger, rage burning deeper. Well, so it's really you guys. This here is the Buluo Lone's hunting ground. What are you doing here? And you even dare attack our tribe's warriors? Tung Feng, Deng, you got any shame at all? The tall guy's face darkened, eyes sharp with suspicion and fury. Tung Feng, Deng, why the hell are you here? This ain't a place you're supposed to be. Tung Feng and Deng looked mad, mixed with guilt. Ka Huyen Tai Lam, that tall guy, is He, one of the hunting captains for Buluo alone. He's got powers too, he controls wind. The wind blades he shoots are seriously lethal. This area really might belong to Buluo Alone's hunting territory. We just missed that. Sorry, the hunting grounds of each tribe are like a silent rule. No other tribe dares to cross it casually. Tung Feng and Deng felt all kinds of bad vibes, thinking their slip-up dragged Lam Ling and Lei Huyen into trouble. Lam Ling shook his head. You guys can't be blamed. Buluo Alone's just way too hardcore. Yeah, no need to blame yourselves. Lei Huyen reassured them, then turned to the others and spoke loud. He, chill out. We ain't interested in your tribe's hunting grounds, just passing through. Lam Ling patted Tien's head, snorted softly. You guys ganged up on my husband's hunting buddy. What's going down with that? What? That's a hunting buddy. No wonder it's so savage and tough to deal with. If it was just some regular leopard, no matter how skilled, it wouldn't break through. He's his wind blades and tribe's fighters surrounding it. Just one word from Lam Ling dropped like a bomb, instantly grabbing their full attention. Hunting buddy, especially one teamed up with powered fighters. One word from Lam Lang hit like a bomb exploding, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Fellow students, when teaming up with superpowered fighters, straight up, the power combo ain't just 1+1. That beast they're bonded with is seriously tough, so you can bet its owner ain't no weakling either. Even with one special ops fighter and over 20 tribal warriors, keeping those four in check ain't no easy task. Plus, when a special ops fighter gets mad, their damage to regular warriors is massive, and only they could handle that heat. But the other warriors, they definitely take hits, and that's just not worth it. Blackie's like the right hand to the big boss of the lone tribe, planning to kill it first, but now he's got to back off quick. Still, he coldly asks, just passing through? What's the deal with coming through here? Which clan did you pledge to? Tung Feng steadies himself, then coolly replies, passing through means just that. We're just passing through. You see us hunting here? If we bag a couple beasts along the way to fill up, that's fine. And as for which tribe we're loyal to, sorry, not your business. Tung Feng, how dare you talk to Captain Blackie like that? She shoots daggers at him with her eyes. Tung Feng scoffs, I'm not even the hunting captain of our tribe, so what's the problem with speaking my mind? She and the lone tribe warriors are fuming, and she shouts, Tung Feng, I challenge you. You got the guts or what? Blackie's heart twitches, a cold smirk flashes on her lips, but she stays silent. Maknit lets the lone tribe warriors shout in unison, fight, fight, fight. Somehow, Chirpy had climbed up on Top Fairy's head, fluttering her little wings and loudly chirping nonstop. Lam Lang laughs. Dang chuckles but quickly holds it in. Across from them, Blackie and the others are stunned stiff, like they got frozen in lava. Tung Feng's never seen that either, and Lam Lang can tell exactly what they're thinking. Yeah, just think of those two as bonded beast buddies. If that freaks them out, even better. Lam Lang snorts. Fight, whatever. Whoever's down can fight. We gotta get moving, ain't got time. Neither she nor Le Huyen wants beef with the lone tribe right now. Those guys might not be scary one-on-one, but with 7,000 strong in the lone tribe, making enemies would be a huge hassle. No way they want to mess with that. She sneers, cocky as ever. Tung Feng, you scared or what? Lam Lang replies, scared. Come on, didn't I say we gotta hit the road? Been walking for days, dead tired. You picking now to start a fight. What a brilliant plan. You want to fight? Fine, plenty of time later. If Tung Feng agrees to this fight today, How's the rematch gonna go? Tung Feng's never scared of her. She's always stirred up trouble but never won. Even now, if they duel, Tung Feng's confident he'll win. Doesn't really get why Vu said what he did, but he knows Vu didn't lie. So Tung Feng steps up. Yeah, we're pressed for time, no messing around. I'm not scared. This fight's on record. Next time, we duel. She's fuming, eyes wide, angry and hurt. But since the other crew said they're wiped from all the walking, pushing a fight now would just be taking advantage. Even winning, it wouldn't be anything to brag about. Instead, it'd look lame. She's dead sure she could beat Tung Feng, so she hates being looked down on. Fine, next time then. Don't you dare make excuses. Lam Lang smirks cold. Excuses? Huh. People in our tribe don't need that. If you're so set on fighting now, whatever. She chokes on her words. Humph. Huyen snickers quietly. When it comes to trash talk, no one beats A Lang on their side. Let's roll. Yup. Lei Huyen and Lam Lang exchange looks, leading Tung Feng and Dang away. Top Fairy shoots a cold look back at the others, growling a warning before turning classy and walking off. Chirpy, sitting on her head, isn't about to be outdone, flapping her tiny wings nonstop. Chirp, chirp, chirping her heart out. Suddenly, Blackie pipes up again. Tung Feng. So which tribe did you guys pledge? Lam Lang spins around, flashing a sly grin, eyes twinkling with mischief. How about you focus on keeping your lone tribe in check? Our stuff ain't your business. Blackie's face darkens, teeth clenched deep inside. Who's supposed to care about you guys? Just curious. Can't ask one question. Still feels off to him. Tung Feng's situation was way worse than expected. Usually, when you leave your tribe, especially the first few seasons after, life's rough. Even with help from others, you start as an outsider. But Tung Feng and Dang are doing way better than when they were in the lone tribe. Weird. The lone tribe warriors who La Huyen shoved into a pit are finally crawling out. Everyone notices and quickly pulls them up. One guy spits out dirt and mud, mad as hell. They're so unfair, always whining about being tired from days on the road, like we don't get tired after days of hunting. We're all the same here, no one's got it easier. I think Tung Feng's just straight up scared. Leaving our tribe turned him into a total coward. Blackie, you and your crew feel me on this, right? Everyone's worn out equally, no one gets a free pass. It's straight up shady. She grits her teeth, especially since Lam Lang mocked them for exploiting Tung Feng's fatigue for gains, and she couldn't fire back then. Frustrated beyond belief, she's got to find Tung Feng and settle up. No way she's letting him slide. She's fired up, ready to chase after them, but freezes when Blackie snaps, frowning. They got special ops, fighters, and bonded beasts. Even if we show up, we won't gain squat. She blew up with rage, ready to chase after them, but stopped. He barked, frowning. Those guys got powered warriors and hunting buddies, even if we come. We can't get any gain. Hunting comes first. Gotta report this to the big chief, then figure out what's next. Since we met today, for sure, we're gonna cross paths again. She had to hold back, snapping. Next time we meet, I swear I'm gonna knock that punk Tung Feng out cold. Another tribe warrior named Tae Tho couldn't help but blurt out, jealous as hell. No way. That Huyen dude actually woke up his powers, and he's even got a bonded beast with him. That got all the tribe warriors buzzing, full of respect. For real, he's awakened. Both him and the chief are earth power types, and they're pretty damn strong too. How could they not be? Just look at that crater there. Even the chief throwing down might only manage that much. I feel the same. She caught those words, which felt like straight-up praise for Lei Huyen. Jealous and pissed, she couldn't stop glaring at the instigator. What are y'all even talking about? That filthy bastard Lei Huyen's possessed by some evil spirit, and you're comparing him to our chief? Yeah, right. Who knows if he really awakened powers or just pulling some dark tricks. Captain Black Tie, we gotta report this to the big chief and Vu as soon as we get back. Black T nodded. Yeah, this needs to be laid out clearly. Everyone else quieted down and kept on hunting. As for Lam Lang, Le Huyen, and the others, after meeting those from the lone tribe, they didn't want to stick around either and took off on horseback right away. After riding nonstop for over 2 shifts, the group finally stopped to rest. Tung Feng and Dang still seemed worried. Sister Lam, Ka Huyen, Black Tea, and you all are the big chief's trusted crew from Lone Tribe. They'll definitely report back. Does this mess mean trouble for our Triu Duong tribe? Yeah, last time when we swapped salt with those guys, we ran into Lone Tribe people then too. Now again this is. Lam Lang smiled softly. Don't stress, it's not that bad. Our Triu Duong tribe is way out there from Lone Tribe. They probably can't even pinpoint where we're at. Even if they find us, what can they really pull off at such a distance? Le Huyen chimed in, exactly. Even if they catch wind of us. I doubt Lone Tribe cares enough to mobilize the whole squad for some faraway spot. If just a few show up to stir stuff, we can handle it. Hearing that, Tung Fong and Dang relaxed a bit. Well, that's a relief. Lam Lang chuckled. Still, it's true. Our Triu Duong tribe needs to step up and grow stronger. Huyen. During this year's trade meet, we gotta figure out how to pull in more people, so we better start stacking up on supplies. If we've got the supplies, no worries about not attracting folks. Huyen laughed out loud. For sure. Tung Fong and Dang got pumped hearing that. Our Triu Duong tribe's that's solid. Only fools won't want to join. Exactly. Lam Lang. Huyen and crew stuck to the plan, heading back towards their tribe. Meanwhile, Black Tie's side rushed back to Lone Tribe with the spoils after 2 days. Once back, she and Black Tie quickly reported every detail about meeting those 4 Lam Lang, Huyen to the Big Chief. She even filled in on the last encounter. The Lone Tribe Big Chief wasn't happy. You met them before. Why didn't you report it? She quickly explained. Last time, they weren't really on our radar, didn't seem important. The Big Chief's face turned serious. Those guys are possessed by evil spirits, bad omens. If you see them, you gotta tell us right away. Who knows if they've got plans to hurt our tribe? Yes, Chief. You said that Huyen awakened earth powers and even has bonded beasts. Black Tea answered, that hawk is definitely Huyen's bonded beast, not sure about the other one. She snorted, full of disgust. That bird's got barely any feathers, chubby and weak, wings not fully formed, can't even fly. But somehow it perches on that fierce. The Lone Tribe Chief's voice dropped low. I've never heard of awakened warriors having friends like that to stand on their heads, nor anyone with 2 bonded beasts. You ever heard that? Both shook their heads. Never. Well, that settles it. The Big Chief smirked coldly. Vu's words check out. Huyen and crew are definitely backed by some dark force, not true power awakening. That hawk and beast aren't actual bonded spirits, they're probably dark magic tricks. Should have never let them leave alive last time. Black Ti and she shuddered, their hearts pounding harder, thinking more and more that the chief was totally right. This was the real deal. Chief, Huyen, Lam Lang, they're not good folks, and they hold grudge against us. If anything goes wrong. She trailed off, but everyone got what that meant. Black Tea smiled coldly. No matter what dark tricks they pull, I'm not scared anymore. Last time they tricked us, but next round, I won't let them slide. The Lone Tribe Big Chief's eyes darkened. You're right, we can't just sit here. So, here's the plan, Black Ti. You work together to send trusted scouts to neighboring tribes, find out which tribe they're hiding with. Also, where did Vunam and Fan Li disappear to? Why did only Tung Fong and Dang show up both times? You gotta investigate quietly, don't let them catch wind. And don't spill anything inside our tribe. Yes, Chief. Black Tea and she answered in unison. This was a big vote of confidence from the chief, making her feel super hyped inside. Plus, she already hadn't liked Vunam and Tung Fong's bunch. Now with the chief ordering the search, if they find them, they won't show any mercy. That leopard and bird definitely ain't hunting buddies. For sure, he used some dark magic or something shady. Should never have let them live and get away before. He and she both got shook and scared, their hearts pounding, thinking more and more the Big Chief was totally right. That was the real deal, no doubt. Big Chief, Huyen, Lam Lang, and the others aren't good people, plus they got beef with our tribe. What if? She left it hanging, but everyone caught the meaning. He sneered. No matter the dark arts he uses, I ain't scared. We got tricked last time, but next time, I swear we won't let them slide. The Bulu alone Big Chief's eyes darkened. You're right, we can't just sit here doing nothing. So, you and your crew talk it over, send trustworthy scouts to nearby tribes, check which tribe they're hiding with, and where are Vunam and Thane lie. Why did only Tung Feng and Dang show up twice? You gotta send people to quietly investigate, don't let them catch wind, and keep it secret within our tribe too. Yes, Big Chief. He and she replied together, feeling honored to be trusted by the big boss. She was super pumped inside. Also, he never liked Vunam and Tung Feng anyway. Now with the Big Chief ordering a search, if they find them, there won't be any mercy. This just pumped him up even more. Yeah, get going, got it. The big boss of the Black Tea clan and the girl just took off, and the top chief of the Lone Tribe's face immediately went dark. He slammed his fist into the wall hard, grinding his teeth, cursing under his breath, burning with jealousy that was basically driving him nuts. Who the heck is Huyen that she can awaken a power too, and it's an earth element just like his? Even though Black Tie and the girl didn't spell it out, that vague vibe only made it clearer that Huyen's power wasn't some joke. Plus, he's got a spirit beast friend like a hunting dog, which is one fierce beast. Having that kind of wild buddy seriously amps up your strength. Even he wouldn't dare underestimate it. But what does Huyen even have going for him? Bloody hell, He should have never gone soft on those guys, and it's all Vunam's fault. The lone chief's anger was getting tighter in his throat. Anything linked to that twisted Vunam never ends well. That dude was born to be his rival. The chief's eyes gleamed with a killer glare. If he ever tracked them down this time, there's absolutely no mercy going down. But what neither the lone chief, Black Tea, the girl, nor anyone in their tribe expected was Lin Lang. Huyen and his crew aren't depending on any tribe at all. They actually went and started their own, creating a whole new tribe. That's no small feat. Especially since Huyen and Lin Lang only have 13 people total. Trying to form a tribe with that few sounds like flat-out madness. The lone chief didn't expect that Lin Lang and Huyen would try so hard to get away from the lone tribe to level up on their own. So the folks Black Tea and the girl sent out to hunt for them. Ain't no way they'd find any trace of Huyen's group. Their people only made it about a 10-day journey from the lone tribe base. That's already super far. They looked all over the big and small tribes within that radius, and didn't hear a single word about anyone excepting Huyen and his crew. 2 entire months of searching just came up empty. Black Ti and the girl were out of options, but she looked on the bright side and smirked. I bet no tribe took them in. They probably ended up as wanderers. That's definitely possible, Black Tea agreed. I feel the same. People like Huyen, Lin Lang, and Vunam are way too complicated. No tribe wants the trouble. The lone chief slowly nodded, totally on the same page. So, forget it then. The chief sighed, cracking a cold smile. If we run into them again, no more talking, take them out on the spot. Got it. The Black Tea chief and the girl took the order, and inside she was pumped as hell. To him, the chief's order was basically a death sentence for Huyen's gang. Lin Lang, Vunam, some tribeless drifters. What threat are they against the lone tribe? So she laughed. Being a drifter's no joke. They might have already become dinner for some wild beasts. No wonder we haven't seen Vunam around lately. Maybe they got ripped apart. Those words hit the lone chief right, and he burst out laughing. Ha! Yeah, that's definitely possible. The Triu Dung tribe, Lin Lang, and Huyen finally rolled back in, bringing tons of good stuff. The whole tribe was hyped and busier than ever. The big-hearted nature of the Mang tribe really helped spice up the resources of the Triu Dung tribe. This time, Lin Lang came back hauling 30 full-grown Dok chickens from the Mang tribe. Now they had a total of 42. As soon as they arrived, Big Mao and Little Mao raced out, all excited to report. Right now, 2 of the Dok hens were sitting on eggs. 3 were squatting over eggs. Those chicks from before were growing super fast, a whole noisy bunch running around. Couldn't be cuter. The regular chickens were bigger too, plus the Dok chickens penned on the wide-open grasslands. Water from the river didn't mix with the well water, and 6 ducklings were growing up. They played in the rice paddies by day and came home to the coop at night. It wasn't just the Dok chickens and ducks. Vunam and the gang also caught 17 wild rabbits to raise. Those long-haired bunnies were healthy and hopping around. Everyone laughed. Everything's cool, but these guys eat a ton. Lucky we can grow lots of sweet potatoes and they fish and grab river veggies all the time, or else food wouldn't cut it. Lin Lang grinned. That's how raising animals goes. But think about it, once we have enough livestock, no more risking the wild hunts. Sounds way better, right? We might have to hustle a bit now, but the future's bright. Everyone pictured that scene and laughed. Lin Lang took a stroll around the vegetable and water fields. Everything looked solid. Not bad at all. The harvest was coming soon. That night, they cooked a big pot of meat soup. Everyone grilled together in the yard. Lin Lang pulled out some honey, just casually sharing the news. Vunam and the crew couldn't hold back their excitement. That was legit honey. T. Lam said, "From now on, we can raise bees, not just any bee, but honey bees. They'll keep pumping out honey non-stop." Wait, really? Ha. Our Triu Dung tribe's gonna have endless honey from now on. Ha ha, that's amazing. That sweet satisfaction and vibe from honey, no one can resist that. Everyone's hooked. Lin Lang smiled as he showed everyone how to spread honey on grilled meat. After grilling, sprinkle some salt, pepper, sesame powder, chili powder. The meat sizzled and dripped with juice. Before long, all those spices soaked deep into the meat. Taking a bite, the aroma was so insane it made you want to swallow your tongue. Dang, this is insanely good. I thought grilled meat with chili powder was enough, but salt and pepper, next level. Everyone pictured the scene and burst out laughing. Lam Lang went around the veggie fields and paddy, checking everything was good, no complaints. Looks like a great season coming soon. That night, they cooked a big pot of meat soup, all of them grilling meat in the yard. Lam Lang pulled out some honey, telling the simple story, and Vunam and the gang got all hyped. That was legit honey, no joke. Tai Lam said, "From now on, we can keep bees, not just any bees, but honey bees. Honey bees can give us honey again and again. For real, ha, our Chao Yang tribe's gonna be swimming in honey forever. Ha ha, That's so dope. Everyone loved the sweet satisfaction and joy that honey brought. No one could resist. Lam Lang smiled and showed everyone how to slather honey over the grilled meat. Once cooked, sprinkle some salt and pepper, sesame powder, chili powder. The grilled meat sizzled with dripping fat. Soon the flavors soaked deep in the meat. One bite. The aroma made you want to swallow your tongue. Ah, this is insane good. I thought grilled meat with chili powder was enough. Didn't expect the salt and pepper blast. I thought just chili powder and salt and pepper would do the trick, but dang, they even slathered on honey and sprinkled sesame seeds. Man, how can it taste this insanely good? Seriously, for real. If you made me chow down on grilled meat like before, honestly, those words made everyone's heart skip a beat, and they all nodded like crazy. Nobody stopped hyping it up. Totally true, right? I'm scared I couldn't even swallow one more bite now. Same here, after tasting this kind of bomb meat, what else could we even eat? Just on that note alone, our Sunny tribe doesn't gotta worry about not pulling people in. Haha. Yeah, right, nobody can resist that kind of fire flavor. For real, if you don't come, you're just straight up dumb. If you're stupid, we don't need you in the tribe anyway. True that. Haha. Everyone was laughing and chatting while scrambling to grill more meat, and in the end, everyone was stuffed to the max. Man, so full, so good, stuffed and satisfied. And when they crashed to sleep, it was some next-level deep sleep. Next day, the sun was up for like 3 hours before everyone started yawning and dragging themselves up. The main mission today? Of course, settling in the beehives. The wooden planks were all set. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen showed how to build the bee nests. They brought 3 hives back from the Mang tribe, and along the way picked up 4 more. Now, they had a total of 7 honeybee hives. Everyone was super pumped on this, eagerly picking planks, sawing, sharpening pegs, making cozy spots for the bees. Just thinking about it made them feel badass. Gotta remember, these bees aren't chill, they sting if you mess with them. Du Nam and Tung Fong Dang were busy making those nests, while Lam Lang and Lei Huyen took Mao and Thu Quao to the fields to water the crops. Every time Lam Lang came back, she made sure to water herself, like a human fertilizer machine, eggplants, lettuce, corn, all growing super strong. In a few days, everything's gonna be ready to eat. Most other veggies were ready to harvest too. No joke, crops she personally planted and cared for just grew way faster and healthier. After watering, Lam Lang started picking. She grabbed like 20-something wax apples and southern apples, a basket of loofah, 2 baskets of cucumbers, 3 baskets of green beans and red-green peppers, 1 basket of chives, a basket of garlic stalks, 3 baskets of lettuce and spinach. She didn't pull up the whole lettuce, just snipped the outer leaves. All these went straight into the space storage, tucked safely into the big character cabinet on the 2nd floor in the storage area. Lam Lang had already asked Du Nam and Tung Fong about the winter weather here. It gets super cold, and the ponds and streams freeze over, some thick with ice, some thin, and just a few continuous sunny days can melt it. But the thick layers are strong enough to hold people walking over. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen figured out that, during the coldest times, the temperature probably drops to like -10 to -15 degrees, maybe not always hitting -15, but definitely hitting -10. That means after a certain point, the fields won't grow veggies outside anymore. So now's the perfect time to stack up on as much as possible. Gotta remember, it's not just the 13 of us anymore, there'll be more recruits showing up soon. That's quite a few mouths to feed, plus the noisy chickens, long-eared rabbits, and wild rabbits gotta eat too. So, the more we stash now, the better. The bee nests were done and placed in the open near the house, and the queen bees were released one by one into each hive. Bees buzzed around, cruising the air, searching for their queen, then quickly flying back inside. Fan Lai, Thu Qua, and the ones who'd never seen this before were freaked out at first, dodging on instinct like kids who want to watch firecrackers but are scared of the noise. But they quickly manned up, since the bees just wanted to find home and had zero interest in chasing or stinging anyone. The whole crew was totally dazzled and pumped, like, whoa, this is insane. Seriously magical. For real though, honeybees that don't sting? No way. Never thought I'd see bees not chasing or attacking people. Haha, these bees must be too smart. No chance they mix up their queen? Well, can you imagine mixing up your own big boss? Yeah, that too. Bottom line, everyone's whole vibe about bees totally flipped. How could they be evil? They're obviously just tiny cute creatures that make sweet honey. After 2 or 3 busy days, house chores and outside work were mostly done. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen gathered everyone up for another meeting. Lei Huyen briefly shared how on the way here, they accidentally trespassed into the hunting zone of the wild tribe, leading to a small scuffle with Black Spot and her crew. Everyone was shocked, Black Spot and her gang hated us hard. They definitely report back to their wild tribe's big boss. It's very likely the wild tribe will come looking for us. Even if they don't find us right away, sooner or later, we'll run into them. So before this winter, we gotta grow our numbers fast and pull in more people. Everyone threw out their ideas. Anything for the Sunny tribe was up for discussion, and the whole place went wild. But things quickly derailed, turning into a rage fest, throwing shade on Black Spot and her crew for bullying us way too hard. How dare they gang up on us like that? We were just passing by, and they wouldn't even let us through? What kind of bossy nonsense is that? And acting tough with those cat-scratch moves against Tung Fong? Seriously, doesn't he deserve a beatdown? Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had to step in to get the conversation back on track before it turned wild like a runaway horse. Thinking about the wild tribe's power compared to our tiny crew of 13, everyone finally calmed down. This is definitely a problem we need to fix fast. To recruit more people, our biggest hope is the annual trade meetup for all the tribes. Back then, it wasn't just a bunch of big and small clans showing up. Tons of wanderers rolled in too. Every year around this time, small tribes and roamers hunted for a bigger tribe to lean on, so it was the perfect chance to pick up new people. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't really get the whole trade fair thing, so they hit up Du Nam for the deets, then let him spill everything he knew about the other tribes and the wanderers. Plus, every year, the trade meet was packed with all sorts of goods to swap. They hashed this out all day, and Lam Lang with Lei Huyen started catching the vibe of what was going down. Looking ahead, everyone had to hustle to stockpile supplies big time. Lam Lang grabbed Lei Huyen, stepped out the door, and the two jumped on Tien, riding north with Zhao Zhao for over 10 miles. This spot roughly marked Tien's territory. Lam Lang grinned and said, "Hey Huyen, if we want to build a city, the north side around here looks perfect. What do you think?" They call it tribe building, but obviously, a tribe can't top a proper city for safety. From the start, the plan was to build a city. And if you're building a city, it's gotta be big. No need to buy land or mess with land use certificates or any ownership papers, so obviously it should cover a wide space to be worth it. Once we realized your earthbending skill, Lahayan, the two of us just trusted the city plan more during our private powwows. You've been training hard controlling Earth too, pretty slick now, able to smash some serious moves or do fine-tuned adjustments. Building a city wall isn't tough for you. It's just a matter of time. Gotta make those walls tall, wide, and solid. That takes time and mad focus to get right. Luckily, nothing else is popping right now, and we gotta recruit more folks before winter hits, so starting city building now is perfect timing. Li Huyen agreed and cracked a smile. Cool, let's start on this side. With our current strength, even if it takes a while, having a rock-solid city is what matters most. I'll keep that top of mind. Lam Lang smiled smooth and kept nodding like, of course, take your time, Huyen. They finally locked down the city size. Walls running about 15 miles north-south, 10 miles east-west, 14 meters tall, with a 7-meter thick base, tapering off until the top is 5 meters thick. Lahayan planned to kick off building along the east-west line. To the north, beyond the city walls, the mountain range stretches on. This massive, sturdy wall would keep any lurking threats from those distant peaks at bay. Lahayan wanted to use local materials and even dig a moat alongside the wall, killing two birds with one stone. He jumped into action with chill but no delay. Lam Lang swung by every now and then for company, and Tien with Zhao Zhao showed up from time to time too. I Feng patrolled his turf like the boss of the wild forest. Lam Lang wasn't slacking off either. After days of trial and error, he finally cracked the code on a weaving machine. That was huge. Not only did Du Nam and crew gape like it was magic, they were straight up impressed, and Lam Lang himself let out a relieved sigh. Lucky he still remembered how to put it all together. Still, Du Nam and the others all tried their hand at it and failed. No talent, no luck. Time to recruit some new blood. A few days after finishing the loom, cotton was ready to pick. If Lam Lang had actually been tending the crops from the start, they'd probably be growing even faster. But this setup was already solid. Apart from Lei Huyen building the walls daily, everyone else was busy picking cotton, separating seeds, spinning yarn. With 30 acres of cotton fields, each patch yielded around 7,800 caddies. In this day and age, that kind of yield was thanks to Lam Lang considered top-notch. Harvest time was crazy abundant. The white cotton blooms looked like snowy clouds hanging on the branches, and from afar, it was like a white fog blanketing the fields. Lam Lang planned to turn part of that cotton into fabric, the rest into filling for quilts and warm clothes. Winter's no joke. Those thick quilts and jackets would beat animal skins by miles. The cotton needed sun-drying too. Luckily, the weather had been on their side with clear skies, and their spot was roomy enough. 3 days was all it took to fully dry everything. After tidying up the cotton, before even starting to spin it into thread, Lam Lang stored it all in the space dimension. Rice was almost ripe, and since rice directly meant food, everything else had to wait. The mix of hope and nerves, especially with past experiences, made it even tenser. Even Huyen had to pause the city wall work. Everyone had to band together to guard the upcoming harvest. And it was over 30 acres, no joke. The rice plants looked awesome, thick and lush, with big stalks. If harvested right, this would be another smashing season. The key was bringing it all in safely. Last time, just 3 acres almost wiped them out from stress. They hustled hard, day and night, chasing off birds trying to steal the crop, barely protecting their food stash. But this time, dealing with over 30 acres was a whole different beast, both exciting and nerve-wracking. A bittersweet load but full of hope. This time, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen even built a simple threshing machine powered by a foot pedal. Way more efficient than before. Everything was set now, all they had to do was wait for the rice to ripen and harvest it. The one thing that gave everyone a bit of peace, having Lam Lang, the earth shaman, around. The pedal runs sideways to power the rice threshing shaft. Way more efficient than last time. Everything's ready, now we just wait for it to ripen and harvest. The only thing easing everyone a bit was having Lam Lang oversee it. They mostly need to keep watch for about 3 to 4 days, then they can start harvesting. Even if the guard duty isn't perfect and a few birds sneak in to steal some grains, most of it still stays safe. Everyone prepped hard and even hyped each other up. But there was one thing they didn't see coming. Zhao Zhao. Nobody expected that just having Tien Tien stand by the rice field would change the game. Zhao Zhao was perched on Tien Tien's back. Now that Zhao Zhao had grown quite a bit, weighing at least around 10 pounds, Tien Tien's neck couldn't hold up the weight anymore. It stretched out its neck and let out a loud cheo 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 call, scaring off all the birds that were about to sneak in and peck at the grains. At first, Lin Lang and the others had no clue why the birds all flew off, but then they realized it was thanks to Zhao Zhao. Even though punching the air felt kinda weird, they were super hyped. Oh man, Zhao Zhao is seriously awesome. Duh, how could a Vu's rare pet not be a total boss? So, what kind of bird is Zhao Zhao, really? There's no way it's just some ordinary bird. We just didn't get it before. Sis Lin definitely knew Lin Lang. She opened her mouth and honestly apologized because everyone would be bummed, but she didn't know. Plus, she really didn't feel any magical connection between her and Zhao Zhao like the one between Huyen and Tien Tien. To her, Zhao Zhao was just hungry and clingy because it was bored, and now that it's grown, it's even wilder. All day long, it goes nuts with Tien Tien causing chaos. But no matter what, having Zhao Zhao around made everyone breathe easier. Even Huyen took a quick spin and then went back to building the wall. Zhao Zhao caught everyone's praise and seemed to totally get it, looking super smug, calling out chow 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 all proud, then jumping on Lin Lang asking for some tasty treats. Lin Lang was so caught up that he couldn't think about anything else. Zhao Zhao was cute as heck and had done a huge favor, so of course it deserves some delicious food. Zhao Zhao loves rice and meat too, everything got served up just right. With Zhao Zhao's fierce presence, everyone was way less stressed. They harvested 30 mu of wet rice super smoothly. The only snag was they only had one threshing machine. It threshed kind of slow, especially since they didn't have any metal, and the gears were just made from hardwood, making it bulky and sluggish. No time to delay though, because if they waited too long, the rice would over-ripen or spoil in the field, so they had to work from dawn straight through until the moon was bright at night. Luckily, plenty of people meant shifts kept changing, so it was doable. After grinding through nearly 4 straight days, they finally finished harvesting all the rice. There wasn't enough drying space, so Lin Lang stored some in the space dimension and laid the rest out in batches to dry. Somehow, more than a month had passed since they came back from the wild tribe, and the change in weather was obvious. The sun still blazed bright up high, but the air had cooled down big time. The sunlight didn't feel as harsh as before, and the breeze was no longer hot and heavy like summer, it was way fresher now. Over a month gone, Lei Huyen finally finished building the north side of the wall as planned, though the watchtower on top wasn't done yet. That day, Lin Lang and Lei Huyen took the squad to check it out. Lei Huyen didn't want anyone bothering her while building, except Zhao Huyen. Nobody else had ever been there. Plus, that spot was out of the way and far from home, so everyone else was busy with other stuff. This was the first time everyone got to see the entire wall, stretching east to west for 15 miles, huge, solid, imposing, unbreakable, looking like a massive, majestic dragon, with a giant main gate and 2 big side gates right next to a giant arch, all hella solemn and intimidating. The gates weren't installed yet, but the vibe was still fierce. To get in and out easy, Huyen even used her powers to build a dirt bridge across the moat, which hadn't filled with water yet, straight to the other side. When the giant beast-like wall appeared before them, everyone froze. Before they even got close, the group went wild. No way the wall Lin Lang and Huyen talked about. So freaking tall and massive, mad impressive. Huyen is legit amazing. That wall looks insanely sturdy. If our place is surrounded by walls like this, what do we gotta even fear? No joke. Haha. Even if some savage tribe tries to siege us, we're not scared. Our Chao Yang tribe is going to be the strongest, no doubt. But as they got closer, everyone went silent again, not because they chilled out, but because the shock hit that hard. Everyone's eyes popped wide, jaws dropped, way more stunned than city folk seeing a fortress for the first time. This wall was insanely huge and intimidating. Standing by the base, staring up, they couldn't help but feel tiny and shaky, edging back with this mix of fear and respect. There was no thought of fighting back, just total submission. This is the wall. This is the wall. Lin Lang, who watched the whole build from start to finish and talked things through with Lei Huyen a ton, was super happy and proud of it. She knew for sure if Yu Nam and Tong Feng saw it, they'd freak out and jump for joy. Plus, she was already feeling cocky and wanted to freak them out a bit to say, this was all built by her own Huyen, and that's something epic. They'd definitely freak out and jump up in surprise. She was already feeling proud inside, planning to mess with them a little. This was all thanks to her man Huyen, who made it happen, definitely deserved it. Had everyone shook and speechless. But she didn't expect she might have totally freaked out those other folks. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen shared a grin. Lam Lang grabbed Lei Huyen's hand and loudly joked with Dunam and the crew, yo, don't just stand there like zombies. See this? This right here is the badass wall of our Triu Duong tribe. No other tribes got walls this huge and solid. This wall's straight up one of a kind for us. With this bad boy guarding us, we're way safer and ready to thrive even more. Lam Lang's clear voice finally snapped Dunam back to reality. Tung Feng and the gang came out of their major shock, yelling stuff like, whoa, oh my god, what the heck? All chaotic, talking a mess, flailing arms and legs, even running circles around the wall. No other way to blow off that wild flood of emotions. The shock was so intense, even words ran dry. It took a minute, but everyone finally chilled out, calming down from the hype that was running wild. Their eyes lit up following Lam Lang and Lei Huyen as they climbed to the top, standing on the wall's edge, sparking another round of pure hype and adrenaline. Way up high, right? Looking down was dizzying. Same here. No way could I stare straight down if a fight popped off. No way I'd be climbing up there. Totally wiped out. Haha, no doubt. Why so sure about that? Plus, there's that huge pit too. Our big chief is straight up epic, the strongest dude in all of East Continent for sure. Yeah, and views ours too. And he's savage strong. Lam Lang pointed at a pit about 10 meters deep and 30 meters wide at the base of the wall, smiling. This pit isn't just a pit. Once all sides of the wall are built, this spot will channel water from the big river. Basically, our wall is going to be surrounded by a massive river called a moat for extra protection. Everyone's amazed and suddenly enlightened. Sis Lam and Bro Huyen are genius. Living inside the wall means we're even safer. A river that big gotta have fish, right? So fishing's gonna be way easier. Oh, totally. That's awesome. Everyone's chatting excitedly, hyped about the future, buzzing with thrill and joy. This is legit amazing. Can't wait to see that scene for real. Gives us mad motivation. Roar. Out of nowhere, Tien suddenly shows up again, standing tall and fierce under the wall, covered in golden fur that glistens. He lifts his head to look up at them, eyes full of that classic disdain. Xiu perched on Tien's back, didn't back down either, instantly making her presence known. Xiu flaps her wings, swooping up from Tien, letting out a sharp, clear cry as she spreads her wings and flies high, then lands right in front of everyone. As soon as she hits the ground, she bolts straight for Lam Lang. Everyone just froze like, whoa. Lately, everyone's been hella busy, and Xiu's been sticking close to Tien like a dragon's shadow, either sitting on Tien's back or fluttering Xiu right behind Lam Lang. So nobody's even gotten a good look at her flying. Even Lam Lang and Lei Huyen have never actually seen Xiu in flight before. This time, Lam Lang happily stepped forward, bent down, and scooped up Xiu. Her wrist heavy from the weight, she burst out laughing. Oh man, you're heavy, huh? You flying now? Haha. Everyone was squealing with excitement. Haha, Xiu's flying now. Did y'all see that? She's hella fast. For real, those wings are strong. Spreading wide and long as heck. Our little Xiu is already killing it at this size. Imagine when she's fully grown. I don't even want to guess how powerful she'll be. No wonder she's Vu's spirit beast. So, anyone want to guess what kind of bird she is? Everyone looked at each other, totally clueless. No bird's ever been like her. For real, no bird would dare jump around on a super-powered spirit beast's head like that. Plus, none grow this fast. Shiu's already shot up like a rocket in no time, now bigger than a grown hen's full circle. Hens don't fly, but she sure can. Whatever bird she is, as long as she's Vu's spirit beast, that's what counts. Than Lai waved her hand and said, totally. Everyone nodded nonstop. So true. Lam Lang was struggling to hold Shiu now. After hugging her a bit, she rubbed her gently, then set her down, feeling full of pride, a kind of mom vibe watching her kid grow up. Our Shiu's so awesome, flying now for real. Haha. Growing up crazy fast in such a short time, looks like she's gonna keep getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, she wondered how huge Chio might get eventually. Too bad. Lam Lang turned to Lei Huyen grinning. Right now, we don't even know what kind she is. You think she's some kind of eagle or badass hawk, yeah? Shiu's feathers are still dull shades gray, brown, nothing flashy but pretty chill to look at. To Lam Lang's eyes, she's gorgeous no matter what. Lu Huyen studied Chiu a few times, nodding. He's pretty sure she's some eagle or hawk type, all fierce birds that'll be serious threats when grown. He figured maybe she really is your spirit beast, just little now, clueless on how to connect and communicate with you yet, living on pure instinct. Once she grows older, gets a bit wiser, maybe you can start building a bond with her. Lam Lang thought that over, agreed it made sense, and couldn't resist daydreaming, blinking with a smile. If she grows super big, maybe I can ride her as a mount one day. It's just that for now, it's still a youngster, clueless, doesn't get how to connect and communicate with it, just rolling on instinct. When it grows and gets some brains, maybe we can try leading it and build a connection. Lam Lang thought it made sense, and couldn't help but daydream, blinking and grinning. If it really grows huge one day, maybe I can ride it as a mount? Yo! Imagine this. Riding that thing straight into the sky, pure bliss, no cap. Haha. Just picturing it gets me hyped, and for real, it's totally doable. Lu Huyen was buzzing too, and the two of them busted out laughing at each other. Then without even planning it, both turned their heads to check out Chiu. Chiu was clueless, craning its neck with big, innocent eyes locked onto Lam Lang. Lam Lang cracked up, leaning down to rub that tiny head all gentle. Chiu, you better grow strong, all right? Whether mama gets to soar up in the sky later depends totally on you, got it? Chiu. After Lei Huyen finished building that epic fortress, it was obviously a huge win. Chiu mastering Flight 2, double blessings for real. That night, everyone threw down in a feast fit for kings. In the oven, 2 wild chickens glazed with honey, plus a big slab of lamb ribs. On the clay stove, one pot was steaming rice, another was locking in the flavor of taro ribs. Other pots were all cleaned up, and every cooking ingredient was ready to roll. Lam Lang planned a killer menu. Salt and pepper fried shrimp, spicy boiled beef, fish cooked with pickled greens, cow tripe stir-fried with sour yard-long beans, steamed eggs with minced meat, plus a huge pot of spicy stir-fried rabbit and red bamboo stewed venison. Since everyone was used to heat, Than Lai even taught them to toss fried chili oil with rice. Adding some spicy dishes to the victory feast? No biggie, the crew would absolutely dig it. And sure enough, as soon as a table loaded with colorful, flavorful food hit the scene, that spicy aroma hit everyone's nostrils and made mouths water hard. Let's eat, for real. Once the chopsticks start, ain't no stopping. Spices got mad pull unless you're born hating heat. Nobody can fight that fire. No one hates spicy food, just some peeps can't handle it. Whether it's lamb ribs dusted with salt, pepper, and chili powder, or tender boiled beef, or the tangy, spicy stir-fried tripe with beans, or that fiery rabbit stir-fry, everything kept them hooked. After going all in on spice, they'd sip some sweet winter melon bone broth, scoop up soft steamed egg, total next level feels. Living's gotta be like this, that's what life's really about. Du Nam and the gang were pure satisfaction vibes, mentally thanking their luck like 100 times plus 8. Seriously, mad lucky, sticking around with Sis Lam and Bro Huyen to restart the tribe. The Triu Duong tribes hands down the best, the absolute best, no cap. Chiu and Tien Tien and all the others scored a primo dinner too. Lam Lang hooked Tien Tien up with a fresh venison leg and a chunk of tender wild beef. Tien Tien usually hunted solo, sometimes dragging home a wild goat or deer, so food wasn't ever a worry for them. But getting fed by Lam Lang or Lei Huyen now and then, Tien was all smiles, accepting that with pure joy. And Chiu, no contest. Lam Lang dropped wild beef and venison into its bowl, and man, it chowed down like a champ. eating 6 to 7 pounds in one sitting, no sweat. Lam Lang used to stress about it getting a tummy ache, but later he realized Chiu wasn't that dumb, so he chilled out and let it eat its fill. She's a beast when it comes to food. Once she's given, she hoards leftovers even if she can't finish. After digesting, she grabbed the saved meat and snack more to refill. Lei Huyen was planning to build the next wall on the east side, so she was back on her grind. Meanwhile, the annual trading meet between tribes was just about 2 months away. The Triu Duong tribe didn't lack good goods. They had way too many top-notch items to bring out all at once. That kind of move wouldn't do them any favors. So they all sat down, sorted out what to take to the trade meet, starting with ceramics. Ceramics were a hot item every year at the trade meet. That's because successfully firing ceramics was super rare. Duh. People just shape clay and toss it in the fire. Mass production? Straight up unheard of. Especially big pieces, practically none existed. If the tribe needed water containers, they'd only use stone jars. But making stone jars was brutal, carving out a huge rock-solid chunk. Even skilled artisans packed with experience had to pour tons of energy and time into it. Stone jars weren't for everyone, but for Lam Lang's crew, that was zero problem. Then there was cotton fabric and raw cotton. Yeah, Lam Lang's squad planned to bring some cotton fabric and rough cotton to trade, and if asked, they'd just say it's from some kind of plant, and folks might get jelly and want to hunt it down themselves. Who cares? Whether they find it or not their issue. Another item was salt, pepper, and dejoang wood. The tribe was seriously generous, hooking them up with a good stash of pepper, dried in clay pots and crushed with water mortar mixed with fine salt and roasted. That's like legendary spice, addictive to anyone who's tasted it. Right now, they had 30 pepper plants booming. Looking at how things were going, flowers and fruit by next year, no doubt. Plus Lang knew pepper plants could be cloned by cuttings, so next spring they'd have a whole patch, way more down the line. Using some now for trade. No regrets there. As for salt, that's a touchy subject. For now, no big reveal. They'd watch and pick 1 or 2 big tribes for secret trades. With how the Diem tribe acts, who'd last? If there's another way to swap for needed salt, everyone would be hyped. They also had honey. Their bees were buzzing around hard every day. Sure, this year might be no honey haul, but next year? For sure. Currently, they stock over 60 pounds of honey, could easily trade some without sweating it. So right now, their move was to fire up 2 more ceramic kilns, gotta grab some extra salt from the salt mine, snag a few more cotton fabrics, and make a ton of seasoned salt. Also, while we're out grabbing salt, we might as well hit up that nearby hillside for a quick hunt and score some extra meat. No talk, just action. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen split up the tasks, and she took along Tung Fong, Dang, Thu Qua, O Van, and Dai Mao. Little Mao and some others who'd never been to the salt mine got busy making salt and hunting. Meanwhile, Dunam stayed home firing up the kiln for pottery and other ceramic stuff they needed. This time, Lei Huyen didn't tag along with Lam Lang but stayed back to keep building the fortress walls. Still, Lam Lang brought Tien Tien with him, even though she was reluctant at first. Tien Tien's Lei Huyen's bonded beast, so her instincts and that connection to her superpower made her not want to stray too far, especially for a multi-day trip. That's what Lei Huyen told her while they were chatting, but she flat out refused, even though she liked Lam Lang a lot and usually got along with her super well. Besides Lei Huyen, she only lets Lam Lang ride her. Dan Li and Thu Qua once tried to ride her to show off, but got snarled at and scared stiff, ending up begging Chiu to jump on her back for a bit. Add in Lei Huyen's sweet talk, and that's what finally got Tien Tien to grudgingly agree to come with Lam Lang. Only Lam Lang and Chiu together could convince her. No one else could even dream of it. Lam Lang was half laughing, half tearing up, feeling bad for Tien Tien. You can't really blame her though, she's Lei Huyen's bonded beast after all. So Lam Lang just patted Tien Tien's soft, fluffy head and gave her a gentle smile. Good girl, Tien Tien. Don't stress, okay? We'll be quick and back before you know it. Alright, Tien Tien lifted her head and gave Lam Lang a side glance, softening her expression a bit. Lam Lang gathered up Tung Fong and the others into the spatial pocket. She carried Chiu and hopped on Tien Tien's back. With Tien Tien's speed, it took just a day and a half to reach the Salt Valley. Last time they left, the ceramic kettle and saltwater bucket were safely stashed inside the cave. They'd sealed the entrance with a huge rock slab. Pushing the rock aside, grabbing their gear, and they could start boiling salty water to make salt. The cave had decent airflow, so it was livable. They sealed it up to keep wild animals out, not people, so no need for camo or anything. For a good stretch, this spot would definitely stay exclusive to the trio Yang tribe members, Tung Fong, Thu Qua, Dang, and O Van. just like Du Nam and Fan Lai before, got super hyped to start boiling salty water as soon as they arrived. Even though the tribe wasn't short on salt now, making it yourself still got everyone pumped up. Lam Lang felt a mix of frustration and amusement, but since she planned to teach them anyway, better to get it started. So she showed them how to set up the pots, fetch salt water, and stoke the fire. 3 clay pots soon bubbled fiercely. Thu Qua rubbed her hands excitedly, stirring with a thick stick, voice full of hype and anticipation. Sis Lam, is it really just like this? Stirring like this makes that pure, awesome white salt. No special tricks or anything. Everyone else looked eager to soak up the knowledge too. Yep, is there anything else we gotta watch out for? There has to be, right? If it was that easy, it'd be kinda insulting to this precious salt. Lam Lang laughed, kind of tearing up. You just gotta watch the pot. Once the crystals start forming, turn the fire down a bit, no scorching flame. Got it. We've always done it like this, no stress, it's just salt, and we've got tons of it anyway. Everyone burst out laughing, feeling legit hyped. True, just salt. We seriously have plenty. Lam Lang was thinking once the salt finished crystallizing, these guys would probably freak out and shout loud again. Definitely better to avoid being around for that scene. She'd seen it once already and wasn't keen on round 2. So she told everyone to keep cooking carefully and then took Tien Tien and Chiu out hunting dinner. No stress, Lam Lang was already badass, plus Tien Tien, the Mountain King, was with her. So Tung Fong and the others had no worries and gave their thumbs up. Lam Lang bolted like lightning. Tien Tien, already familiar with the area, led them flying through the forest, super fresh and full of swagger. Even without Li Huyen, hunting felt a little tricky, but with Lam Lang and Tien Tien teaming up, they brought back plenty. Both Tien Tien's and Chiu's eyes were razor sharp, spotting every hidden prey deep in the woods. Lam Lang handled the bow and arrow like a pro, never missing a shot. In less than 2 watch cycles, she bagged 3 deer, 2 antelopes, 7 or 8 wild chickens and rabbits, plus plenty of fresh mushrooms. As they wandered the forest, she even found a beautiful little pond tucked in a valley, not big but perfectly framed by trees. The water mirrored a deep blue-green, looking exactly like a flawless jade gem resting in the wild. She scooped up some water to wash her face crystal clear and clean. It was the peak season for wild chrysanthemums blooming everywhere, little golden yellow flowers about the size of quarters scattered on the grass by the pond, super eye-catching and mood-lifting. That sparked Lam Lang's memory that wild chrysanthemum flowers could be brewed into tea or used for scent pillows, so she pulled out a basket from the space bag to start picking. She filled almost a big basket, also dug up a few plants to bring back for replanting. Chrysanthemum tea tasted pretty solid. Plus, the wild goji berry bushes she trimmed earlier had started flowering and fruiting, so she picked some berries. Goji berry tea mixed with chrysanthemum was seriously the perfect combo. Lam Lang suddenly remembered that wild daisies could be brewed into tea, and even used to make daisy pillows, so she grabbed a basket and started picking flowers. After filling nearly a whole big basket, she also dug up some clumps to take back and plant. Daisy tea tastes pretty good. Just then, the wild goji berries she had pruned before had bloomed and borne fruit, so she picked some goji berries. Mixing goji berry tea with daisy flowers was actually a perfect combo. Money and Trick totally dig this spot too. The two of them were rolling around, having a blast by the lake, like no joke. Lam Lang looked up at the sky, guessing what Tung Fong and Thich Qua, Vane, and the crew were up to now. They probably calmed down from all the hype by now, so she squinted and grinned, called Money back, and brought Trick along as they headed home. From way back, Lam Lang already caught the hype laughter from Tung Fong's group, still totally hyped. Seeing her come back, Thich Qua waved like crazy, flashing a huge smile, shouting, Sis Lam, we seriously made salt, we actually cooked salt, haha. Tung Fong and the gang couldn't hold back either and jumped in, tossing out compliments and amazement. Seeing them this hyped, Lam Lang caught some of that energy herself. She laughed and said, now you see I wasn't messing with you, right? This whole thing, it's all easy if you know it, but hard if you don't. We got the secret sauce. You guys are stuck searching with no clue, but we cracked the code already. Totally simple and chill. All right, that's a wrap for today. Let's cook dinner and eat, then we'll keep at it tomorrow. 2 days of salt making should do it, then 1 day for hunting, and then we bounce. Sound good? Cool, no issues there. Tomorrow we get up early and grind to make even more salt. Yeah, the more salt the better. With Lam Lang running the show, nobody had any complaints. Since money is the chief's battle beast, we can't have it away from the chief for too long, or it might get all stressed and cranky. And when a powered soldier's beast gets mad, man, that's some scary business right there. So Lam Lang hauled out pots, pans, and spatulas from her space stash, and everyone started dividing up duties to cook dinner. The next morning, just as the sky was barely lightening, Tung Fong, Thich Qua, and the fired-up crew got up early and jumped straight into boiling that salty water. The scene was buzzing with energy. At night, Lam Lang crashed inside her space pocket for some sleep, not bunking with the rest in the cave. Outside the cave, Money and Trick stood guard, so safety wasn't a worry. By the time Lam Lang got up and called everyone to breakfast, they'd already cooked a huge pot of salt. This output was like firing 3 giant stone pots. At once, no sweat for Lam Lang. Over those 2 days, she strolled all around the forest with Money and Trick. When heading up, she let Money fly her way out far and wide. They harvested all kinds of mushrooms, prey, and herbs like crazy. Lam Lang even found 4 wild beehives, didn't hesitate to grab the entire hive, planning to keep it back at camp. 2 days of salt cooking yielded around 12,300 pounds. For a tribe, that number's massive. That much salt, half can go towards trading at the market, definitely could score some top-notch gear. Tung Fong and the crew stared at the baskets of pure white salt, freshly made and tucked away into Lam Lang's space stash, feeling that rush of accomplishment, grinning ear to ear. This was seriously lit. Haha, nothing beats that rush from smashing your goals. The next day, the whole gang, along with Lam Lang and Money, hit the mountain slopes loaded with game to hunt. Tung Fong's crew had never been here before, couldn't believe the place was so huge and stuffed with different animals. Just a quick glance and they spotted wild pigs, white-lipped deer, moon-horned deer, long-twisted horned goats, half-gray, half-black furred beasts roaming around. This mountainside had tons of water, making it super lush. No wonder so much wildlife gathered here. Tung Fong joked, next year, when their tribe opens a hunting route, this spot had to be on the map. Lam Lang chuckled and said, no doubt, with vibes like this, we can't just sleep on it. Haha, let's figure out the game plan now. Everyone answered, nerves switched on. It was their first hunt without the powered soldiers Lei Huyen and Du Nam tagging along. Without those two, everyone knew they had to rely on their raw strength and skill. No fooling around, or they'd come back empty-handed. Luckily, they had money, plus sharp bows for long-range shots. Lam Lang realized how tough it was for small tribes without awakened powered soldiers to survive just by hunting. It's no cakewalk. They don't have money, no bows, basically no tricks or hacks to lean on. Even though everyone craved wild buffalo meat badly, seeing those beasts massed like mini mountains, they had to ditch that plan. If those buffalo got pissed, it'd be like dealing with wild lunatics, too risky. Too few of us, better skip it. Instead, they targeted a deer herd to the northeast with big moon-shaped antlers. O Van and Du Nam led the big dog, Dai Mao. Little Mao circled round quietly from afar, sneaky like looping behind the deer herd, using prepared vine ropes to loosely tie off segments, making a half-circle trap. These vine ropes were just enough to trip the deer, but only for a little while. When the herd crashes through, they'd break it pretty quick. But the whole point was to cash in on that short window. After setting the trap, they paired off to cover all angles, spreading out to encircle the herd. Lam Lang and Tung Fong, the strongest fighters, stayed put at the tightest part of the rope. Money was right there with them. Sharp steel needs the right blade, and the second the deer got trapped and freaked out, that's their moment to strike and lock in the win. Easy. O Van and Thich Qua, your ace archers, stay close enough to back each other up. Dong took Dai Mao, Little Mao, and Trick to hustle the herd towards Lam Lang and the rest lying in wait. Dong and the crew crept up slowly, every step getting closer to the deer munching calm and flicking tails. All of a sudden, something spooked the herd's alertness. One deer. The big grown-up suddenly lifted its head, stretched its neck, and scoped out the area, letting out a low, deep grunt. Its eyes were sharp, totally alert. That sound, it made the whole deer squad freak out instantly. Calls started popping off one after the other, rushing forward. Realizing there was no more waiting around, someone barked sharply and decisively, led Big Mao. Little Mao busted out too. The 3 of them spread out like a massive net being tossed, swinging sticks, shouting loud and charging ahead. The deer freaked and scattered everywhere. Their screams got sharper and louder. Boom! Big Mao and Little Mao pushed straight into Lam Lang's ambush zone. But the deer were way too many and way too strong, making it tough for the 3 of them to herd the deer where they planned. Suddenly, Chiu shot up quick, flapping wings like lightning straight at the lead buck. She cried out once and struck hard on its left cheek, making it yelp in pain, reflexively darting right. Then Chiu pecked its right cheek, making the leader deer roar madly, thrashing its head. But every time it tried to move left or right, Chiu was there, steering it back on track, finally forcing it straight toward Lam Lang and Tung Fong's trap. That lead buck, it was the top boss since the herd always followed it, especially when they were panicked, they'd blindly run after it without questioning. Big Mao and Little Mao were over the moon, pumped full of hype, hollering loud to chase from behind. The herd thundered straight at Lam Lang. Lam Lang chuckled. Those guys aren't half bad. Chiu Chiu's leveling up fast too. Now, are we ready to finish this? Tung Fong had his bow drawn, face dead serious, nodding. Lam Lang laughed out loud, shouting, then let's get it done. Tung Fong, O Vane, and the others knocked their bows simultaneously. Arrows zipped out, hitting their targets dead center. The deer got even crazier, screaming in panic. They moved faster than lightning. A second arrow flew right after, while Tien roared like a thunderclap tiger and burst out. He bit and snapped the neck of an arrow-hit deer, then charged at another. The snares set earlier kicked in hard. Some deer got tangled, trampled by the crazy rush from behind, getting hurt, mooing pitifully. The scene was total chaos. By now, bows weren't doing much. Lam Lang and the crew swung long spears, heavy swords, and axes, yelling as they went in, targeting those wounded to finish them off. The two-person team worked so smooth and tight, they were flexing hard to bring down their prey quickly. The strong deer broke the snares fast too. Soon the escaped deer disappeared without a trace, but their haul was still super solid. Big Mao and Little Mao teamed up with Chiu Chiu to bag one. They were pumped. Lam Lang and Tung Fong got 3, Thick Qua and Ovan nailed 2, and Tien Solo took down 3, a grand total of 9 deer. Among them, Lam Lang, Tung Fong, and Tien took out the biggest and toughest adults. Thich Qua and Ovan got 1 big and 1 smaller one. Big Mao crew got a mid-size one. Just with that crew alone, pulling off such a score was epic. Everyone was hyped beyond belief. Remember, past hunts needed at least 30 folks just to roll up, and even with that many, bagging 8 or 9 deer was a major score. These deer were massive. A grown buck weighed about 300 pounds. We that good. Ha! Gotta thank Lam Sis, Tien, plus Chiu Chiu, she's crazy smart. No doubt, that's Vu's beastie. I didn't think I'd personally bag a deer. Stoked to the max. And those bows, deadly, man. You got skills. If more people showed, like Lam Sis and Huyen bro said, it'd be an all-out arrow storm. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. Everyone laughed and chatted, hauling the deer corpses to one spot, counting them over and over, smiles big enough to crack their faces. Lam Lang scooped up the loot into his space, raising an eyebrow as he grinned. See, with solid weapons, even without battle powers, we can crush it. Having Tien and Chiu Chiu help this round, but if we'd set traps earlier, the results would rock just as hard. Using bows as traps packs serious punch. Oven and Thich Qua have seen that firsthand. Everyone nodded, spirits soaring. This hunt from tracking the herd to setting the trap to finishing took over 3 watch hours. All were wiped out a bit, so the crew headed back to the Salt Valley to rest up. That night, they stewed the fresh deer meat they just bagged, and it was fire. Lam Lang cleaned the deer guts and stomach with salt tea, cut them up, and tossed them into a clay pot with some pepper flakes and chili oil. The whole squad feasted like kings, pure joy on their faces. Next morning, after breakfast, Lam Lang gathered Tung Fong and the crew into his space, mounted Tien, and led Chiu Chiu to start their journey back. Chiu Chiu seemed to have grown again. Her wings were longer and stronger, no longer just chilling on Tien's back. She soared into the sky, calling out high above Lam Lang. In a blink, she vanished, but soon came back flying ahead to guide Tien. Occasionally, she'd turn and call back to Tien and Lam Lang, and Tien would glance up and roar back, scaring off little critters around them. Lam Lang was speechless. About a day and a half later, they reached home again. The crew stayed busy for over 20 days straight. All their essentials were set, and they'd even gone on the big hunts twice. Lei Huyen finished building the eastern wall stretch, running north to south. 2 sides of their fortress walls were done total. In fact, 2 more walls remained. Those 2 connected sides, wrapped around their home like a half circle. You could already imagine how sturdy and massive this fortress would be once fully built. Long-term efforts pushed their power levels constantly, scaring off all the little critters around who scattered in a panic. Lam Lang was honestly speechless. About a day and a half later, Lam Lang and the crew headed back home. Everyone got busy for over 20 days. All the essentials for prepping were taken care of, including 2 rounds of the big hunts. Lei Huyen also finished building the east wall section running north to south. 2 sides of the fortress walls were done, just 2 sides left. Those 2 walls connected each other, wrapping around their living area in a half circle. From that, you could imagine how solid and massive this whole fortress would be once fully built. The long stretch of time pumped up their mutant powers, making them stronger. Although being tall definitely gives a big boost to one's supernatural abilities, Lei Huyen could totally feel it himself while building the fortress. His own powers got way stronger during this time, way more powerful than before. Even if he had to face the big boss of the lone tribe now, Lei Huyen's pretty confident he'd win like 9 out of 10 times, leaving just a tiny 10% to luck or fate. Still, he's a humble dude, never one to claim 100% certainty. But hey, time's not infinite, and you can't keep burning yourself out all the time. Going nonstop isn't the move because that'll mess with your foundation. There's that saying, what goes too far will turn back, so Lei Huyen decided to pause for a bit, recharge, and then keep going later. Plus, no need to rush the fortress building anyway. The walls already had their basic shape now. Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the crew felt proud and totally into it. Everyone got straight up mesmerized by those massive, epic walls, and whenever they had free time, they'd just run up and chill on the ramparts, looking out over the land and cracking silly smiles. The more they stared at it, the more they loved it. With walls like that, who wouldn't be hyped? Everyone was buzzing, counting down till it's fully done. The weather was cooling down bit by bit, and the once green grasslands were starting to turn golden. Soon enough, the whole prairie would dry up and fade to brown. After that, winter would roll in before you know it. The annual trade fair between tribes was also gearing up. This era had no official calendar, but every tribe had their own way to mark time. When flocks of wild geese started flying south, right after the first full moon night, that's when the festival kicked off. That whole party would last from 5 to 7 days. Anyone who wanted in could still catch up. The event took place in a field just over 20 miles from the DM tribe's village, using it as the meeting spot, pulling in big and small tribes from all around. Usually, tribes within about a 5-day journey made up the main crowd. They'd bring tons of goods, but those tribes farther away had a tough time hauling stuff, so mostly came just to hang, bringing only a little, mainly to trade salt with the DM tribe. Like the Triu Duong tribe where Lam Lang and Le Huyen were from, it's more than half a month's journey away. Normally, that kind of distance totally made joining impossible. Way too far, a wild trip just wasted energy, unless you're just there to soak up the vibe. But Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had the cash and the space, so that was a whole different story. This time, Du Nam chose to stay put. Most crops had been harvested, and veggies like Napa cabbage, radish, and lettuce had just sprouted from their seeds, so no worries about anyone sneaking a peek. But with the chickens running around, bees buzzing, long-haired rabbits, wild bunnies, and ducks, someone needed to watch over them. Letting them alone at home wasn't chill. Plus, Du Nam and the gang always felt the fortress walls looked insanely epic and tall, so big you could spot them from miles away. Who knows, maybe some other tribe's folk might get curious and come snooping. And if someone showed up to check it out, thinking this place looks great, how could they not want to take it over? That was a hard no. After some talks, in the end, only Dang Mao and Fan Lai went with Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. The others stayed back inside. As usual, Lam Lang brought everyone into the space dimension before setting out. It was pretty cold now, so she wrapped a thick cotton cloth around her head and face, covering half of her eyes. But since Tia knew the way, getting lost wasn't a worry. Xiu Xiu was even bigger now, almost as massive as an ostrich with wings over 20 feet wide. Still, her cries were soft and sweet, and she loved cuddling up to Lam Lang, still just a big old kid. She didn't ride on Tien anymore. She only flapped her wings and pounced on him when playing. But with her size now, Tien couldn't handle it for long. While traveling, Xiu Xiu flew alongside them. Tien moved fast. What would normally take 10 days walking, he did in under 3. Dang Yuok figured there were still about 3 days' walk from there to the festival, so Lam Lang's crew ditched riding Tien and went on foot like regular folks. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen also wanted to see if they'd meet other tribe members or travelers on the way. A little friendly mingling wouldn't hurt. About 3 miles west of the DM tribe's village, there were tons of tiny huts scattered around. Most of these huts were super small, built from all sorts of stuff: wood, stone, bark, and straw mashed together. Holes patched up with whatever was handy. Overall, it was ugly, clumsy, and looked cold and miserable. The folks living there were refugees hoping to join the DM tribe, almost 200 households in total. The DM tribe set aside land for these people to stay temporarily. Among them, some had been living there for 5 years but were still just temporary settlers, basically treated like servants by the tribe. Many others couldn't hold on and had passed away long ago. This place was filled with hope, but also drowning in desperate struggles. Nobody knew what tasks the DM tribe would force on them next or if they'd survive that mission, and they even weren't sure if they'd make it through the winter alive. Tucked away in this land was a hut considered a bit nicer. It was said to be better only because it was sturdier and more sealed off than the rest, built from stone with cracks, stuffed full of a mix of lemongrass and bark mixed with mud. At least in the winter, the cold wind wouldn't blow right through, making it somewhat easier to live in. In that rundown shack lived a couple and their kid. The guy's name was Lin Vu. His wife was Bak Xiong, and their son was called Tae Mao. The kid was already 9 years old, but skinny as a rake, looking nothing but skin and bones, standing shorter than a 6-year-old from the DM tribe. Lin Vu and his wife's tribe had faded away ages ago. They'd been surviving here for over 4 years now, and this upcoming year would mark a full 5. Everyone who'd been here with them tried to tough it out through the rough days to officially become part of the DM tribe, but most either gave up and bounced or had died off long ago. Only a handful remained. Lin Vu was built tough with killer fighting skills and fierce hunting prowess. Bak Sung was a pro at handling wild animals. The two were hardworking, sharp, and down to earth. At first, folks figured with skills like theirs, it'd take no more than 3 years to officially get accepted into the DM tribe. Keep in mind, this was the DM tribe we're talking about, a huge, powerful, and wealthy tribe. Just getting accepted as a member meant your whole life was secured, and even your kids and grandkids could lean on that legacy. Lin Vu and Bak Seung were super confident, and everyone else believed in them too. Everyone thought they were a sure bet to join the DM tribe officially. No one wasn't impressed. Some even started buttering them up early on, hoping they'd drop good words about them with the DM tribe bosses later. Straight up ridiculous. Looking back, Lin Vu couldn't help but mock himself. Years flew by, and still no official nod from the DM tribe. What's worse, he didn't see even a shred of hope. The DM people didn't even want to toss them a crumb of hope. The usual impatient reply was just, wait it out. Or straight up sarcasm like, ain't you satisfied yet? Humph. You're living right on our turf. No one here dares mess with you. What else do you want? Don't be greedy. Greedy folks don't last long. Being a dependent wanderer in our tribe is your lucky break already. Don't be acting too big for your britches, asking all kinds of questions. And do you even check yourself? You really think every single person in our DM tribe wants to take you in? You gotta have real skill before you open your mouth. The annual trade fair was coming up soon, and Lin Vu felt this restless mix of hope and frustration. He wanted to find another route, but couldn't shake the stubborn pride. They'd been here so long, maybe if they tried a couple more years, they might make it. But what if they didn't? What was the move then? Torn between searching for a new path or staying put, the closer the trade fair got, the more tangled his emotions became. Just after finishing some work within the DM tribe and heading home, he saw the neighborhood girl, Huyen, sprinting towards him with a panicked face. Lin Vu's chest tightened as he stepped forward to catch her. Huyen was about 10 years old, living with her little sister Kay and their mom, Mrs. Own. The three of them were all women who didn't know how to hunt and had been bullied a lot since they showed up. Life was hell for them. Lin Vu and Bak Seung couldn't bear it and often helped them out, sharing any little bit they could, so the mother and daughters were really thankful and returned the favor routinely, especially watching over Tae Mao. Big bro Lin Vu, you gotta come quick, Huyen gasped. Tae Mao got beaten up. Lin Vu's eyes narrowed as he bolted home. On the way, he called out, got it. Before making it back, he could already hear his wife's choked-back sobs coming from the shabby shack, mixed with the quiet cries of Mrs. Un. His heart clenched, fists tightening, as he stormed inside. Bak Xiong, how's Tae Mao? Bak Xiong collapsed against her husband, tears streaming with both pain and rage. Tae Mao, hey. The skinny kid, all skin and bones, lay on a pile of dry grass wrapped in torn, patchy beast hides. His face and head were riddled with wounds. Injuries were nothing new, they'd gotten used to this kind of treatment. After all, they were just wanderers trying to settle into the DM tribe. The kids of the DM were just as tough and ruthless as the grown-ups. The wanderer kids got beaten regularly, but luckily, just with bruises and cuts. Those parents hurt inside, they had to swallow their pain silently, no chance to argue or stand up against the DM tribe folks. But this time, Tae Mao's injuries went deeper. His face looked pale like death, eyes squeezed shut, breathing shallow, as if about to quit the world at any second. Internal organs were badly damaged, plus years of malnourishment. If he closed his eyes now, he might not open them again. Bak Seung, as a mother, was beyond heartbreak and fury. Lin Vu held her close, patted her back gently a few times, then let go limp with helplessness. A fire of rage smoldered deep inside him like a volcano ready to explode, barely held back. Huyen had told them what happened. Some DM kids got into a fight, and Tae Mao just happened to be caught up in the crossfire. Both sides forced him to curse and hit the other, but Tae Mao couldn't bring himself to do it. Because he refused, he pissed off both groups and ended up getting beat up by both. It was so tragically ridiculous and cruel. Lin Vu clenched his teeth, his body stiff, trying hard to choke back the shaking. The little flicker of hope he had was now completely snuffed out. That day, he and some other wanderers were hauling heavy rocks for the DM tribe. The route was long, the stones super heavy, and he lost count of how many trips they made. Maybe because they worked extra hard today, the DM tribe folks were finally a bit more chill with them. That brief kindness reignited Lin Vu's hope. The mess of doubts and conflicts inside him suddenly seemed to vanish, and he thought to himself, the relationship with the DM tribe was kinda chill for them, which sparked a fresh hope in Lin Vu. All the inner conflict and doubts seemed to just vanish, and he thought, yeah, might as well stick around. Didn't the DM tribe just start showing some chill vibes? Who knows, maybe next year they'll officially let me join, make me part of their crew. But right now, seeing his wife breaking down, almost passing out, and his son all busted up, barely hanging on, dude just lost all hope and gave up. Right then, Bak Shuang looked up, tears streaming, and said, Ka Lin, once Damao's feeling a bit better, let's bounce from this place, for real. We'll find another tribe, even if it's smaller, it's cool. I'm done with sticking around here. No matter how dope or loaded the DM tribe is, it don't matter to them. After almost 5 years chasing this dream, it's time to snap out of it. They'll never actually get in with the DM tribe. Maybe the DM tribe never planned on taking outsiders, it's just their arrogant way of toying with folks. Lin Vu gave a heavy nod. All right, Ma muttered softly, sucking in a quiet breath, heart feeling tight. Lin Vu could dip, but the three of them, that's another story. Even if they get pushed around and barely eat, that's still the DM tribe's turf. They're safe there, got a shelter to crash at. If they split, where would they even go? Could die on the path or worse. Huyen and K might get snatched. Meanwhile, Lam Lang and his squad of 5 set off, Cash and Chiu Chiu in tow, chill as ever, carrying 0 heavy burdens but still living large like they're at home. Before they rolled out, Lam Lang cooked up a ton of meat using the oven, wild boar, goat, deer, buffalo, chicken, rabbit, you name it. Huge slabs, steaming and smelling amazing. They packed all that into food baskets. When it's mealtime, they just pull it out hot and ready to chow. Still, they usually cook up some rice on site, stir-fry a couple spicy veggie dishes to go with it. Lam Lang sometimes threw in a green veggie, and for dessert, fresh cucumber or wild berries to cool things down. To keep things low-key and not draw headlines, Lam Lang tucked the Cash and Chiu Chiu into their hidden space. Otherwise, those 2 wild beasts would stick out like sore thumbs. By midday of the second day on the road, the 5 ran into a small tribe. This tribe was tiny. Lam Lang counted maybe 37 heads. Everyone looked beat down, gaunt, worn out. Life wasn't treating them well. When they crossed paths, Than Lai stepped up and said, "What's up?" Turns out their name was Lam's son. Than Lai never heard of them. Guess they're some small-time tribe from way out. They had no goods on them. Looked like they were heading to the fair to find a bigger tribe to crash with. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen got hyped, exchanged some quiet words, then told Than Lai, Dang and Mao better not spill that the Triu Duong tribe's trying to recruit. Even though they're short on folks, they'd rather keep it tight than just accept anyone. Not everyone's welcome, especially a crew like Lam's son, who all stick together and might be low-key hostile to outsiders. With a tribe this small, being picky when recruiting is a must. That said, making some contact isn't a problem. Than Lai's the best at that. When everyone stopped for a break before lunch, Than Lai was already chatting up Lam's son tribe members, all smiles and good vibes. During the break, Lei Huyen called Dang and Mao to the nearby river to catch fish, while Lam Lang and Than Lai scavenged dry branches to light a fire for grilling. Since they wanted to test Lam's son out, they had to play the part of the broke types. Fishing with Lei Huyen was easy. The Lamson folks didn't see them since tall grass blocked the view. Lei Huyen silently used her powers to snag over 10 fish smoothly. The river wasn't big, and water was shallow, so the fish weren't huge. Each was about the width of 4 fingers and nearly 3 feet long. 13 or 14 fish hit the mark. When Lamson saw them returning with clean fish so soon, they were a bit surprised. But thinking it through, they figured the Triu Duong folks must have some secret fishing skills. They carried no food, so probably survive off fish all the way. Kind of sad, actually. Just like Lamson's own tribe. The Lamson tribe was bigger before, but because they were poor and lacked good weapons, nobody was great at hunting or trapping. Hunting trips usually ended empty-handed or with little meat. Over time, many couldn't handle it anymore and left to wander or join other tribes, leaving only this tough group hanging on. But in the end, even they couldn't hold on. Led by their big boss, Lam Mak, they finally bailed on their mountain home, deciding to seek out a bigger tribe to settle with. On the way to the fair, they crossed paths with Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's crew. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen said they were from the Triu Duong tribe, just there to check out the fair and soak in the vibe. They didn't mention anything else. But most of Lamson thought they were also hunting for a new tribe to join. Seeing they were just a handful with no food, clearly life in the Triu Duong tribe wasn't much better. Probably sent out to spy, but too proud to admit it publicly. Honestly, pride doesn't mean much anyway, just staying alive matters most. The Lam Sun tribe dropped care about pride a long time ago. Only Lam Mok and a few others felt a bit suspicious, thinking the Triu Duong crew was kinda special, something was off, that they were probably just out looking for a tribe worth joining. They only had a few folks and no food, which clearly showed the Triu Duong tribe's life wasn't much better. Probably their tribe sent them out to scout, but they were too proud to admit it in front of others. Honestly, pride doesn't mean jack. Staying alive is what really matters. The Lam Sun tribe stopped caring about stuff like that a long time ago. Only Lam Mok and a few others were kinda suspicious, always feeling that the Triu Duong tribe group had something special going on. Even though they rocked some weird outfits, their faces looked pretty fresh. Nothing like folks worn down by life's hardships. Watching them chow down on just fish, Lam Mok felt a mix of feelings. Was it empathy or just understanding? That feeling stirred deep inside. The way they ate was always the same, and no one in Lam Sun tribe could help but agree. Lam Thao, a girl protected tight by her brother, was kinda innocent, and she found Fan Lai super interesting. She'd just been gathering dry wood with Fan Lai, and now seeing Lei Huyen carry back fish, she couldn't help but say, "Those river fish taste kinda lame. You guys seriously eat nothing else? Just that the whole way here?" "Yeah, me and my crew." Fan Lai couldn't bring himself to lie to a pure soul like Lam Thao, but also couldn't spill that their Triu Duong tribe had everything they could want, and the delicacies they enjoyed were stuff other tribes could only dream of. Fan Lai's awkward hesitation caught Lam Thao's eye, and she felt sorry, softly comforting him. "Don't be down, we're all from small tribes struggling too. The Lam Sun tribe is no different. If life was easy, why stick with other tribes, right? How many people are in your tribe? Maybe you should roll with us, then we can look for a bigger tribe to lean on and take care of each other. Everyone in my tribe is super nice, especially my big bro." Fan Lai blinked back at Lam Thao, mouth agape. "Me and my crew." Besides folks like Du Nam, his childhood buddy, and later Lam T and Huyen Ca, Lam Thao was the first to treat him with that kind of gentleness, which moved him and gave him a new kind of feeling. Lam Thao giggled, "I'm gonna tell my brother, let's all go together." After she ran off, Fan Li stayed dazed, only snapping back when Dong called out loud, clutching the wood and rushing back. Everyone was gathered, the fire lit, and all eyes were on him, making Fan Lai suddenly feel super awkward. He clumsily set the wood down and rubbed his nose. Why is everyone staring at me like that? Oh. Don and Mao dropped their gaze, staring at fish skewers roasting over the fire, while Lam Lang burst out laughing, leaning his head on Lei Huyen's shoulder, winking to tease Fan Lai. "Look at Fan Lai, all grown up now, no wonder folks are noticing. That girl Lam Thao is pretty cool too. What do you think?" Fan Lai almost blurted out, "She's definitely nice." But when he caught Lam T's half-smile and Huyen Ta's chill, amused look, he instantly got that it was smarter to zip it. Fan Lai just forced a weak smile. Lam Lang rolled his eyes. That goofy grin didn't even come close to the honest, silly smile Dong had. Quit faking it. But not long after, Lam Thao came back with a clay jar. Inside was some cooked, dried meat. A little shy but smiling, she said, "I'm giving this to whoever I know best, Fan Lai. We made dried meat soup. You guys gotta try some, and you can keep the jar too." Fan Lai reflexively grabbed the jar, stunned, Chatterbox's mouth suddenly mute like a broken speaker, just staring at her totally dumbstruck. Finally, Lam Lang cleared his throat and smiled back, thanking Lam Thao. She returned the smile gently and then turned to leave. Fan Lai couldn't stop watching her walk away, and Lam Lang cracked up laughing. "See, even you, non-stop chatterbox, Fan Lai, can get tongue-tied sometimes, and it's actually pretty hilarious." Lei Huyen laughed, pinching her cheek lightly. "Quit messing around. Can't you see Fan Lai's about ready to die of embarrassment?" Dom looked around, eyes honest and straight up. "Lam T. Huyen Ca. I think the Lam Sun tribe's really cool, especially Lam Thao. She's definitely into Fan Lai. And I think Fan Lai is into her too, since they're both hunting for a tribe to rely on. Why not bring them into ours Triu Duong?" Just as Lam Lang was about to laugh, Fan Lai's face went bright red, nearly jumping up, wide-eyed at Dong, stammering. "Dong, what are you talking about?" Dong shrugged, clueless. "What? Didn't say anything wrong." For real, even Mao agrees you don't think so?" "Lam T, Huyen.ca. I also think we should recruit Lam Sun tribe. Look how tight they are, even gave us a clay jar and dried meat soup. The jar might be small, but it's still a clay jar. And the soup isn't much, but it's what they saved for us by going hungry themselves." Mao didn't say much, wondering if he could share food if he were in their shoes. Than Lai blushed harder, unable to face everyone. Honestly, the tribe doesn't have strict rules. Love is normal if both sides agree, they can be together happily. And if they want to split later, no one holds grudges. But once you're married, loyalty is a must. Than Lai was shy because this was his first brush with that kind of thing. But after Lam Lang and Dong teased him, he couldn't help but feel a spark. Maybe he really liked Lam Thao, so he whispered, I think the Lam Sun tribe's pretty great too. Lam Ti, Huyen Ka. How about we think it over? Lei Huyen glanced at the three of them, smiling, nodding. Don't worry, if it fits, then it's a go. On Than Lai, Dong, and Mao's faces, you could see the joy blooming. Their Triu Duong tribe was finally gearing up to grow strong. Maybe I really like Lam Thao, so I whispered, I think the Lam Sun tribe is pretty cool too. Lam sister, Huyen bro, maybe think it over. Lei Huyen glanced at the three of them and smiled, nodding. Don't worry, if it fits, it's a go. On Than Lai, Dong, and Mao's faces, pure joy showed up. Spirits lifted high finally. Their Triu Duong tribe was starting to thrive and grow strong. Forcing yourself to eat just grilled fish halfway through is already a serious sacrifice, but if the grilled fish still smells fishy and bland, that's basically torture. So, Lam Lang grabbed some ginger from the space, sliced it up, stuffed it inside the fish's belly, sprinkled some salt and pepper, added a few drops of soy sauce, and poured in a little bit of liquor. This liquor was left by the space owner, a rare stock. Next year, once they have enough food supplies, they definitely gotta brew a few jars themselves. Pretty soon, the seasoned grilled fish started giving off a mouth-watering aroma, drifting far on the breeze, totally irresistible. What's that smell? Oh snap, that's insanely good. Is that the Chiu Duong tribe grilling fish? How are they pulling off a smell like this? And if it's not them, who else could be creating such a heavenly scent? The Lam Sun tribe glanced at each other, their dry meat broth and wild veggies, already bland just to keep them going, now felt even more tasteless. A bunch of them kept inhaling the fragrance desperately. So greedy, drooling nonstop, craving it like crazy, some couldn't hold back and turned to Lam Thao, saying, Lam Thao, don't you get along with those guys? Why don't you ask what they're grilling? It smells unreal. Before Lam Thao could answer, Lam Mok frowned and snapped. Don't get any weird ideas. What they eat is their business, none of ours to fuss about. Don't go asking questions. Lam Thao stuck her tongue out at her bro and muttered softly, I wasn't gonna go anyway, though I'm super curious because it does smell amazing. That tempting aroma was hard to resist, but Lam Lang, Lei Huyen, and Than Lai stayed totally chill, not treating it like a big deal. To them, this kind of grilled fish was just straight-up everyday food. At first, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen thought the Lam Sun tribe wouldn't be able to hold back from coming over to check out the scent, but nobody showed up. Still, Lam Lang caught a glimpse of them secretly looking super hungry. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged looks. She leaned close to Lei Huyen with a sly smile. This Lam Sun tribe, I'm getting more interested by the minute. Feels like our lucky break is here. Lei Huyen nodded deep in agreement, grinning. Yeah, not bad. We don't need to rush. With so many of them, finding a tribe to take them in won't be easy. There's still a clear difference between tribes and wanderers. Wanderers are at the lowest rung, no say at all. But tribes, when they want to join another tribe, they at least have some voice. They can talk with the tribe they want to join, discuss conditions like how long they gotta serve, what they gotta do. As long as they meet those conditions, the other tribe has to take them in. But they've got over 30 folks, only a handful strong workers, and their health's not great, plus winter's coming. No big tribe would take in a whole group like that easily, because once accepted, they can't let them starve. And just feeding that many people through winter, lots of supplies needed. Looking at Lam Mok, it's obvious he would never toss out his own tribe. So that makes things way more complicated. But the Chiu Duong tribe is different, they aren't short on food. Lam Lang nodded and called over Than Li. Hey, since we got that ceramic jar and that meat broth from them, we should return the favor. Why don't you take some grilled fish over to them? They grilled a total of 13 fish, with 5 of them eating around 7 or 8, so there's plenty left. Than Lai and the others are simple folk, not thinking too deeply, but it was always on Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's minds to throw in some grilled fish as a gift to the Lam Sun tribe. Than Lai also wanted to but was shy to speak up, so when Lam Lang said it, he lit up, jumped up, smiling wide. For sure, Lam Sis is right, I'm on it. Then send over 4 grilled fish, okay? Lam Lang smiled and nodded, that's perfect, go for it. Got it. Than Lai happily took the grilled fish away. Tons of eyes instantly locked onto him and the fish looks full of longing. Even Lam Mok and Lam Thao looked stunned. The grilled fish smelled so good, the skin golden brown and glossy. Just looking at them made anyone want to grab a bite right now. Heard someone gulp hard. Then, another gulp came right after. Van Lai caught their expressions, feeling both proud and happy. Back when they were still with a lone tribe, not many liked fish, but that's changed now. Lam Sis's skill is crazy, turning something basic into a gourmet treat. Fish? That's nothing. There are so many other delicious dishes no one could even imagine. Van Lai handed 4 mouth-watering grilled fish to Lam Phao. Here, you all gotta try this. Our grilled fish is really good, haha. Lam Phao giggled, not rushing to take them but looked at her bro instead. She knew how precious food was, especially since the Chiu Duong tribe looked even tougher off than them, so it wouldn't be right to just take it. Lam Mok couldn't help but glance at Lam Lang and Lai Huyen. Lai Huyen smiled softly and nodded at him. Lam Mok smiled back and said to Lam Phao, "Take them, thanks so much." Van Lai, "No need, really." Van Lai scratched his head, embarrassed. "It's not like it's anything special, no need to be shy." The Lam Sun tribe went totally silent, thinking if this tasty-looking, fragrant stuff isn't special, then what is? This dude's from a poor tribe and still talks big, just trying to get on Lam Phao's good side. Lam Phao clearly didn't completely buy Van Lai's words, winked at him, then made a teasing face like he was bragging. She asked Van Lai to cut the 4 fish to share with the whole tribe. Over 30 people, 4 fish not huge, so each person only got a bite. Many parents and strong folks either didn't eat or only nibbled a little, giving the rest away. All the little kids under like 12 or 13 were done eating. Lam Mok didn't eat either. Van Lai purposely saved a piece of fish that was low on bones but packed with soft, fatty meat for Lam Phao. Try it out. Lam Phao didn't hesitate and gladly took it with a big smile. "Big bro, you always spoil and protect me. When there's good food, you'd rather skip eating yourself than let me miss out. As long as there's anything edible in the tribe, I gotta get a share." He never let Lam Phao go short on anything. The Lam Son tribe folks were used to that. Even Lam Phao took it all in stride without feeling awkward. The fish was grilled to golden perfection, crispy on the outside, tender and sweet within. The ginger slices and a splash of wine killed the fishy odor, while the salt and pepper mix hit just right, blending into a flavor explosion that made your mouth water instantly. The kids kept raving after eating. "So good, seriously awesome." Some even tried to chew on the bones. Lam Phao was no different after one bite. Her eyes lit up bright, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, is this really fish meat? How's it that good?" Van Lai was over the moon hearing that, couldn't hide the pride. "Actually, our Chiu Duong tribe has a ton of tasty dishes." Right after that, he suddenly recalled Lam Lang and Lai Huyen telling him not to spill tribal secrets, so he quickly backtracked. Mostly it's just cause our Lam Sis is a pro cook. Seriously, she makes everything taste bomb." The way he said it hinted they just didn't have many ingredients to work with. Lam Phao caught the vibe, sighed softly, tore off a piece of fish, and pushed it toward Lam Mok, insisting he try it. "Big bro, seriously, you gotta taste this. It's crazy good." Lam Mok couldn't say no, so he smiled and took it. Lam Phao told Van Lai, "Things will definitely get better down the line. Little by little, we'll all be doing way better." Van Lai really wanted to say, "Then y'all should just roll with us back to the Chiu Duong tribe," but it wasn't the right time, so he swallowed the words and just nodded. Lam Mok tried the fish Lam Phao gave him. His eyes popped wide open. Couldn't help but ask Van Lai, "Yo, what else besides salt did you guys throw in here? We never tasted fish like this before." While saying that, he glanced at the kids gnawing on fish so hard they wanted to chew the bones too, and sighed softly. "No joke, this is straight up delicious. Gotta give props." Van Lai grinned, "Seriously, no magic or anything. We just mash up some wild berries with salt. Our Chiu Duong tribe's basically legendary at cooking tasty stuff, and Lam Sis is a straight-up wizard in the kitchen." Lam Mok nodded, clearly impressed, but didn't ask what kind of wild berries they were. Every tribe had their secret hacks they didn't share, but he couldn't help but advise, "Y'all use way too much salt when grilling fish. Salt's super precious and hard to come by, so maybe save some for later." "Nah, don't waste a good bite just to save salt," Van Lai said, then chuckled awkwardly. He knew Lam Mok meant well, and even Lam Phao nodded seriously, but honestly, it wasn't necessary, no. Really, not needed at all. Van Lai suddenly remembered how Du Bro and Tung Fong once told Lam Sis and Huyen Bro the same thing about saving salt back in the day. Van Lai gave a forced nod. Yeah, it's cool. We really aren't wasting anything." Lam Phao's eyes went wide. "That doesn't count as wasting? Seriously, y'all need to think more about the future." All right. Van Lai nodded automatically. "We'll be careful." He couldn't refuse Lam Phao's good intentions. Lam Mok smiled and said, just roll with us, and one day we'll all be doing way better. Fan Lai got all touched and nodded enthusiastically with a big grin. Yeah, just like that, the two groups stuck together and kept it moving. At the next meal, Lam Lang either caught a big fish or just took a quick stroll and came back with 4 or 5 wild rabbits. The fat jungle chickens, those were straight from her space stash. Even though the amount wasn't huge, for the starving Lam Sun tribe who hadn't hunted anything all day, it felt like a blessing from the heavens. Their respect for the Triu Duong tribe was through the roof, including Lam Mok and his sister Lam Thao. Weirdly, they kept thinking the Triu Duong tribe hunted like it was just a fun game. They were genuinely trying to learn, but the others just said it's no big deal when there's prey, they just move fast, it's crazy impressive. Lam Lang, Lei Huyen, and the rest blended in happily with the Lam Sun tribe, and their bonds grew super tight in no time. The next evening, after they found a chill spot to crash for the night, guess what? Not long after, a huge crowd showed up aiming to crash there too. And that crew? Straight up the lone tribe. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were left speechless. How is it every time they step out, they bump into them? Talk about fate. Seriously, fate's playing games here. Dang, Mao, and Than Lai's faces twisted bad real quick. This time, the lone tribe rolled in heavy. Lam Lang eyeballed at least 200 folks, guys and gals alike, including the big shots like Fire Lady, Black Tea, Dong, and Tay, though were all there. The lone tribe instantly spotted them too, mostly froze, shocked. La froze too, then yelled, you guys again. What are y'all doing here? The Lam Sun tribe was low-key hype, thought having backup would be safe and easy, but something felt off. Hearing that, Lam Lang got annoyed, shot her a glare, said all tired, yo, what you saying? This time's your time's turf or what? For real? If not, why you care we here? Why can't we stay? Lei Huyen had to stand up for her girl, no way she backed down. Yeah, so what if we're chilling here? She fired daggers at them, then shot looks at Dang and the crew, finally locking eyes with the lone tribe's big boss. Big boss. The lone tribe leader and Black Tea exchanged dark looks, both boiling inside but couldn't make a move with so many people watching. The lone chief regretted letting Lei Huyen, Lam Lang, and Du Nam bail before. That out-of-control feeling freaked him out. He wanted them dead, but not in front of his tribe. That'd make him look unfair and tank his rep. Laughing loud, the lone chief said, all right, mouthy one, you're Lei Huyen, right? Y'all really got some crazy luck running into our tribe again. Where's Du Nam? Not here? Y'all coming to the gathering too? But with you guys possessed by the dark spirit, not really the vibe for the gathering. Huh. The Lam Sun tribe's faces dropped, all eyes on Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. Lei Huyen smirked, eyes squinting. Our shamans took care of that long ago. We're totally fine now. No need for the lone chief to stress. Black Tea, possessed by the dark spirit? That shaman can fight that off? For sure. Lam Lang puffed up with pride. Our tribe's shamans are next level. Nothing they can't handle. Don't believe me? Look, we're alive and kicking. We even rolled with the Lam Sun tribe. Did we bring bad luck? Nope. We hit up the Mang tribe too, those dark possession stories. Nah. If folks wanted to blame them, no one would listen, no matter how much Lam Lang and Lei Huyen argued. So better to just claim the evil was cleansed. Sounds smart, right? Hearing Mang tribe mentioned, the lone tribe's mood flipped fast, shock mixed with disbelief. The chief and Black Tea shared grim looks. Damn, these guys got ties to Mang tribe. The Lam Sun tribe knew about the mysterious Mang tribe too, instantly pumped up and gave mad respect to the Triu Duong tribe. Lam Mok grinned, traveling together with y'all is a win for us, hope we're not causing trouble. Lam Thao nodded, yeah, Triu Duong folks are all solid. The Lam Sun tribe agreed, facts, no cap. Honestly, we're the lucky ones here. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged grins. Lam Sun folks got heart, real loyalty. You gotta know, the dark spirit possession thing is taboo, scary for tribes, and still, Lam Sun trusts us? That's rare. The lone tribe let out quiet sighs of relief. If they truly cleared the evil, that was good. Catching it would spell disaster. The lone chief bit his tongue, mad as hell, but couldn't doubt another tribe's shaman faked a grin. So that's the deal, y'all lucked out. Just be careful next time, some evil ain't easy to kill. Lam Lang, don't sweat that stuff. Our Triu Duong shamans are insane. Dang Mao and Fan Lai cracked up, all cocky. Lady scoffed cold, Triu Duong tribe? What? Never heard of it. Doesn't sound like anything big if it's so unknown. Pathetic. Even this almost falling apart Lam Sun tribe, heard of them. Luyan, look, East Continent's huge, right? Does every tribe know each other? A lot of them stay in the wild forests on the east side of the continent. Some haven't even hit the central zone. Not hearing a name's normal. She's mad. But what's the difference? If you don't know it, that means it ain't real, right? What's so great about your Triu Duong tribe anyway? Just a few people. If you're coming to a gathering, where's your stuff? If you're that awesome, bring it out and show us. Lam Lang chuckled low, half smirk. Bringing it out now? Scare ya to death. Chill. Wait for the gathering, we'll give you the full show. Lei Huyen laughed loud. Yeah, for real. The lone chief grinned. All right, I want to see it too. Don't let me down. It's getting late, let's get set up. He led the lone tribe to camp a bit away from Lam Lang's crew. Li, Huyen, and the Lam Sun tribe were about 3,400 meters away. We're also getting ready to grill some meat. Lam Lang made sure to stay out of sight of the Lam Sun tribe today, pulled out 3 plump rabbits and 3 fat wild chickens from thin air. Lei Huyen took Dang down to the river and caught over 10 fish, plus some dried meat the Lam Sun tribe chipped in, and a handful of fresh greens snagged nearby, more than enough for dinner. Than Lai, Lam Thao, and the crew were hyped, building a fire to cook up the feast. Lam Mok seriously told Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, "We've got faith in you guys." It took Lam Lang and Lei Huyen a minute to realize he was talking about the whole spooky evil spirit possession thing. Lam Lang just smiled and nodded. "We're not messing with you either. If you're cool with believing that, that's chill." Lam Mok smiled back and added, "Do you have beef with the lone tribe? I noticed their big boss seems pretty hostile toward you. You might want to keep your guard up, though we're not scared of them." Lam Lang fired back, "Nah, if you're uncomfortable, our tribe can just split right now. We honestly don't care." Lam Mok looked a bit heated. The Lam Sun tribe might have slipped, but they still had spirit. As long as you weren't snobbish, they'd stand by you. If you ever need a hand, just say the word. Together, we're a decent-sized crew. Plus, the festival's got strict rules, no fights, no revenge. At least until the festival wraps up, you don't gotta stress that. By tomorrow night, we'll be at the festival spot. The lone tribe can't afford to make dumb moves now. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen both felt a little moved inside. Lam Mok was truly loyal, and the Lam Sun tribe wasn't half bad. Lei Huyen looked at Lam Mok and said, "You guys sticking with us? Don't worry, we're not scared of the lone tribe. If they want to start anything, who's really gonna lose in the end?" Lam Mok just chuckled, clearly not buying Lei Huyen's tough talk, figured she was just bluffing to save face. Lei Huyen said nothing more, and everyone just chatted a bit before settling down to eat. Better to wait and see than to talk too much. The Lam Sun tribe didn't show any weird vibes or nervousness toward Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, despite the bad blood with the lone tribe. They all just enjoyed dinner together. Lam Mok and Lam Thao even threw in some extra comforting words. That made Lam Lang and Lei Huyen super happy. Turns out they'd picked the right crew. After everyone finished dining, the sky hadn't fully darkened yet, with a stunning golden sunset blazing on the western horizon. Taking advantage of the moment, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen went for a walk, purposely heading a bit farther to find a spot in the bushes where they could sit and quietly plan their next move. Soon enough, they heard footsteps coming closer. Instinctively, both instantly zipped their lips and strained to listen. "You want to hunt down Than Lai and the others, right? They're no longer part of our lone tribe, so why bother looking for them?" The angry tone was pretty familiar. That's Huakai, the son of the lone tribe's big boss, the unlucky dude Lam Lang once captured as a prisoner. What surprised them was that the one getting grilled was a woman, who just held back her anger and calmly explained, "You're misunderstanding. I'm not trying to find them. Even if they're not from the lone tribe anymore, why can't I look for them? They got kicked out because they were possessed by some evil spirit, but that's not the case now. I just want to talk. Are we lone tribe people not allowed to speak with others anymore?" Huakai got even madder, a hint of jealousy creeping in. "Nah, I know what you really want. You want to talk about Dunam, right? You're still stuck on him, but don't forget, he's no longer part of our lone tribe. You can't be his partner, so what business is it of yours?" Liu Qi snapped back coldly. "Huakai, I've said it. I don't want to partner with anyone. Anyone." Huakai's jealousy flared more. "Right after Dunam left, you said that. What's so great about him that you can't stop remembering? Liu Qi, don't you see how I treat you? If you can't appreciate that, don't blame me for being harsh." Liu Qi laughed bitterly. "Ha, you want to be harsh? Our big boss is even thinking about naming you as the next tribe leader. How you gonna treat me then? You're Huakai losing your mind right now. The big boss needs everyone's respect and has to protect the tribe and work hard for its growth. At least that's how it should look on the outside. Otherwise, the tribe cracks, and when that happens, it's only a matter of time before it falls apart. A leader without the skill or tribe's respect can totally get booted." So, Liu Qi wasn't scared of Huakai at all. As long as she refused, Huakai wouldn't dare force her. Huakai snarled with frustration. "What's so good about Dunam that you just can't forget him?" A flicker of sadness passed Liu Qi's eyes. She paused, then softened and sighed. What's the point of all this? Like I said, I'm not partnering with anyone, and that's not changing. Liu Na really wants to be your partner. You should be looking for her instead. There's no way she can compare to you, Huakai said with a bit of disdain. Liu Qi, you really won't think it over. Liu Qi shook her head. It's getting late, I'm out. She cut off Huakai before he could say anything, spun around, and walked off. Huakai opened his mouth, then shut it, stomping and muttering curses under his breath before quickly leaving. 2. They both left one after the other, and nearby in the bushes, a girl about 17 or 18 slowly stood up, staring sharp at where they had just gone. A shadow of sadness flashed through Liu Qi's eyes. After a brief silence, she softened and sighed. What's even the point? I'm telling you, I won't partner with anyone. That's not changing. Liu Na really wants to be your partner. You should go find her instead. She can't match up to you. Huakai said, dripping with disdain. Liu Qi, you seriously won't reconsider? Liu Qi shook her head. It's late now. I'm off. She didn't give Huakai a chance to reply, turned, and walked away. Huakai opened his mouth but shut it again, stomping and cursing quietly, before quickly leaving too. As they both went off, nearby in the bushes, a girl about 17 or 18 slowly rose, her eyes locked tightly on the direction they just left. His face was all dark and moody. Then after a bit, he cracked a cold little smirk before striding off. Lam Lang was like, dang, didn't expect to catch that whole Du Nam drama live. That girl named Liu Qi, I gotta say, she's not half bad. And the chick behind her, yeah, probably the Liu Na they were talking about. From the looks of it, she's no angel, probably cooking up some shady plans. Lei Huyen shot a glance at Lam Lang. She's down to have Du Nam's back, huh? Totally. Lam Lang nodded, smirking. Look, having a wife that's solid who can just say no cleanly, that'd be a real loss for Du Nam. Plus our Triu Duong tribe is running low on people anyway. Lei Huyen chuckled softly. True, true. Then let's get to it. Hee hee. They bounced back to camp and called the other 3 over to spill everything that just went down. The 3 freaked out as soon as they heard. Than Lai got mad and shouted. Hoa Ki's always been shady, constantly trying to get close to Liu Qi, but she never gave him the time of day. Dude just keeps getting thicker-skinned, standing there frozen. Hasn't Hoa Ki already been involved with Liu Na? I even caught them in the back forest at the mountain tribe once, thought maybe they'd end up together. So why is he still glued to Liu Tree? Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. Damn, seriously, how can y'all just casually tell this story like it's no big deal? Than Li laughed coldly. He's just itching to steal Du Nam's stuff, freaking out, asking what they should even do now. He said he saw Du Nam really digging Liu Qi, but they had to bounce in a rush. Liu Qi went out to forage and wasn't there, or else she'd definitely tag along. He sighed. That's not for sure. Chu Dong and Aunt Dong are still with the lone tribe. How could Liu Qi leave her parents behind? Than Lai's face dropped like a fish slapped by a bone, miserable as hell, then looked up at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. Sis Lam, bro Huyen, y'all gotta have a plan, right? Lam Lang laughed. Don't lose hope, man. Isn't this pretty simple? Just invite all those folks to join our Triu Duong tribe and call it done. Yeah, that makes sense. Than Lai got hype, but then shook his head. Still sketchy. Chu Dong's a beast hunter for loan. Fiercely loyal, he ain't just gonna bounce away. Lam Lang asked, does he care about Liu Tree? Than Lai didn't get why, nodded. Of course, both Uncle Dong and Aunt Dong love Liu Qi tons. Lam Lang said, that's exactly it. Than Lai looked confused. Lam Lang just smiled, not ready to spill more to Than Lai now, just said, relax. I've got this all figured out. Than Lai was more puzzled. Huh? Still, acting honest, like seeing it straight through. No stress, said. Since Lam's got a plan, we just wait then. Makes sense. Than Lai grinned wide-eyed. I'm chill now. Du Nam's gotta lock down Liu Qi for sure. Lam Lang, dude, don't you think you're celebrating way too early? These messy love ties among the young crowd are all hidden waves that don't really mess with anyone else. That night went smooth with no drama. Next morning, as Lam Lang and the Triu Duong crew rolled out, Lone Tribe was still prepping breakfast. They had way more people hauling heavier gear, of course, not as chill and light as Lam Lang and the gang. Lam Lang got this vibe, suddenly glanced back and caught Liu Qi staring their way. Eyes locked for a sec, Liu Qi looked dazed and dreamy, then snapped back, suddenly flustered, quickly averted her gaze and hurried off awkwardly. Lam Lang smiled quietly to himself. Looks like she really hasn't let go of Du Nam yet. That afternoon, they hit up the annual tribe trade fair. Since it happens every year, the regular tribes always come, especially the big ones with their usual spots, while the smaller tribes just grab whatever's left when they arrive early enough. At the fair, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen split off from the Lam Son tribe. Lam Son already knew they weren't there to crash their spot, so it was cool that they didn't camp together. When they parted, Lei Huyen seriously told Lam Mok and the others, "If y'all want to find a tribe you can really trust, I'm sure you get it in your gut it's not easy. The ones you want to join won't make it simple. Before you decide, think hard, be serious. Is it worth it for real? If you're open to it, why not think about joining our Triudong tribe?" That was the first time Lei Huyen brought this up to Lam Son tribe. Lam Mok and Lam Thao were stunned, totally caught off guard. They'd thought the other tribe would be worse off than theirs, but here they were inviting them to join. That hit them right in the feels. Lam Lang smiled softly. "We're not playing around. For real. Our Triudong tribes got plenty of food, just short on people. We welcome y'all to join. If you say yes now, just follow our tribe's rules and boom, you're one of us. I don't think any tribe offers conditions like this. Even if we need people, we're picky. If you're not a good fit, we won't take you. Pick us, you won't regret it. So think it over carefully." Lam Son tribe was left with dumbfounded faces. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen strolled off coolly. Back at Lam Son, chaos blew up. "Chief, are they for real? This sounds too good to be true." "Yeah, I've never even heard of Triudong before. I think it's okay. Their hunting looks legit and the food seems good." Right. I'm feeling that too. "True. Chief Lei and Master Vu Su Lam are cool people. Honestly, I've never even heard of the Triudong tribe before. I think they're pretty cool, though hunting's super easy for them. And the food's fire." "Yeah, totally. I feel the same." For sure, the leaders, Lei and Vu Su Lam, are solid too. Both Fan Lai and the others seem chill. I don't get any scam vibes from them. Yeah, seriously. Why not give it a shot? Big boss, honestly, there's no harm in trying. Lam Thao, maybe in a few days you can hit up Fan Lai and grill him a bit. Yeah, that sounds cool. Lam Mok had a splitting headache, so he stepped in to chill everyone out. In the end, the squad decided to first scope out the tribe fair to see if any tribe fits. If nothing matches, then they considered joining the Triudong tribe. No harm in giving it a go. Lam Mok was thinking way beyond the other tribe folks. He kind of felt these past few days of hanging out were low-key set up by the other side, like they had a plan from the jump. But why though? Lam Mok couldn't detect any bad vibes from them. Actually, he was all for it. He thought they were genuinely good people, so there's no way they want to mess with the Lam Son tribe. Plus, he laughed at himself, the Lam Son tribe's already so messed up, barely hanging on. Why would anyone bother scheming so hard about them? Still, how could a tribe be so desperate for people? Jumping straight to asking their whole tribe to merge. No tribe actually does that, right? Could they really be trustworthy? If it was just about him alone, his gut would say those two are solid, he'd take the risk, even if it meant getting played, no biggie. But this is his tribe's future. Over 30 lives, he had to be careful. Shaking off the whirlwind of thoughts, Lam Mok snapped back, got his head right, and led everyone to find a spot to set up camp. By today, plenty of tribes had shown up, the whole area buzzing with energy. Tribes mingled everywhere, laughs and chatter all around, though the fair hadn't officially kicked off yet. Just because tribes arrive doesn't mean the fair starts. The Salt tribe folks have to step up and declare the opening, that's when it's official. Before that, tribes can check out the goods other tribes brought for trade, maybe negotiate or feel things out. But no deals get sealed till the fair officially opens. The Salt tribe picks what they want, then everyone's free to trade. It's kind of an unspoken rule, but nobody complains or breaks it. Every tribe brought tons of stuff to swap, and every campsite was piled high with all sorts of eye-catching things. Tomorrow's gonna bring a fresh chapter. Just because something shows up at the fair doesn't mean that's the whole deal. If a tribe really wants something special, even after the fair, they can straight up find the owner and negotiate. Lam Lang, Huyen, and their crew were just a few like that, which made it way simpler, chilling wherever they wanted. They didn't want to be too showy anyway, since this spot is the Salt tribe's turf. Last time, during the Salt swap drama, they'd already met some Salt tribe peeps and even had a slight run-in, so who knows if that could come back to bite them. So, they picked a low-key corner, nothing flashy. Their nearest neighbors were at least 20 meters away. Lam Lang clattered out a bunch of logs, bark, and mountain vines from his space stash they needed to build a tent here. That kind of noise caught attention. 3 or 4 nearby small tribes all snapped their heads over, eyes wide. Whoa, those guys really got warrior vibes. What kind of skill is that? Weird but kinda dope. Weird, yeah, but super clutch. Totally handy. Carrying whatever you want without breaking a sweat, madness. And look at their clothes, they're pretty unusual. Yeah, What tribe they from? No clue here either. Sucks that cool powers aren't for everyone, and even if they were, you can't just pick whatever you want. The benefits all go to them, making others jealous for real. People chatting and whispering all around. Lam Lang and his crew caught all the noise, but they stayed chill, like it wasn't even a thing. The four started setting up the tent. This temporary tent style was easy, just set up some poles, cover the frame with bark. Done. To keep some privacy, they wrapped three sides with bark panels, using the other side as a stall. The goods were lined up right at the stall's entrance for folks to browse. By night, they'd cover the last side too, blocking any outside peeks. When the tent frame was finished, the sun was swinging low. Lam Lang pulled out rice balls, grilled meat, and some pre-made soup from storage. The five of them ate together inside. After dinner, Dang, Mao, and Fan Lai got ready to crash. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen stepped outside for a bit. Since partnering with the Lam Sun tribe, these two had this habit of night strolls every evening. Though really, it was Chiu Chiu and Tien Tien who needed the walk. These two critters stayed cooped up indoors all day in Lam Lang's space, and if they didn't get to roam at night, they'd totally lose it, probably wreck the whole space if left inside. As soon as they were freed, those two bolts shot off lightning fast, gone in a blink. Even Lam Lang and Lei Huyen couldn't spot him anymore. They were pissed from being trapped so long, but letting them run wild wasn't an option either. These creatures stood out way too much. Next day, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen laid out their goods. On one side by the stall's front sat 6 tall ceramic jars, over half a person's height, plus some other pottery like bellows, pots, small urns, ceramic vases, and plates in all kinds. On the other side was a wooden rack with cotton fabrics, rabbit fur cloths, a jar of salt, pepper, 2 jars of honey, everything on point. Those big ceramic jars were mainly eye-catchers. The rest were display samples. Lam Lang's space still had plenty more. They were too unique. The nearby small tribes kept staring, totally blown away, breathing a little cooler at the sight. Once the setup was done, nobody knew who was in charge. Hold up a sec, everyone gathered around. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen took on the job of answering the curiosity of the 3 Fanli folks, while the rest of us went off for a stroll. A fresh day kicked off, and the trade fair was slowly buzzing back to life. All kinds of stuff were piled in front of each tribe. Some tribes had their things neatly arranged, others were totally messy. For Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, who had never seen anything like this before, it was seriously fascinating. The coolest things were stone tools, pottery, animal hides, plus plenty of dried meat, dried fruit, and fresh fruit. There were also animal tendons, horns, bones, herbs, honey, colorful spirits for decoration, and beautifully patterned stones. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were especially hyped about the herbs. But the herbs, here, didn't look all that pretty. Mostly dried roots or powdered forms, totally unrecognizable from their original state. Tribes selling herbs all swore their goods were super effective, some for stopping bleeding, reducing swelling, curing headaches, stomach aches, sore throats, even detoxifying, but those were rare and demanded a lot to trade for. Even though they didn't look great, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen talked it over and decided to trade some stuff to study back home. Lam Lang was dying to trade right then, but everyone said no. Because the trade event hadn't officially started, they could only check things out but couldn't make any trades yet. Some tribes had a good vibe towards Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, promising if the Salt tribe didn't take stuff, they'd prioritize trading with them. Of course, that was only if they had what the others wanted. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen felt seriously annoyed inside. That damn Salt tribe was just too boss. But what could they do? They had salt, which none of the other tribes did. Later, Lam Lang spotted hides, tendons, horns, and some really good stone weapons, all things they wanted, and made mental notes. Some dried and fresh fruits were unexpectedly interesting too, but with those, Lam Lang wanted seeds or young plants instead. The thing that made both of them the most hype was when they stood in front of a stall from a tribe named Lei and saw natural sulfur and natural alum. Both sulfur and alum had tons of uses. Sulfur could treat skin infections, eczema, itching, and other skin problems. It could disinfect, kill bacteria and pests, and worked as a mild laxative. Alum treated even more conditions and filtered water and extinguished fires. The water purifying effect was almost magical, turning gross swamp water into drinkable stuff. When they spotted these two, their eyes lit up. They exchanged glances, determined to get their hands on them no matter what. After a bit of checking around, they learned the Lei tribe didn't really get the full uses of these minerals. They just happened to have them. They called sulfur gold stone and mostly ground it up to sprinkle around huts to keep mosquitoes, bugs, and snakes away, while the white stone, alum, was a mystery to them too. They only recently found it and brought it to see what could be done since it looked kinda unique. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen satisfied their curiosity, quickly thanked them, and moved on. Both calmed down. No big deal about the minerals. There were more than just those. Even if they couldn't buy them at the fair, they could always visit the Lei tribe later. By then, they'd have a solid shot at trading with them. Lam Lang felt super refreshed. She laughed. Hey, this trade fair's not half bad. There's some pretty cool stuff here, right? Huyen smiled and nodded. This trip's totally worth it. Haha, for real. After just a stroll, it was already halfway through the morning. Getting hungry, they started heading back to their booth. But right as they turned, they heard a loud commotion up ahead. A young dude from a tribe, looking rough, kicked a guy down who fell hard, then pointed and yelled, "You blind or what? Blocking the way and won't move? Want to get stone cold kicked?" The Salt Tribe guys with him laughed hard. These migrant jerks are total trash. They always run wild at every trade fair. Yeah, I think we should tell the big boss we don't want migrants joining anymore. Chill, chill. Let's just check if there's anything good. No point chatting with him. We've been too nice already. Right. Let's bounce. Ha. Consider yourself lucky today. Get out of here fast or next time you mess with me, trade fair's off limits for you. The Salt Tribe crew said that laughing, then walked off. People scrambled out of the way, making room. The guy on the ground clenched his fist, pissed and humiliated, but said nothing. Many shot each other looks, obviously pissed about the Salt Tribe's arrogance and bullying, but no one dared speak up, let alone help the dude lying there. Soon enough, the crowd moved on. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen stepped up to help the guy up. Our tribe isn't far from here. Want to come chill for a while? Lei Huyen offered. That guy was Lin Vu. The Salt Tribe kid's kick had hit his ribs. Pain was brutal. Plus, he'd been stressed about his kid and future for days, feeling drained and weak, eating poorly, spinning in his head, mind all over the place, looking rough and struggling hard. Without Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's support, he probably would have collapsed again. Hearing Lei Huyen's offer, Lin Vu's eyes got watery with gratitude. It had been ages since any stranger showed him genuine kindness. He barely nodded, breath weak. Thanks. Lam Lang led the way up front. Lei Huyen helped Lin Vu walk along. Once they heard he was a migrant, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Despite his pale look, his tall frame, dude's face is decent, not one of those ugly mugs that make people want to look away. You can tell just by looking, he's been through some tough times, starving and struggling. Of course, no one would want to miss out on a chance like this to charm someone. Honestly, their stall was located pretty far from here, like a long walk away. But right now, Lin Vu's all spaced out, not paying attention to that stuff at all, no suspicions whatsoever. Even though he felt like it was taking forever to get there, he just blamed his own weak stamina for the slow trek and felt kinda guilty. Man, I'm such a pain. Lucky to have met some cool folks today. Finally, they arrived, and the stall wasn't swarmed with people anymore. This spot was kinda tucked away, so even though no one had seen such huge pottery or those strange ceramic shapes before, everyone had already watched all the cool stuff all morning. Dong and Mao quickly stepped up to help, helping Lin Vu sit down. Lam Lang pulled out a cloth to block the view from outside, then grabbed a water jug and some cups from thin air, poured over half a bowl of warm water, stirred in 2 spoons of honey, and handed it to Lin Vu. Yo, drink some of this. It smells like sweet honey. For Lin Vu, whose stomach was growling bad, the scent was even more irresistible. He had never tasted honey before, but he could totally tell this was top quality, legit good stuff. Lin Vu thanked them, hands trembling as he took the ceramic cup up to his lips, and right after tasting the sweet honey, he felt a rush of energy, so he couldn't help but gulp down big sips, finishing the whole thing fast and even licking his lips like he wanted more. This is insanely good. Sweet, right? Lam Lang smiled and said, "This is honey water, made from buzzing bees' honey mixed with water. We haven't eaten yet either. You gotta eat with us later." Lin Vu's eyes lit up with a mind-blown vibe, totally amazed. Is this really the taste of bee honey? You call that sweet? It's crazy sweet. He glanced at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. Name's Lin Vu, why are y'all so chill with me like this? Lam Lang chuckled softly, not rushing as he pulled out a small charcoal stove, prepping to cook some wild chicken noodles and venison with scallions, herbs, and fresh goat stomach mushrooms. Lei Huyen smiled warmly at Lin Vu. Chill out, we mean no harm. Honestly, we're from the Triu Duong tribe, and our numbers are pretty low right now, so we're looking to recruit. You're a drifter, but we see you got potential, so we want to know if you're down to join the Triu Duong tribe. We're short on people, but we don't take in just anyone. We trust our instincts, and you seem solid. Join the tribe, and you're not a drifter anymore, you're family. Lin Vu's eyes suddenly sparked with excitement. Triu Duong, the Triu Duong tribe. Lei Huyen nodded casually. Yeah, you probably haven't heard of us, and that's okay. Our tribe's pretty far from here, so we don't usually mix much with outsiders. Dan Lai joined in, giving some advice. Big bro Lin Vu, our Triu Dung tribe is seriously awesome, for real. And yeah, we really do need more people now. The chief says you're a good guy, and the chief never picks wrong. If you come, we'll welcome you with open arms, right guys? Yeah, for sure, super welcome, super welcome. Dong and Mao nodded along, grinning ear to ear, looking super friendly. Lei Huyen added, life as a drifter isn't easy. I can tell you're not useless, but you ended up like this. You don't want to keep living like that, right? Look at them dressed fresh, no worries. Isn't that better than anything else? Hit with this unexpected good news, Lin Vu felt a flicker inside and couldn't help but glance at Fan Lai and the crew. Yeah, that's true. Everyone looked healthy, eyes bright, clothes clean and neat. They definitely lived well. But this good news came so fast, so sudden. For someone who's been through so much, he actually didn't dare to trust it easily, or believe his luck had finally turned. He stared at Lei Huyen, still stunned. Lei Huyen didn't pressure him, just smiled. No rush. Take your time thinking it over. Just give me an answer before the trading fair ends. The small charcoal stoves glowing red hot, the clay pot was bubbling with broth. This was last night's slow-cooked soup, boiling fiercely, cooking venison and fresh goat's stomach mushrooms. The smell filled the whole tent, teasing the appetite of anyone hungry, especially someone like Lin Vu who hadn't been full in ages, let alone tasted anything this tasty. This was the ultimate temptation. Lin Vu had to summon all his willpower to keep his pride intact around these folks. He wasn't the type to start eating before deciding, especially if he might say no later. How could he even sit down and chow down if that happened? What reason? This valuable food, they owed him nothing. They already showed kindness by helping him. He couldn't just steal it all, but honestly, it smelled so good, so tempting, he couldn't bring himself to even stand. After a brief pause, Lin Vu cautiously spoke up. If I agree, can you spare some food for me? I got women and kids back home with nothing to eat, of course. Lei Huyen smiled without hesitation. If your family in our tribe, Than Lai and Mao echoed. That's right. Their voices were proud and loud. Lin Vu stopped hesitating. All right. I'm down to join the Triu Dung tribe. Lei Huyen nodded. Good. From now on, you're part of the Triu Dung tribe. If I agree, could I get some food? There are women and kids back at my place with nothing to eat. Definitely. Lei Huyen smiled without a second thought. If you're part of our tribe, you obviously get a share. Really? Dong laughed. For real? Our Triu Dung tribe never runs out of food. Don Li and Mao echoed. No doubt about it. Their voices were proud and loud. Lin Vu felt his doubts melt away. All right then, I'm down to join the Triu Dung tribe. Lei Huyen nodded. Good. From now on, you're officially one of us. Yeah. Lin Vu stood up serious, bowed respectfully to Lei Huyen as a sign of loyalty. When he straightened up, a wave of relief and calm filled him. Happiness blossomed in his chest. Finally, he had a tribe, a place to lean on. Awesome. Welcome. Welcome. Van Lai and the crew greeted him with big smiles, marking a fresh start. Thanks. Lin Vu couldn't help but grin. Then he asked, by the way, big leader, how many people are in the Triu Dung tribe in total? He was pretty curious. Everyone's faces froze for a moment. Lei Huyen cleared his throat, speaking like it was no big deal. Before you joined, we had 13 people. Lin Vu's eyes went wide, mouth open. He was pretty curious. Everyone's expressions froze for a moment. Lei Huyen cleared her throat lightly, her tone casual like nothing unusual was happening. Boom. Before you joined, there were 13 people in total. Lin Vu glared, mouth agape. After chowing down, Lam Lang, Lei Huyen, and Lin Vu headed to check out the nomads' camp. Lin Vu filled them in on the situation at home. His kid was badly hurt. Naturally, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen wanted to see for themselves. They'd planned to watch the stall in the afternoon so Fan Lai and the others could hang out, but that got switched up. Fan Lai and the gang didn't mind, even offered some soothing words to Lin Vu, which warmed him up big time. No matter how the kid's situation turned out, Lin Vu had already decided the 13 of them made a trustworthy tribe. Bak Seung was shocked to see Lin Vu bring 2 strangers along. Lam Lang greeted them, then went to check on little Mao. Lin Vu kept it simple when explaining to Bak Seung. Both she and her husband looked tense but hopeful, eyes glued on every move. Lin Vu was really surprised to bring back 2 strangers. Lam Lang greeted them and then went to check on little Mao. Lin Vu simply explained a few things to Bak Seung. The couple was tense and hopeful, standing nearby with eyes glued to the scene. Though not doctors, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had survived a brutal apocalypse, so they definitely knew their medicine. Luckily, the kid had no serious internal injuries, just mostly cuts and bruises. The weakness was from hunger and lack of treatment. First thing, Lam Lang gave him some honey water to help wake him up a bit, then told Bak Shuan to feed him half a bowl of meat soup to slowly get his stomach ready. Next, they pulled some wound medicine from their stash, crushed it up, and told Bak Shuan to apply it. Little Mao had a fierce will to live after eating. His eyes got way brighter, and his pale face looked better too. As long as they were careful and kept applying the medicine for 3 or 4 days, he'd be fine. Bak Shizung covered her face, bawling and non-stop thanking everyone. Hearing that the whole family had joined the trio Duong tribe, now all one crew, she was shocked and overjoyed beyond words. Lam Lang handed over some food from their stash to Bak Xiong. Covering her face, she sobbed uncontrollably, endlessly thanking them. Hearing from Lin Vu that the whole family had joined the Triu Duong tribe. From now on, they were all one family. She was both shocked and overjoyed beyond control. Lam Lang pulled food from the space for Bak Shuang. Little Mao stared at it like it was gold. Lam Lang gave him a cucumber and a boiled egg. She pulled out some rice in a clay pot, showing Bak Sung how to cook porridge with just a little meat added, warning her not to give Little Mao too much meat for the next 2 or 3 days, just diluted meat porridge and some other simple foods. He carefully instructed that for the next 2 or 3 days, Little Mao shouldn't eat much meat, just some diluted meat porridge and a few other dishes would be fine. She casually prepared a basket full of meat, eggs, and vegetables for them. She also packed a basket loaded with meat, eggs, veggies, rice, and spices to last them a few days. Lin Vu's family hadn't seen such fresh and tasty food in ages. Little Mao was grinning ear to ear, pure happiness. Bak Xiang was crying again, pledging her loyalty nonstop. Lin Vu gently reassured his wife while repeatedly showing gratitude, continuously pledging loyalty. Lin Vu gently comforted his wife while constantly expressing gratitude. No matter what happened to the Triu Duong tribe later, he absolutely wouldn't leave the chief in Vu. Whatever he was told to do, no matter how things went with the Triu Duong tribe, he'd never leave the big leader or Vu. Whatever they asked, he was down to do it. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had something to tell Lin Vu. The tribe needed more people, of course, they wanted to recruit. Since Lin Vu'd been around for years, he knew who was good and who wasn't. They tasked him with scouting for dependable, hardworking folks, especially anyone with special skills to invite to join. The Triu Duong tribe wasn't afraid to support new members. Lam Lang even left him 2 extra baskets filled with meat, eggs, mushrooms, and salt to help families who couldn't make it on their own. Lei Huyen seriously warned. Lam Lang even left 2 more baskets of meat, eggs, mushrooms, and some salt to help those families who couldn't hold on. Le Huyen seriously warned, remember this well, this matter must never be made public. Remember, this has got to stay on the down low. You got to hit up suitable families one by one, give them some meat whether they're interested or not, and tell them to keep it hush-hush, especially no kids finding out. Got to avoid any slip-ups. Before you go, we'll have someone give you a heads up. Lin Vu nodded, though he was slightly puzzled. Big leader? Why all the secrecy? Lei Human smirked coldly. The Salt Tribe's not exactly cool if they catch wind you're leaving. They'll probably stir up trouble. Lin Vu and Bak Soon's faces shifted. Yeah, the Salt Tribe was totally capable of trash talking. The big leader reassured them, don't worry, I won't spill a word. Deliver the meat quietly. Remind everyone not to talk. Not just the Salt Tribe. Some nomads around here have sharp edges too. Lei Huyen smiled in approval. That's good. Better safe than sorry. If anything weird happens or you sense something off, you gotta come straight to us. Lam Lang grinned, saying, don't be shy, speak up about anything. We're not scared of the Salt Tribe, all of us are superpowered fighters. If anything unusual happens or you notice something off, you must report to us immediately. Lam Lang also smiled brightly and said, if anything comes up, remember to tell us, don't hide it. We're not afraid of the Salt Tribe. For real? Lin Vu and Bak Shun were both amazed and stoked, grinning wide with boosted confidence. From now on, their Triu Duong tribe was seriously legit and fierce. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen bounced out pretty quick. Bak Shuang immediately dove into Lin Vu's arms. They hugged tight. Bak Shuang's tears streamed down, sobbing and choking up, bro vu. We finally got our own tribe. This is legit. Seriously, so awesome. Yep, it was really awesome. Lin Vu's voice cracked as he sighed. The big boss and Vu were both solid. We totally picked the right crew this time. Things are definitely gonna keep getting better. Hum looked at Lil Mao, then their dad and mom, rubbing his belly, saying, Mom, don't cry no more. Now we've got a tribe. I'm super hyped. Man, today I stuffed myself like crazy. Never had this kind of feast growing up. Vu said, so we can keep eating like this all the time? No cap. Bak Zone blushed, letting go of Lin Vu. She wiped her tears and smiled, saying, all right, no more crying, auntie. I'm just as happy as you now. Vu isn't gonna lie, one day soon, we'll have plenty to eat. We've got a tribe to count on now. Mm-hmm. Little Mao nodded hard, grinning ear to ear. He'd never been this happy before. Bai Xiang smiled at his son, covering her mouth. No more crying, no more tears, okay? Kay, as usual, came to visit Bai Xiang and Little Mao. As soon as she walked in, she heard Little Mao cheerfully shout, Aunt Kay. Kay looked amazed and thrilled. Little Mao, you're better now? That's awesome. Sister Xiang, I told you, Little Mao would be fine. Now you can finally breathe easy. Yup. Bai Xiang nodded, her face radiant as she pulled Kay to sit down. After the joy, he glanced at Little Mao with a bit of doubt, then looked over at Bai Xiang. Sister Xiang, Little Mao's recovery was super fast. Also, why is everyone so unusually happy? Is there good news or what? Little Mao beamed. Yeah, it's good news. Bai Xiang nodded too, grabbed Kay's hand, and whispered, This is great news for all of us. Kay froze up hearing that. Really? For real? Is it legit? Bai Xiang nodded firmly. Of course it's legit. If they weren't short-handed, Tribe Chiyu Duong wouldn't be this eager. This is a secret, no way it gets out. Not everyone in the tribe gets accepted. Go home and tell your family, see what old lady on thinks. Kay couldn't hide her excitement, chuckling, then for sure, we're going with y'all. She realized she was sounding way too hyped, so she laughed awkwardly. Besides you and brother Vu and sister Xiang, who else would help me and my kid? If you guys bail, how are we gonna survive? As long as the Xiu Duong tribe doesn't hate us, we're all in. I don't trust anyone else, only you guys. Bai Xiang smiled. It's settled then. They won't hate any of us. I'll grab some meat to take along, gotta chow down well these days to have energy for the trip. When Qi saw the huge chunk of meat Bai Xiang handed over, she opened her mouth, stunned, like she turned to stone. Tribe Xiu Duong is seriously too generous. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's eyes were sharp as ever. Lin Vu's been with the nomads for ages and holds mad influence. Sending him to recruit people is almost a guaranteed win. So whether or not Tribe Lam's son shows up, this time they'll definitely bring back a good number of folks. Lin Vu thought he had about 70 people solid enough to convince. Ever since hearing from the chief that the tribe only had 13 people, Lin Vu felt major danger. The next day, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen manned the stall while Fan Lei, Dang, and Mao went out to explore. Tomorrow, the Salt Tribe will officially announce the trading festival's start, and basically all the tribes are here. From the east, the good, the bad, and everything in between. For the trio, it's their first time at a trade fair, super excited and curious. Lam Lang repeatedly warned them not to wander off, so if trouble hits, they can use the chaos to escape and alert someone. Going solo and getting caught, that's a whole other level of trouble. The trio spent half a day wandering, eyes wide, totally hooked and chatting non-stop, only reluctantly heading back late afternoon. When they got back to their stall, still buzzed, Louis and Thuyen couldn't stop yapping. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen threw in the occasional comment, and it all sounded pretty hype. Oh, yeah, Sister Lam, Brother Huyen, today we saw something else. Fan Lai tried to remember. We saw this chunk, kinda like what you said was iron, right? No one could tell what kind of rock it was. It looked like iron, but we weren't sure if it really was. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen both paled, eyes lighting up. You saw iron, how much? Which tribe? All three had seen the power of iron weapons in Lam Lang's space before. Seeing their strong reaction, the trio got pumped too. It's from Tribe Dusun, one of the big tribes. The iron piece was huge, about this size. The surface was all bumpy. Yeah. Loads of people crowded around, guessing what kind of rock it was. Lam Lang asked quickly, Did you say it was iron? The three shook their heads together, and Fan Lai grinned. If that treasure was known, they'd be crazy, so we kept it hush-hush. Why would we spill the tea? Even if you tell, doesn't mean you get dibs anyway. Le Huyen spread her arms, measuring how big it was. A solid chunk. Yeah, tell us more. It seemed a bit different from the iron Lam Lang and Lei Huyen talked about before. The trio debated but still couldn't be sure if it really was. The two nodded nonstop after hearing it, but Lam Lang and Lei Huyen already had their guess. Definitely it. Lam Lang laughed. I'm betting it's a meteorite. Brother Huyen, we gotta snag it. Lei Huyen nodded, determined. This afternoon, we visit Tribe Dusun. Yeah, a meteorite that big could make several weapons. We gotta claim it. Plus, they've got Dunam, a fire element power user. Maybe his power combined with the meteorite could make some crazy upgrade. The trio got curious again, asking excited. What's a meteorite anyway? Le Huyen explained. It's a kind of iron, but not dug from the ground, it falls from the sky. Whoa, the three widened their eyes in awe, sparkle in their gaze. Falling from the sky? That's gotta be premium stuff. We gotta get it no matter what. Other people probably don't realize how real our chances are, right? Lam Lang smiled. Others might not know exactly what it is, but they can tell it's rare. The Salt Tribe will definitely keep an eye on it. Don't sweat it. Huyen laughed. Whatever the Salt Tribe gives, we give the same. Felt chill about it. The big boss and Vu both gave the thumbs up, so no worries now. All we gotta do is chill and see just how sick that meteoric weapon's gonna be. Just as they finished eating, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen swung by the Dusun tribe. Usually, fewer folks show up at the trade fair in the afternoon, but Dusun tribe definitely lives up to their rep as a major clan. Their booth still pulled a huge crowd. From far off, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen spotted the crowd packed tight. Most of them were probably there to peep that massive, super tough black rock. Stuff like that's hella rare. Gotta soak it in, or it's a total waste. Cause if you miss this shot, there won't be another chance. Dusun tribe is a major player. Their spot at the trade fair is huge. Behind their stall, they even carved out a separate area, building a few rows of crude wooden and stone huts as temporary housing. Looking kinda basic and simple, but way better than those small-time tribes. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen rolled with the crowd to check it out up close, and just a quick glance told them for sure it's a meteorite. This chunk was over half a person's height, wider than an adult's arm span. Total treasure. After some refining and forging, crafting 6 or 7 epic weapons from it would be a breeze. Huyen, however this goes down, we've got to snag it. I'm with you on that. They shared a smile. Lam Lang had already cooked up plans. Part of the rock could be turned into a few throwing daggers, some iron arrows, even a couple of sharp chopping knives for wood. Then, they made their way around back, asking to meet the big boss of the Dusun tribe. The tribe's host, Du Hao, listened to their intro and heard they were from Triu Duong tribe, and his face froze for a sec, showing he was deep in thought, but clearly couldn't remember which tribe that was. If he forgot, it was definitely some random, no-name tribe from way out of the way. Du Hoa felt low-key indifferent, didn't take him seriously, but still kept it polite. If you got stuff to trade, bring it over. If we're interested, we'll talk deals in a few days. As for meeting the big boss, Du Hoa acted like he didn't even hear that. The big boss is slammed. Not everyone gets a personal audience. Plus, why meet with a random tribe no one's ever heard of? Dusun tribes got standards. They're not just gonna waste time. Lam Lang and Huyen didn't mind the chilly vibe either. They'd survived way harsher end-of-the-world scenes where survival was brutal and real, 100 times tougher than here. Strength is everything. Prove you got it. No one dares to underestimate you. Du Hoa, standing for a powerful crew, was already playing it chill. No need to hide anything in this game. Lam Lang pulled out a jar of honey from his space stash, popped the lid, and the thick honey scent flooded the air, making Du Hoa and the crew's jaws drop as they subconsciously took deep breaths. Dang, that smell was insane. No one can resist that sweet pull. No one says no to honey's smooth flavor. Honey is rare, sure, but that alone wouldn't leave Du Hoa shook like this. What really got him shook was Lam Lang's ability. Yo, what kind of power is that? Lam Lang smiled, cool as ice. Oh, it's just carrying space with me. No big deal. The Dusun team couldn't help but breathe in the cool air, their eyes filled with envy. How do you even have a power that damn convenient? One of them blurted, how much stuff fits in your carried space? Lam Lang glanced over their huts, chuckling soft, about the size of one room, just enough. Man, I'm getting even more jelly here. Lihaoyan joked, honey's just one of the cool things we got. How about we head inside and chat? Du Hoa hesitated a sec, then nodded. Sure. We don't got none of those fancy fold-out chairs or anything. Everyone plopped on the floor. It was a bit chilly, but there were grass mats lining the room. Du Hoa said, this honey ain't bad. How much you got? Might trade it for what you want. Anything else? Just show me. Meeting the big boss with just one jar is no way. Dusun tribe isn't as loaded as the Salt tribe, but they still pull a few jars of honey a year. Their big boss isn't naive. No way he'd waste time over one jar. Lihaoyan stepped closer to Du Hoa, lowering his voice. Du Hoa's heart skipped hard, his face changed, eyes sharp and intense locking onto Lihaoyan. Lihaoyan smiled cool and relaxed. After a moment, Du Hoa's shock eased a bit. He never thought these two, looking so obvious that there's something special, would dare joke around with Dusun tribe like this. Quietly, he said, you say you're from the termite tribe. Yeah? Ha. Of course not. Then you guys. Du Hoa swallowed the rest of his question. All right, just wait here. I'll go inform the big boss. Lihaoyan gave a slight nod. Thanks. Du Hoa clenched his teeth but couldn't help adding, Dusun tribe's a major clan. with huge needs. We care most about long-term supplies. You better think hard if you really want to meet the big boss. If it's just a little salt you got, no need to bother. No matter how strong Du Sun is, they're still a bit behind the Salt Tribe. They don't want beef with them over this, but the Salt Tribe really oversteps. Lately, they've been getting extra arrogant. Their big boss has blown up a few times already. If there's another way, we'd be happy to go for it. Don't worry. Lei Huyen laughed big. Got you. Thanks for the heads up, Du Ho bro. We want to meet the head honcho of your crew. Du Huo shot him a look full of mixed feelings, then nodded. Hold up a sec. The others exchanged confused glances, clueless about what he just told the boss to trigger that kind of reaction. One dude couldn't hold back and chased after Du Huo to ask. But Du Huo had zero time to answer, just coldly warned, zip it, all of you. If it ain't your business, don't ask. I gotta go hit up the main boss. Everyone froze, thinking, do they really gotta loop the top dog in on this? What's the deal here? That guy's definitely not just some ordinary dude. Real quick, Du Huo turned back, looking serious as heck. He invited Lam Lang and Lei Huyen in to meet the big boss. Inside a fairly private room, the floor was cushioned with thick animal skins. Outside, some tall, buff warriors from the Kan Yu tribe stood guard. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen finally met the head honcho of the Du Sun tribe along with another guy. The tribe leader was close to 50, rugged build, rough face, and eyes sharp and blazing. As soon as Lam Lang and Lei Huyen stepped in, he sized them up right away. His look was straightforward and respectable, no weird vibes. The other dude was one of the Du Sun tribe's hunting captains, also the only power user soldier, besides the main leader, named Hung Thong. Dude was about 30, tall, handsome, and seemed way calmer and more composed than even their boss. After Du Huo's intro, Lei Huyen and Lam Lang politely greeted both the Du Sun chief and Hung Thong. The chief raised an eyebrow. I ain't gonna waste time with you guys. You really got salt to back this up. What's the quality like? How much you think you can supply each year? Our Du Sun tribe's population's over 10,000. We need a good amount. Lei Huyen smiled. If we're here, you know we got salt. How much do you want? We got exactly that much. This time, you want to trade as much as you can? No problem. Next time, you decide how much to trade. Just name the spot, and we'll meet up. Hung Thong and Du Huo were stunned at the casual, chill vibe of that offer, like they were dreaming. Straight up, all right then, let's roll with that. The chief laughed hard, feeling good too. This time we want to swap 3 baskets of salt. Obviously, the more the better. Lam Lang grinned, no sweat, and suddenly 4 baskets of salt appeared right in front. The 3 stared at it with burning eyes, breathing kinda heavy. Even Hung Thong, the guy famous for keeping cool, felt his heart race faster. Du Huo Fine, let's roll with that. The big boss chuckled loud, feeling pumped. This time, we want to swap for 3 baskets of salt, and obviously, the more the merrier. Lam Lang grinned. No problem, the 3 of us were just dazed. Then bam, 4 baskets of salt showed up right in front of us. These baskets are even bigger and taller than the ones the Salt Tribe usually uses. The salt was snow white, piled all the way to the brim, super sharp looking. All 3 glared with fire. Of course, we're just as chill as you guys. Straight talk, no beating around the bush. Lam Lang chuckled. You can taste it if you want. Our salt tastes better than your tribe's. Salt? Oh, you're saying that? Lam Lang's words immediately grabbed their full attention. The chief exchanged looks and smiles with Hung Thong. Both stood up, and even Du Huo couldn't hide his curiosity as he stepped closer. They figured all salt tastes pretty much the same, so how could it be better or worse? Hung Thong thought it over carefully, planning to test it out. What if it looks like salt but really isn't? The 3 carefully dabbed some with their fingers and popped it into their mouths. Their eyes all lit up bright. Du Huo got so hyped he nearly jumped out of his skin, trying to hold back. Chief, Captain Hung Thong, this salt isn't bitter at all. Seriously tastes better than our tribe's salt. Got plenty of it? The chief laughed big. Not bad, good, real good. Hung Thong felt intense excitement inside but kept his face calm as usual. Out of the 3, he looked the most chill. He glanced at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. So, what do you want to trade? The boss and Du Huo's happy smiles quickly dropped as they all focused on that question. Yep, trading means trading. This batch of salt still isn't theirs for keeps. Du Huo was super tense inside, worried the other side's demands would be nuts, and the deal might fall apart. Man, that's a real bummer. This salt is seriously top-notch, not just snow white but smooth, zero bitterness, totally a whole different level from our tribe's salt. Way better by far. Lam Lang grinned. We want to trade for the stuff you got that we need, like animal tendons, herbs, dried fruit, stuff like that. The Du Sun tribe ain't just hunters or gatherers, they farmed too, especially fruit trees like apricots, peaches, pears, apples, persimmons, and nuts such as walnuts and a few other types. Plus, there's mountain yams and beans bigger than your thumb tip. Lam Lang actually wanted some seeds or saplings real bad but knew that was kinda taboo to bring up now. It's all good, got plenty of time ahead. Also had no problem trading some seeds like sweet potato, taro, corn, and wet rice with other tribes later. Hearing that, the three tribe leaders all exhaled lightly. The chief laughed heartily. All right, pick whatever you want. Just keep it on the down low. Don't let the Salt tribe find out we got better partners now. They'd all been pretty annoyed with the Salt tribe anyway. The Doosan chief refused to follow those oppressive rules the Salt tribe set down. Why should they always pick first and then everyone else? Those dumb rules weren't always there. Back when the trading alliance was fair and square until around 4 or 5 years ago, when the Salt tribe bossed them around with unfair laws. The tribes were pissed but had to bite their tongues since salt supplies were controlled. Now it's time to kick them out. Just don't let it slip outside. Keep it on the low so the Salt tribe doesn't catch wind. We've got way better partners now. They were already mad salty at the Salt tribe. The Doosan tribe's big boss refused to follow their dumb, oppressive rules. Why does everything good have to be theirs first before anyone else? That lame rule wasn't always here. Originally, the trade group was chill and equal until like 4 or 5 years ago when the Salt tribe pushed their nonsense law. All tribes were pissed, but since they controlled the salt supply, everyone just had to bite the bullet. Now we can kick them out. Inside the big boss of the Yu clan, the hype was off the charts. Lei Xuan was laughing loud too. For sure, since we got the salt, y'all better keep it on the down low. Of course. Haha. The big boss was even more stoked. Everyone holding secrets on each other, that's the way to roll. No worries about leaks at the trade fair. He wasn't about to flip on his own tribe. At that moment, he couldn't help but test the waters. Y'all really crazy to pull this off right in the Salt clan's turf. Ha. Lei Xuan was chill like a cloud, a grin barely creeping up. What's the big deal about the Salt tribe? They ain't got nothing on us. But we ain't trying to start beef out in the open either. The big boss laughed loud. Good call, we're on the same page. They locked eyes and burst out laughing together. Then Lam Lang flashed a sly smile. Yo, that black rock, y'all planning to trade it for salt with the Salt tribe, right? The big boss nodded. Exactly. That black rock was flaunted big time just to jack up the price, hoping to lock down more salt in the deal with the Salt tribe. Why else show it off so early? We want that. Lam Lang sounded like he was ready to battle the Salt tribe for it, huffing with full confidence. Trade it for us. How much salt is the Salt tribe offering? We'll give 1.5 times more. Lei Xuan coughed softly, cutting in like giving Lam Lang a heads up. A Lang Ke Xuan, I want that black rock. You can just tell it's good stuff. And besides, we ain't exactly hurting for salt, right? Lam Lang grinned bright, but his face carried a sharp, slightly bitter vibe. Lei Xuan just gave up, didn't dare argue, only managing a forced smile while looking at the Yu clan's big boss. Boss, can we trade for it? The big boss thought it over. Not impossible, but some folks from the Salt tribe already came to check it out this morning, and from how they acted, they really want it. If the Salt tribe's dead set on grabbing that black rock, it's tough for me to say no. We can mess around with other stuff, but this black rock is one of a kind, and the Salt tribe has their eyes on it. Trading it to someone else now would for sure piss off the Salt tribe. The Yu clan's big boss definitely didn't want that drama. Lam Lang gave a knowing smile. But I really want the black rock. Plus, don't y'all want to make the Salt tribe taste some defeat? They think that rock's theirs, but guess what? They ain't getting it. Ha, that's the kind of fun I'm talking about. The big boss couldn't hold back a big laugh. Even Yu Huo nodded along without thinking. Yep, it's seriously exciting, super tempting. But if they find out we handed that rock over to y'all, how would they even know? Lam Lang was full of cocky swagger. I got mad space power to stash stuff on me. Just pop that rock into my own little space, and nobody, not even gods or ghosts, will catch on. How could they? The big boss's eyes lit up. Right on. He let out a soft sigh, staring at Lam Lang with mad respect. All right then, I'll do my best. If you say so, I'll take that as a silent yes. Lam Lang beamed, thanking him over and over, shining with joy. Le Xuan looked at her fondly and couldn't help but grin slightly. Meanwhile, Hung Thong, calm as always, suddenly shot a sharp look at Lam Lang. Do y'all know what that black rock really is? Lam Lang froze. Huh? Then snapped back, shaking her head. No clue, but it looks dope. I like it. We can bring it home and study it later. Her reaction was smooth, no slip-up. Hung Thong nodded quietly, saying nothing more. When they got the rock, the whole tribe was pumped and hyped. Thought it was some rare treasure, but after trying everything, they couldn't do a thing with it. The massive rock just sat there, useless to eat or use, so they decided to bring it to the trading fair. After all, it was rare stuff, and the richer salt tribe loves showing off things like that, right? Who knows, maybe they can trade it for more salt. If it actually works, that's awesome. At least it won't be for nothing. They didn't feel bad since the rock had zero use in the tribe anyway. Both sides kept haggling, carefully working out a deal to trade salt for other goods. Finally, they settled on 7 full baskets of salt for 5 bundles of top-quality beast tendons, 120 premium pelts, including wolf, deer, goat, lynx, and otter skins, plus 3 baskets of big thumb-sized beans, 5 baskets of dried mountain yams, and 5 baskets of dried fruits like peaches, apricots, apples, peaches pits, and others. Both parties were super happy, totally cool with the deal. For Lam Lang and Lei Xuan, 7 baskets of salt were easy to get in half a day, and trading for all those good things was obviously worth it. As for the Yu clan, they felt a bit humble, kinda awkward inside. Gotta remember, if they traded with the Salt tribe, that much stuff probably wouldn't even get 2 baskets of salt. The trio Dung tribe really are good people. Too good, like brothers. The Yu clan's big boss slapped Les Xuan's shoulder hard, laughing loud. Don't forget to swing by the Yu clan after spring arrives. We'll be waiting for y'all. Next time, we'll gift you even more stuff. But gotta get ready first. Li Xuan and Lam Lang had already made a deal with the big boss to bring salt to the Yu clan for trading in spring. Considering Lam Lang's unique power, the big boss thought it would be easier and agreed. Li Xuan laughed loud. Don't worry, it's a definite plan. Good. Haha. They looked at each other, cracking up freely. That brotherly vibe filled the air. To keep things chill, the big boss and Hung Thong didn't personally escort Lam Lang and Li Xuan out. Instead, Yu Huo casually saw them off, just like any visitor headed to the big boss. The meteorite trade deal was set, swapping it for 2 baskets of salt, but it hadn't happened yet. Gotta explain things straight up to the Salt tribe too. Swapping 2 baskets of salt for a massive meteorite like that, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen knew they scored a major steal. Then, if they make iron weapons, if they find an iron mine, there ain't no wall in the world that wouldn't let a little breeze slip through. The Yushan tribe's gonna catch on sooner or later. This stuff can mess with feelings, especially since they still want to keep things chill with the Yushan tribe. But right now, they can't give too much or the Yushan tribe will get suspicious. That's why they traded 7 baskets of salt for all those goods, kinda making up from another angle, and they'll cover more later, plenty of time left. The two laugh as they casually strolled back to their booth. The 3 from Fan Lai Dang Mao all glanced over, unable to hold back, rushing up and asking, Sis Lam bro Huyen, how'd it go? Everything traded yet? Yup, all done. Will the Yushan tribe accept? Lam Lang chuckled. We personally handled it. Ain't no deal that can't be settled. Of course it's done. Just haven't grabbed the goods yet. The Fan Lai trio were all over the moon. Usually once someone from a tribe gives their word, they don't back out, especially the big boss, the top dog. When the Yushan tribe's leader says something, you bet they won't flip-flop. The 3 nearly did laps from excitement. That's iron, dude. Real iron you can turn into weapons. Who knows? Maybe we'll even get a cut when that happens. Yeah, for sure. Just gotta keep grinding, beat the competition. That's how tribal warriors roll, talking through strength. Next morning, the Salt tribe's big boss finally showed up slow and steady, with everyone waiting on him. Surrounded by hundreds of warriors and Salt tribe folks, he strutted into the trade meeting. The main hall was a wide open circle, clean up nice. Right in the middle was a platform over 2 meters tall. The Salt tribe's leader walked over, surrounded by the crowd. The big and small tribes who came early stood around outside. Seeing him, they all buzzed with lively greetings. Everyone from the Salt tribe wore proud grins. The big boss in his flashy animal hide jacket, with colorful feathers stuck in his hair, looked so pumped like he was about to fly. He casually climbed the high platform. Salt tribe folks crowded up front, raising hands and shouting loud, Salt tribe, Salt tribe. Big boss, big boss. The other tribes joined in shouting too. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen just had nothing to say. Lam Lang leaned close to Lei Huyen and whispered, lucky that dude doesn't know the deal from 3 to 9 bows. Or today would be way crazier. Lei Huyen chuckled softly. Lam Lang didn't want to keep watching, so he laughed and told Lei Huyen, you hang back here and keep an eye out. I'm gonna check on the people nearby, see how Lin Vu and Bak Shuang's doing. Ask about progress. If they're short on food, toss some extra their way. Those folks been eating better the last few days, but they'll need energy soon. Gotta be ready to move out in a few days. Lei Huyen nodded. I got this. Watch her for me. Be careful. No worries. Lam Lang giggled and quickly slipped out of the crowded chaos. At that moment, Lin Vu and Bok Shuang were both deep in thought, totally focused on recruiting for their tribe, totally zero interest in the trade meeting. The annual event here had gotten old and boring to them. It was a loud scene that had nothing to do with them. When Lam Lang got home, Lin Vu and Bok Shuang were already out recruiting. Only Xiao Mao stayed inside. After 2 days of care, Xiao Mao was looking way better, bright-eyed, rosy cheeks. As soon as he saw Lam Lang, he was super pumped, jumping up to greet him excitedly. Vu. Lam Lang smiled and gently rubbed the boy's head, casually asking, "Where your folks? Why you home alone?" Xiao Mao obediently answered, "My parents went out recruiting people. They told me not to wander off, said to stay home and watch the place. They said maybe Vu and the big boss would send someone over. Didn't expect Vu to actually show up." The kid's tone was so happy, like Vu's visit was something he was really proud of. Lam Lang laughed and said, "Your parents are awesome. I could have guessed that, too." Xiao Mao smiled, nodding hard. "Yeah." He stood up and said, "Vu, wait a sec. I'm gonna go find them." Originally, Lam Lang planned to meet Lin Vu or Bok Shuang, who nodded and smiled slyly. "You know which houses they're at?" Xiao Mao replied, "My dad said this morning they'd be at a few houses." Lin Vu had clearly done his homework well. Looks like they really found a treasure this time. Lam Lang silently admired and felt stoked inside. "Good, then go quick." Xiao Mao zipped off like a flash. Lam Lang didn't wait long. Lin Vu came back dragging Xiao Mao behind him. Vu was happy to see Lam Lang too. Lam Lang nodded at him. "So, how'd it go?" Lin Vu showed a happy grin. "Pretty good. Bok Shuang and I hit a lot of houses the past 2 days, and people are mostly happy. It was tough at first, but now it's getting easier and easier, not letting down the big boss or Vu's expectations." Lin Vu works smart, first hitting the families closest and most trusting to his wife, like Mrs. On Ki agreed right away, then moving on. Other families heard lots already agreed and naturally warmed up too. The result? Out of 10 houses, 7 said they'll go, the other 3 are still thinking, saying they want to mull it over. Fair enough, moving ain't easy, plus the Trio Dune tribe name is brand new to them. Lin Vu wasn't dumb enough to spill everything, didn't say how many folks were in Trio Dune tribe, that would ruin everything. But besides that, what he said was true. Lin Vu gave Lam Lang a quick rundown on recruitment from these last 2 days. Lam Lang didn't expect things to go this well, and he was honestly impressed and stoked about it. Inside, she was beyond hyped. She flashed a smile and said, "That's your skill right there. If we handed it off to someone else, they probably wouldn't nail it like you did. Looks like this was meant to be. Our Trio Duong tribe is definitely going to rise up strong, always recruiting the best of the best." Even though Lin Vu stepped up on his own for the tribe's sake, hearing Vu give props made him feel proud and boosted, his spirits flying high, couldn't help but grin. "It's thanks to our big boss and Vu Tai bringing the heat that Trio Duong is thriving. I believe our tribe's going to keep leveling up." It's clear Lin Vu saw himself as one of the tribe. Lam Lang was hyped too. She got up and said, "If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to hit us up. Also, heads up, we might dip before the trading event wraps, so y'all better be ready." Lin Vu felt the pressure but nodded like a champ. Lam Lang then pulled out 3 baskets of meat, 2 baskets of white radish and sweet potatoes, plus half a jar of pickles to share with everyone. When she came in, she noticed that made her respect Lin Vu and his wife even more. Low-key thinking, these two really are treasure. Lin Vu knew the marathon needed. He accepted everything with a serious nod. Father and son Tien Lam Lang bounced back inside. Seeing 5 big baskets loaded with meat and veggies, they both broke into smiles. Even though it wasn't just for their own family, that feeling of satisfaction, comfort, and joy was undeniable. Lil Mao looked up and said, "Dad, does our Trio Duong tribe really have this much good food?" Lin Vu ruffled his kid's hair with tons of love, nodding. "For sure, kiddo. You've laughed way more these past few days than all the years before combined." Lin Vu felt this was probably the best call he's ever made in his life. As Lam Lang was walking down the street, she suddenly caught a shadow dart past ahead that seemed kind of familiar. She stopped, thought for a sec, then let out a soft "aha." "I remember now. That's Liu Qi from the Lone Tribe. Where's she trying to head?" Lam Lang quietly started following. This area was basically foreign turf for the Lone Tribe. Liu Qi seemed like she was in a rush, and nobody knew what drama she might have run into. But no matter what, her wandering alone here was risky. She's the future fiancée of Du Nam, after all. Beneath a big willow tree on the bank, someone was waiting for Liu Qi. Lam Lang tucked, realizing it was Liu Nya. You know, the fire rider type. This river curved with a twisting flow. This stretch looked calm but had that deep, bottomless vibe. Lam Lang glanced over, brow furrowed. inching nearer so she could catch their convo clearly. If there's nothing else, I'm heading off, Liu Qi said, cold as ice, zero emotion. It was obvious these two didn't get along much. Actually, if no one told her she'd get news about Dunam here, she ain't even showing up. Seeing Liu Na waiting instead was a bit of a letdown, even though she hadn't a clue what Liu Na had. I don't have updates on Dunam, but don't you want to know what the big boss and Hack T are planning with Lei, Huyen, Dong, and the others? Liu Qi suddenly spun around, staring Liu Na down with frost in her eyes. What were you implying? Don't spread nonsense. Liu Na laughed cold. You know better than anyone if I'm talking crap. Liu Qi choked a bit. The past few days, she'd overheard tribe folks grumbling, Fan Lai, and even Lei Huyen and Lam Lang. Some of the words were harsh enough to make ears cringe, but she couldn't do jack, just clammed up, couldn't side with outsiders to diss tribe members, so she chose to act blind. Whenever things felt sketchy, she'd quietly dip. Still, inside she was kinda shook, like could it be that her tribe really planned to trap and suffocate Dong Fan Lai's crew? Seeing her hesitate, Liu Na's smirk just got colder. You can't blame the big boss. Blame those ungrateful dang folks. Fan Lai's clueless. And Lei Huyen and Lam Lang are whatever after all. They ain't from our lone tribe, but Dong and Fan Lai. Man, they're just heartless. The big boss asked them how they could fire up those giant ceramic jars, even inquired about that cotton cloth stuff, but they clammed up. Pfft, ungrateful jerks like that. If the big boss wants to teach them a lesson, what's wrong with that? Lam Lang heard this and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hardcore talk. Dong's move was spot on, she thought. Deserves extra chicken legs for sure. If they were at some bustling tribe booth right now, Liu Qi would have silently slipped away without a word. But now, nope, she just couldn't hold back. That stuff belongs to the Triu Deung tribe, and if they don't want to talk, that's their call. No one's forcing them. They've left alone, so naturally, Triu Deung's interests come first. But they were raised by the lone tribe. Liu Na snapped. The big boss personally sent word saying they could come back, yet they show zero respect. What do they think they are, messing with the big boss like that? Our lone tribe definitely won't swallow this grudge. Liu Qi was fuming. I may not have news from Dunam, but doesn't she want to know what the big boss and Blackie plan to do with Lei Huyen Dong and those folks? Liu Qi suddenly spun around, staring ice-cold at Liu Na. What you mean? Spitting nonsense. Liu Na smirked. Whether I'm full of it or not, you know it deep down. Liu Qi got stuck for words. These past few days, she overheard a ton of tribal gossip spilling bad vibes about Dong, Fan Lai, Mao, and even Lei Huyen, Lam Lang, with some outright nasty stuff that would grind anyone's gears, but all she could do was stay silent, couldn't side against her own tribe or blast her people, so she just blanked it out, and whenever things got shaky, she quietly dipped. But deep down, she couldn't fully believe it. Is the tribe seriously going to screw over Dong Fan Lai's crew this bad till there's no way out? Seeing her half doubtful, Liu Na coldly laughed even more. Don't blame the boss, blame those Dong folks. Fan Lai's clueless, and Lei Huyen and Lam Lang, whatever, since they ain't from our Luan tribe, but Dong and Fan Lai straight up heartless. The big boss even asked how those big jars got fired up, how that so-called cotton cloth is made, but they kept silent. Muff, ungrateful traitors like that. If the big boss wants to teach them a lesson, what's wrong with that? Lam Lang couldn't hold back rolling his eyes. Straight up shameless to the max. Dong totally deserved that, should get a bonus drumstick or two. If this was at the tribe's bustling stall, Liu Qi would have bolted quietly, no words, but now she just couldn't stay silent. That gear is from the Triu Deung tribe. If they don't want to talk, they got full rights to stay silent. You can't always force folks who left Luan and joined Triu Deung to spill all the tea. Obviously, their loyalties now with Triu Deung. But they were raised by Luan tribe, though. Liu Na snapped. The big boss personally sent word, even said they could come back, but they totally disrespected that. Who do they think they are to treat the big boss like that? Our Luan tribe won't just swallow this insult. Liu Qi blew up. Just cause of that, you want to end their lives? Liu Na snapped back, like, is that still not enough? Liu Qi said, I don't believe the boss is dumb enough for that. Liu Na stared at her, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. You're seriously dumb. Just cause of this? Those people clearly meant trouble for our lone tribe. Why keep them alive? And you still remember En Hung Vu Nam, huh? Honestly, you're the one who screwed him over. Ha! Liu Na's face stayed smiling, but inside she felt bitter, nauseous even, burning with envy. Liu Qi's whole body went icy, standing there stunned. No way she didn't feel the boss's bad vibes toward the Triu Duong tribe folks. And Fire G2, could it really be like that? But still, how How do you know the boss's plan? You trying to trick me? Liu Na sneered. I went to find Fire Ji. Just happened to overhear. Liu Qi choked on her words, all tangled up inside, half believing, but deep down kinda sensing Liu Na might actually be telling the truth. Outwardly, Liu Qi kept cool, but inside she was a mess. She glanced at Liu Na. What's your angle? Didn't want to take any chances. Plus, Fan Liu Na were close bros with Vu Nam. Lo Huyen and Lam Lang had saved him, so this was serious. She couldn't gamble with it. Also didn't think Liu Na called her here out of goodwill to spill the tea. Liu Na taunted, looks like you really still care about Vu Nam. Huh. Ha. Liu Qi's face darkened. This ain't your business. Liu Na snorted. Yeah, doesn't matter to me either. I want something simple, something you can pull off. Liu Na smiled slyly, creeping closer, then suddenly punched Liu Qi right in the gut. Liu Qi reflexively clutched her belly, moaning softly, but right after Liu Na shoved her hard into the river. Ah, you. Liu Qi flailed in the water, struggling to keep afloat. Liu Na chuckled loud, grabbing a rock to smash down on Liu Qi's head. She wanted her gone once that trash was dead. Fire Ji wouldn't miss her no more. Then finally, he'd see how good Liu Na really was. If that loser was so into Vu Nam, why did she go picking berries alone when he left? Why didn't she just go with him? Why is she still hanging around pissing me off? Stop. Lam Lang couldn't take it anymore. If that rock dropped, Vu Nam's wife would be dead for sure. Liu Na blinked in shock, didn't expect anyone else here. Before she could react, Lam Lang clipped her hand hard on the back of her neck. Liu Na hurriedly jumped in to save Liu Qi. Obviously, Liu Qi couldn't swim, but luckily, the river was slow here, so she hadn't been swept away. Lam Lang took a deep breath, held it tight, then hauled her out to shore. He knew how to save a drowning person. It was exhausting, but he got Liu Qi safe. Liu Qi lay soaked, face down, coughing hard, Lam Lang gasping tired too. Neither noticed Liu Na slowly coming to. Lam Lang was rushing so much he kinda underestimated Liu Na. His strike wasn't precise. Liu Na might have been out cold, but she woke fast, gritting her teeth, feeling a dull pain at the back of her head, burning with hatred. What's this Lam Lang dude think he is, daring to hit me? On top of that, he saves Liu Qi. She looked at those two, so wiped out, her mind twisted, dark thoughts it was kill or be killed. Liu Na dragged herself up, about to attack, but then from a distance came Fan Lai and Mao calling out loud. Liu Na's face dropped, no way she could hang around, so she bailed fast. Sister Lin? Sister Liu Qi, y'all okay? And why's Liu Na here too? Liu Qi finally caught her breath, forced a weak smile, full of guilt. I got careless. Liu Na ambushed me and shoved me in the river, but luckily Lam Lang saved me. Lam Lang, no biggie, ran into y'all by chance, so had to help. Lam Lang waved it off, chuckling. So, what brings you two here? Stanley said. Li's brother saw Sister Lin not coming back, told us to go find her. Two travelers said they saw Sister Lin heading this way, so we got worried and followed them. Lucky, we made it in time. Mao was pissed. Liu Na keeps getting worse every day. We should have just caught her before she escaped. For real. Lam Lang looked at Liu Qi. What you gonna do? Liu knows, definitely not gonna quit. Liu Qi said, I'm fine. I'll tell my dad everything that happened today. He'll protect me, but you guys be careful these next few days. If you can, it's best to leave around here within 2 days. Then Lai and Mao were shocked. Why? Why though? Liu Qi forced a smile, couldn't say more. Being from the lone tribe meant not trash-talking your own boss in front of outsiders. Basically, since y'all left the lone tribe, better get as far away as possible. If anything pops off, you'll be the ones who get the short end of the stick. Than Lai and Mao felt mad and bummed, sighing deep. They knew Fire Ji and his crew's style. They bullied them before, always looking for drama when they met. Liu Qi wasn't lying a bit. Scared Lam Lang and the others wouldn't take it seriously. Liu Qi got real. Listen to me. I'm not out to hurt you. I heard rumors. Some folks want to stir trouble for y'all, and you're too few to handle it. When it happens, you'll get burned bad. Get out of the trading spot, lay low, don't let anyone find you. Remember what I said? She made it crystal clear. Van Lai and the crew totally got it. Their faces went serious, all eyes on Lam Lang. Lam Lang smiled. Thanks for the heads up. Relax. We get the situation, and we'll watch our backs. And you guys are too few anyway. When that hits, you'll be the ones losing out. Dip out of the trade group fast, best to stay hidden. No one should trace you. Remember that clearly. She made sure to say it dead straight. How could Fan Lai and the others not get it? They all straight up changed expression, shooting looks at Lam Lang. Lam Lang smiled. Thanks for the heads up. Don't stress. We know what's what. No way anything bad's gonna happen. Liu Qi nodded, feeling a bit relieved. She wanted to head back home, fill her folks in on what went down today, and find Lu Na to settle things, but she was soaking wet. Super uncomfortable, she told them to bounce quick and then dashed off without a word. There were clothes stored in Lam Lang's space. Seeing Lu Chi take off, she told Fan Lai and Mao to hang tight, then slipped into her space to change into dry clothes. Probably because she jumped in to save Lu Chi earlier, Lam Lang felt a bit drained. Her head swimming, and even breathing got tough and heavy. She took a deep breath and hurried to change, but then caught sight of a black-purple bruise on her left wrist, about the size of her fingertip. She froze, pressed it lightly, and winced hard. After changing, she rushed out, showing Fan Lai and Mao the wound. When I dove into the river to save Lu Chi, she seemed to get bitten by something. Didn't feel it then, but now it looks pretty sketchy. Both Fan Lai and Mao's faces went pale. Tai Lin, could it be? Could this be a water scorpion sting? Those things are super toxic, could be deadly. We're screwed. Tai Lin, where's that antidote you grabbed from the savage tribe? Hurry and use it for the scorpion sting. Lam Lang noticed the bruise looked bigger now and got freaked out too. She popped a pill from her space, swallowed it down, then grabbed some herbs and told Fan Lai and Mao to crush him up. The venom from the water scorpion was no joke, and since Lam Lang didn't know how bad it was earlier, she wasted precious time. Only now, realizing it was too late to mess around. But luckily, she'd survived the end of the world, so her body's venom resistance was hardcore, allowing her to hold on this long. If it was just some random tribal person from this era, bitten by that venom and untreated, they'd be dead for sure by now. Even for Lam Lang, that delay cost her big time. Before Fan Lai and Mao even finished the herbal paste, her vision dimmed and she totally blacked out. Tai Lin, Tai Lin, Tai Lin. Fan Lai and Mao freaked out hard. Fan Lai's fingers trembled as she checked Lam Lang's nose for breath, then let out a soft sigh. Thank God, Tai Lin's still alive. She's a special ops warrior. Nothing's gonna take her down. Get yourself together fast, help me carry her so we can bounce back quick. Fan Lai helped lay Lam Lang face down on Mao's back. The two hurried back to the market. At the market, the leader of the ant tribe announced the trading fair had officially kicked off. The whole place lit up with energy. Everyone was packed in, trading nonstop. The Salt tribe had already scoped out their needs days ago. Now they were reading off their list, having already planned deals with sellers. Everyone else knew what they needed to trade and wasn't daydreaming they had to wait for the tribe. Salt tribe picked first. It was packed, tons of goods, and the market was so live you could barely move. Luckily, Lam Lang's booth was in a quieter corner, so Fan Lai and Mao got her back there more easily. Meanwhile, near the Sunrise tribe's booth, several tribes were chatting deals, and plenty were super into their ceramics and cotton cloth. The 4 jars of honey they set out were snapped up fast by the Salt tribe. Salt tribe traded just 1 fist-sized block of salt for those 4 jars. They'd only want to throw half that block initially, but Huyen flat out refused. Salt tribe, reluctant to give up that sweet honey goodness, forced a fake smile and added half the block. They also eyeballed the big water jars, trading all of them for 1 more block of salt, but they weren't into the cotton cloth, no interest there. The Sunrise tribe joined this trade fair mainly to build clout. They didn't really care about how much stuff they'd flip. Lam Lang and Huyen both caught on that Salt tribe was probably trying to swindle some perks, but for them, those things weren't rare or precious. If they took an L this time, so be it. They'd come back stronger and reclaim what's theirs later. When Lam Lang was carried back unconscious by Mao and Fan Lai, Huyen's face went pale with shock. Behind the booth's curtain, Lam Lang had her eyes tightly shut, breathing shallow, totally limp on the grass mat. Huyen's face iced over as he sliced the wound on her wrist to draw out the black venom blood, then applied the antidote. He sent Dang Mao and Fan Lai outside the booth and stayed to watch over Lam Lang personally. He knew exactly how strong Lam Lang's body was. Both of them had gotten anti-venom shots during the apocalypse, so the usual poisons were no threat. But Lam Lang was unconscious, proving just how nasty that water scorpion venom was. Fan Lai and Mao shakily reported she'd taken the antidote, but whether it worked or not left Huyen uneasy. The good news was her breath, though weak, was steady. Her pulse too, which gave him some peace. Fan Lai and Mao said, anyone normal bitten by a water scorpion would have died without quick treatment, but for a special ops warrior like her, she'd held on without things getting worse yet, so there was hope she'd pull through. Feeling helpless without more medicine or a pro to help mess with Huyen's head big time. After this, he promised himself to hustle harder to stockpile antidotes for protection. Suddenly, Lam Lang moaned softly. Her brow furrowed and sweat started dripping from her feet. Huyen panicked, quickly wiping her sweat with a cloth, softly calling out, "A Lang, A Lang. But she didn't wake up. He gripped her wrist, searching for changes, noticing the venom hadn't spread further yet, and let out a relieved breath. Woo, maybe this was the sign she was about to wake up. Didn't expect that. Before Lei Huyen's breath could settle, Lam Lang's breathing suddenly went wild. He freaked, checking her pulse, which was all over the place, sometimes racing, then slowing, beating chaotically like stormy waves, sweat pouring down her forehead even more. Lei Huyen held her tight, nonstop wiping sweat to help her stay cool. He'd never dealt with anything like this. Out here in this primitive, bare-bones mainland, he felt completely powerless. Ain't nothing he could do for her. All he could do was trust her. Believe that no matter what her body was going through right now, she'd pull through for sure. Other than that, he didn't dare think any other way. People who'd leaned on each other, survived together through life and death, crossed countless dangers in this apocalypse. If anyone could make it now, it was for sure them. A Lang, wake up. Come on, snap out of it. Right at that moment, Lin Lang suddenly opened her eyes. A Lang Lei Huyen, freak out with joy finally. She woke up. He hurriedly checked her pulse, and at last, it was back to normal. A Lang, how you feeling now? Any pain or weirdness? You had me scared stiff. Lin Lang smiled, wrapped her arms around his neck tight, pressed her head into his chest. I'm good. I could still hear you calling for me. He was about to lose it, on the edge of freaking out. Lei Huyen was half laughing, half crying, gently stroking her face. Seriously, you okay? Lin Lang shook her head, blinked, her expression lighting up with excitement, then whispered close to him with happiness. Finally figured out what legacy I got. Bro, I got the inheritance of Shen Nong, not only got crazy farming skills, but also immune to 100 poisons. Ain't no toxin gonna mess with me from now on. What? Lei Huyen was totally stunned, then suddenly over the moon happy. For real. Lin Lang nodded hard, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yeah, for sure. Just now, some crazy stuff happened in my dream. See, I got total clarity, so it's all good now. Lei Huyen couldn't hide his joy. Lin Lang beamed back, eyes gleaming with pride. Ain't I just epic? Lei Huyen nodded nonstop. Absolutely, totally badass. They looked at each other, smiled, and Lei Huyen leaned in to kiss her. That kiss after surviving a total nightmare was so much sweeter and hotter than their wedding night after years apart, like fire catching dry wood, blazing nonstop forever. Lei Huyen's long fingers lightly traced Lin Lang's soft, plump lips, couldn't resist leaning in for more kisses, holding her tight with a soft laugh. Let's crash in the space room tonight. Lin Lang gave him a flirty look, tilted her head, and smiled softly. Sure thing. I already tidied up the space room, real nice soft cushions that are cozy and quiet. Nobody will bug us in there. Lei Huyen smiled and kissed her a few more times, trying to hold down the fire burning inside. Everyone at Qingli was probably freaking out silently. Let's go. Gotta give him a heads up. Yeah, standing up, Lei Huyen helped fix Lin Lang's hair, grabbed her hand, and they stepped out together. Sister Lin, hey Sister Lin, you okay now? Qingli and the crew were legit, shocked and happy to see Lin Lang awake. Lin Lang smiled and nodded. I'm totally fine now. No need to worry. Qingli grinned wide. I knew it, Sister Lin's always gonna pull through. Heh, you were all crying your eyes out earlier though. Everyone burst out laughing. Lin Lang glanced over at the stall. Most of the stuff was almost gone. Quite a few tribes were hooked on the big clay jars and a few of the flowers. Earlier, Qingli's crew had orders from the chief and the shaman that if anyone wanted to trade, they could arrange what and how many in advance. Then the Triyu-Duing tribe would personally deliver it. That had all the other tribes super hyped. Everyone thought that was the best move. Those big clay jars look super useful. Great for holding water or storing stuff, but they're super heavy, and hauling them home was a pain. Now that Triyu-Duing was willing to handle the delivery, dream come true. For Lin Lang and Lei Huyen, this was also a killer chance to scope out other tribes on this continent and check out where they live. Who knows what surprises could pop up? Qingli's crew got tokens from several tribes and happily showed them to Lin Lang, introducing each briefly. Lin Lang gladly took them and said to the three, I wonder what went down after Lu Qi and Lu Na returned to the lone tribe. Qingli, you better go check it out, but be careful not to get spotted or give them any reason to start trouble. Even though fights are banned at the trade fair, causing drama ain't limited to just throwing punches. Hearing this, the trio looked a bit worried and restless. Qingli nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Sister Lin, I won't let those jerk faces catch on. Got a few good bros with me, 2 of them came along this time. I'll snoop around and find out. Go, and be careful. Got it. Qingli zoomed off. This was about her bro's future wife, so of course she cared. Qingli disappeared for a long minute, then came back, not alone. She brought Lam Mok and Lam Thao alongside. Lin Lang and Lei Huyen shared a quick surprised glance, guessing what might be up. Lam, the chief leader, Lin Vu, Lin Lang and Lei Huyen invited them behind the curtain for a talk. So, has the Lam Sun tribe found a home yet? Lam Mok looked a bit awkward, shy, but thinking of why he was here today, he squared his shoulders. Chief Lei and Lin Vu had said they'd be willing to accept the Lam Sun tribe. Wonder if that's still held up? Lam Thao couldn't help but glance at Qing Li nervously. Qing Li just smiled gently and nodded at her. So Lam Thao gathered up courage and said, Chief Lei and Lin Vu, can our Lam Sun tribe join Triu doing? Please accept us. Lam Ma quickly followed up. Chief Lei, Lin Vu, please take us in. Lin Lang asked, Tribe, have you all thought this through? Everyone really agrees. Made up your minds for real. The two siblings exhaled heavily and nodded quickly. Yeah, we've thought it over plenty. Lei Huyen smiled. You still got time to change your mind if you want. Are we all on board? For real, have you thought this through? The two siblings sighed in relief and nodded fast. Yeah, we've really thought it all over. Lei Huyen grinned. You still got time to rethink if you want. If y'all seriously made up your minds, we're totally down with it. From now on, you're official members of the Sunrise Tribe, so no turning back. If you do, you'll have to face the consequences. Plus, the Blue Mountain Tribe is done for now, and you ain't the big boss anymore. Everyone in the Blue Mountain Tribe has to listen to us. If anything comes up, they come to us, not you. From now on, you're just like everybody else, a regular tribe member. You really thought this through? Le Huyen's words hit Lam Mok's chest with a weird mix of disappointment and a tight feeling. He totally got the logic and knew that's how it should be, but when the day actually came, it still felt kinda rough inside. Luckily, that weird feeling didn't stick around for long, and he let out a chill laugh. Lay leader's right, that's exactly how it should be. I get it all. There's no more Blue Mountain Tribe, and I'm just a regular dude in the tribe now, not sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. I trust Lay leader and Lin Vu. I believe they'll treat everyone who used to be Blue Mountain Tribe like family. He had to believe them because there were only 37 young guys, less than half of what you'd expect for a bunch. No tribe wanted them, or they were throwing crazy impossible conditions their way. Now that Sunrise Tribe is down to take them in, those conditions don't even matter no more. Li Huyen nodded. All right, it's settled then. We're planning to take off in 2 days at the latest. Get ready and wait for the word. Lam Mok responded happily, all respectful. Yes, Chief. Lam Mok and Lam Thao rushed back to spread the good news. Finally, they have a place to call home, a new tribe to belong to, and soon after, they said their goodbyes and left. Once they were gone, Lam Lang asked Than Lai. So, you find anything out? Than Lai's face was full of anger. All right. Liu Na lied, but the chief believed her, and if it hadn't been for someone else pleading, Liu Qi almost got punished. Liu Na's cold-hearted. That day she got scared and ran away. Thinking about Liu Qi still being alive made her freak out and worry. Liu Qi's dad was a top warrior in their tribe. Her mom was Lam Ao, one of the harvest team leaders. But Liu Na, her dad's gone, her mom and had no skills, and her little brother was just a kid. She didn't compare to Liu Qi at all. If Liu Qi reported this, her parents definitely wouldn't let it slide. Liu Na couldn't help but curse at Lam Lang. If she hadn't stepped in, Liu Qi would be dead, and I wouldn't be dealing with this crap now. She purposely set up a meeting with Liu Qi that day, knowing it was the market's grand opening. Everybody was too caught up to notice them leaving. She figured she could go after Liu Qi unnoticed, but that dumbass Lam Lang wasn't chilling at the market. She went all the way to that secluded spot to save Liu Qi. Liu Na decided to bolt first back to the tribe, rushing to the chief, crying and accusing, Liu Qi tried to drown me by pushing me into the river. She didn't drag Lam Lang or Than Lai into it, didn't mention them at all. She just knew Lam Lang was tough to mess with and didn't dare touch her. That girl's the type who'd snap like a lit match, crazy fierce. All that mattered was making sure Liu Qi couldn't explain herself. The chief of the Luoyan tribe already disliked Liu Qi because of Vu Nam, plus she rejected his son multiple times. Now that Liu Na's feeding him this chance to vent, he wasn't about to let it slide. The Luoyan tribe chief blew up with rage and called Liu Qi back before she could even tell her parents and dragged her off immediately. He roasted her for being cruel, attacking fellow tribe mates, and threatened to kick her out. Liu Qi got mad as hell and fired back, saying Liu Na tricked her into going outside and then shoved her into the river, claiming Liu Na lied. But Liu Na cut her off, crying, "You're talking trash. You hated me, so you tried to hurt me. When you pushed me in, I dragged you down too. I was lucky I grabbed a branch hanging down, or I'd have drowned." Liu Qi thought Liu Na would spill on Lam Lang, so she was super worried inside. She knew the chief already wanted to make things hard for Lam Lang and their crew. If another excuse came up, chaos would follow. But surprisingly, Liu Na didn't mention Lam Lang at all and even made up a different story. Liu Qi was shocked, frozen right there, but secretly relieved. She caught the hint that Liu Na was saying, "Don't bring up Lam Lang," so she happily went along with it. Still, her stunned reaction caught the chief and others' attention. They thought she got busted by Liu Na and got scared, totally caught off guard. Liu Qi couldn't explain and dared not argue, fearing Liu Na might spill the beans on Lam Lang and Fan Lai. In the end, she wasn't kicked out but got hit with a serious punishment. For 3 months, the tribe wouldn't dole out any salt or food supplies to her family. They'd have to fend for themselves. It was only thanks to her dad and Hoa Kai begging that the punishment got softened. Inside, she felt both mad and let down. Mad at the chief for being so harsh, giving him zero respect. Disappointed in Hoa Kai, who claimed he cared for Liu Qi but acted all chill about it. If he really wanted to help, how could he just let Liu Qi suffer like this? Liu Qi felt guilty but just accepted the outcome. She knew her dad was quick-tempered. Now she dared not speak the truth or he'd blow up and drag Lam Lang and Fan Lai into the mess. That would be a total storm. The chief wouldn't believe Lam Lang saved her. Instead, he'd be more convinced they teamed up to screw over Liu Na. The tribe not giving out salt just meant they could borrow. If they don't hand out food, then she and her parents gotta tough it out a bit. For sure, they'll get through this. Liu Na hit her goal real smooth, acting all pitiful and low-key spreading shady rumors about Liu Qi. Honestly, her victim vibes made a bunch of folks soften up, feeling sorry for her. Meanwhile, Liu Qi, who had a solid rep in the tribe, got hated on, accused of being fake and straight-up cold-hearted. Liu Na even strutted right up to Hoa Ki to flex her presence, but before she could say 3 words, Hoa Ki iced her out with a cold stare and bounced her. He was too mad at her for Liu Qi getting scolded and punished to pay any attention to her. Inside, Liu Na felt ice-cold and crushed. She was sure that since Hoa Ki saw the real Liu Qi, he'd lose interest in her and come running to her instead. But nope, it looked like he hated her even more. It's cause of Liu Qi. Liu Na gritted her teeth, burning with rage. As long as that witch stayed in the Luoying clan, her peace was toast. She was dead set on figuring out a way to kick her out. Fan Lai checked around through her contacts and got the full scoop, furious to the point of exploding. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged looks, letting out quiet sighs. Fan Lai didn't fully get it, but she knew Liu Qi accepted Liu Na's accusations silently just to keep her and Fan Lai out of trouble. Liu Qi took the fall for them. Even if Liu Qi spilled the truth, the head chief wouldn't believe her, and it would just open the door for those troublemakers to stir up drama legally. But they couldn't ignore the kindness she showed. Once they got back, they needed to meet Du Nam and lay out everything. Here his take on it. Lam Lang told Fan Lai, "Don't be mad. Liu Qi took the blame to keep us safe. We can't repay her kindness now, but when we get the chance, we gotta make it up to her. Let's drop this already. Now you quietly give Liu Qi 2 blocks of salt, gotta help her get past this tough patch." Fan Lai lit up. Yeah, we're not short on salt. We can definitely hook up Liu Qi with some salt. As long as she's got salt, she won't want to starve. Salt means she can trade for food easy. Lam Lang smiled and pulled out 2 chunks of crude salt their salt tribe had swapped for them. Take this with you. Thanks, Lam's sister. Hey. Fan Lai grabbed them happily and took off in a flash. They couldn't fork over their current salt though. It wasn't cool to spread that stuff around. By evening, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen rolled up at Dusun tribe to collect the sky stones. The Dusun tribe had stashed all the sky stones they'd been showing outside back inside the house. Naturally, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's arrival didn't go unnoticed. The chief of Dusun tribe, Hung Feng, and Du Hua came along to show them to the sky stones. Just as, Lam Lang felt a tiny pull in his heart. That huge object, taller than half a person and crazy heavy, suddenly vanished without a trace. Ah, whoa. Hung Feng and Du Hua stared wide-eyed. Even Hung Feng, who usually stayed poker-faced, was stunned. Du Hua looked at the empty spot and then at Lam Lang, dumbfounded. So, it's all stored now? Yup, that's right. Du Hua bit his lip and sighed in awe. Your power is seriously next-level handy. Way too handy. Lam Lang smiled modestly. Ah, you're too kind. After soaking in the admiration, the chief said, "Don't forget our deal. Come back with salt to Dusun tribe when spring rolls in. Warm season's here. Don't worry, we'll definitely pop by." Yeah, we'll be waiting for you. Usually, once tribes struck a deal, it wasn't broken, so the chief felt chill about it. He added that they'd be leaving the trade gathering early next morning. Their main goal this trip was to swap salt, and they'd already done better than expected. Getting the salt was perfect, so there was no need to stick around. Especially with the whole Blackstone drama souring things with the Salt Tribe, they didn't want to linger. Leaving quietly early morning to keep the Salt Tribe guessing was all good. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen showed they got it. They'd split soon too, and later came back talking trash about the Salt Tribe, seriously lame. The Salt Tribe didn't really know what that black stone did, just thought it was super tough and rare, so they kept it, even if it didn't do much. They've got plenty of salt anyway, so trading didn't cost them much. They were sure the Dusone tribe had to trade salt with them. After hauling in such a big, heavy black stone, it was no way they were going to just take it back. So the Salt Tribe pushed hard on the price, and the Dusone tribe only agreed to give them 5 fist-sized chunks of salt for the black stone. The Salt Tribe even argued, saying the stone is useless, they just want to keep it as a rare display piece. 5 chunks of salt were already a ton, and if it weren't for respect over the long journey and decent relations, they straight up wouldn't trade their precious salt for a worthless thing like that. The chief of Dusone tribe almost spat on them in anger. Too much, seriously. Especially when you compare it to the stuff Lam Lang and Lei Huyen brought. It showed the Salt Tribe was just bullying them. Super annoying, but Hung Thong stayed cool, acting like he wanted to sell, seriously negotiating with the Salt Tribe folks. In the end, the Salt Tribe pretended to back off and said they'd toss in 3 extra blocks, no more, that was their limit. Then Hung Thong hesitated for a bit, looking sad but also kind of pissed. He rejected the trade, saying that black stone was just for everyone to peep as a rare item. See if anyone could figure out what it actually is. He wasn't really planning to trade it for anything. 5 chunks of salt alone is huge. If we weren't chill with you guys trekking all this heavy stuff here, and if the vibe wasn't decent, we wouldn't even waste our precious salt swapping for this junk. Back then, the Dusone tribe's big boss almost spat mad in their face. This was straight up insult overload, especially when stacked against what Lam Lang and Lei Huyen brought. It just screamed tribal bullying. Super annoying. But Hung Thong stayed cool, acted like he was seriously haggling about price, pretending to want to deal with the Salt Tribe folks. Finally, the Salt Tribe pretended to back down and offered 3 more chunks, but that's the max, no more. Then Hung Thong hesitated, looking all sad and kind of pissed, and declined the trade, saying the rock was just a rare curiosity he brought for everyone to check out, see if anyone could ID it, but he never meant to swap it for anything. Both heartbroken and seemingly angry, refused to trade, only saying that the rock was originally just something rare for everyone to see. They wanted to see if anyone recognized what it was. Actually not intending to trade it for anything, still had to haul it back. The Salt Tribe was so pissed they were grinding their teeth, totally not expecting the U Mountain Tribe to be this tough, that huge, heavy thing, and they were willing to bring it back just to save face. Even though the Salt Tribe was unhappy, they didn't blow a fuse over it, because honestly, they didn't really need that rock. The Salt Tribe's warrior rep just said coldly, "Fine, then take it. We don't need it anyway." The U Mountain Tribe's top chief snorted lightly, his face ice cold, not saying a word. He didn't dare open his mouth, worried he'd spill stuff that'd make the Salt Tribe blow a gasket. The U Mountain Tribe was seriously mad at the Salt Tribe, and they instantly, without hesitation, decided to buddy up with the Morning Sun Tribe. As long as the Morning Sun Tribe could reliably supply salt long-term, they'd be solid allies from now on. Lam Lang and Huyen thought the same, especially since they got that massive meteorite block too hyped to handle. Next morning, when the trading fair kicked off, U Mountain's stall was spotless. They dipped out when it was still barely dawn. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen got up, ate breakfast, then sent Fan Lai to let the Lam Mountain Tribe know they were leaving early tomorrow and to meet up about 10 miles from the fair on the road. Oh, and Fan Lai took a bunch of food with her for them too. Meanwhile, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen personally went to the outsiders area next to the Salt Tribe. They told Lin Vu and Bok Shuang they were leaving the next day. Those two got super moved and said they'd spread the word to everyone today. At dawn, they'd all meet at the spot and roll out together. Counting their 3 family members, they managed to convince a total of 69 people to come along. Lin Vu felt a little uneasy, still too few, and planned to bring more later. La Huyen nodded. That's not bad at all. We got over 30 from the Lam Mountain Tribe, so combined, that's over 100. Enough for now, we'll return for more later. Lin Vu perked up hearing there were more people, nodding excitedly. Big Chief's right. Morning Sun Tribe's only gonna get better. Over at the Lam Mountain Tribe, everyone froze seeing Fan Lai pull up with a basket stuffed with meat. Whoa, meat! Oh my god, is that real? Fresh meat. What's going on? Fan Lai grinned big and said, "Told ya. Morning Sun Tribe ain't worried about clothes no more. Good times are just ahead. Eat up. Remember to clean up carefully. We're heading back tomorrow." Everyone got even more hyped, buzzing around Fan Lai nonstop with questions. so much fresh meat. They hadn't had anything this tasty and high quality in ages. A full basket like that felt like pure joy. Than knew everyone well and didn't mind, patiently answering all their questions happily. The Lamb Mountain people were still kinda anxious, unsure what awaited once they reached Morning Sun Tribe, but they took the gamble. This was the only shot that even offered hope. Surprisingly, just becoming part of Morning Sun Tribe got them eating this much food. Awesome. Seriously, awesome. Maybe they finally broke free from the rough times. On their way back from the nomad settlement, Lam Lang and Huyen strolled around the market square and caught some juicy gossip. The Salt Tribe's chief and shaman got majorly interested in U Mountain's black rock and sent folks to negotiate again. They wanted to seriously bargain to trade for the rock, but when they got there, U Mountain's stall was totally empty. Asking around, they learned U Mountain Tribe had dipped out since dawn. The Salt Tribe's people stood there stunned. Lam Lang and Huyen exchanged looks and burst out laughing. Lam Lang sneered mockingly, "So now you want to have it? Dream on." Their asking price was embarrassing, and that was just the start. They're gonna be so pissed later. Hee hee. Huyen chuckled softly. "For sure, our Morning Sun Tribe will show them how it's done." The two shared a grin that made them want to hug and celebrate. Meanwhile, the Salt Tribe's chief and shaman looked pretty grim. The Salt Tribe chief sneered, "What's U Mountain's deal? We gave them face by taking that dumb rock, and they throw a fit, hauling that huge rock back and forth just to cause trouble." The shaman frowned, his deep voice slow and rough. "Forget it. Keep an eye on U Mountain from now on." How much salt did they swap with us this time, anyway? Even though U Mountain got enough salt from Lam Lang and Huyen to keep up appearances, they still traded some beast sinews, hides, wild fruits, and honey for a little salt from the Salt Tribe. The chief wasn't sure, so he looked to the guy next to him named Yen Fui, who'd always handled these things and was highly trusted. Yen Thai thought it over and said, "Not much, just a single basket full, only that much." The shaman frowned. "Your tribe ain't small. Trading so little salt and then bailing out?" Everyone was shocked. The Salt Tribe chief ground his teeth. "All right, something's up here. Hung, take people and chase him down. Get the details and bring back half a basket of salt. Trade it for that black rock." "Got it." Hung nodded and set off to make arrangements. Everyone marched on foot, so he had to hurry out first. He didn't dare waste time chasing after them, but catching up wasn't easy. Even though Hung picked only the tribe's best, he only caught U Mountain Tribe near dusk. U Mountain Tribe got all riled up, and the vibe got super tense, but catching up isn't easy either. Even though Hung picked all the tribe's elites, they only caught up near dusk with the Dusan Tribe. The Dusan Tribe got lit up, the vibe suddenly tense as heck. The big boss of the Dusan Tribe and Hung Thong locked eyes, both cold as ice. The Termite clan chasing after them, definitely not a good sign. Hung Thong had this vague feeling, like 90% sure it was all about that black rock. The entire Dusan Tribe instantly went on high alert. The big boss stood right in the middle of his warriors, glaring at Hung without holding back, yelling, "Hung, what the heck are you up to?" Hung raised his hand, and over 100 tribe fighters fell in line behind him. He stopped right behind, grinning as he said, "Big boss of Dusun, don't get the wrong idea. Our leaders and shamans were just worried about you guys. When they heard you left, they sent me to check in. The trading festival just started and you already bailed? What's up with that?" The Dusun leader, hot-headed as always, felt sick hearing this fake politeness, then chuckled coldly. "Why can't we leave? We leave when we want, not because you say so. You're breathing down our necks way too much. Our tribe works on our own terms. Why the need to report to you?" Hung wasn't used to being treated like that, a flash of anger crossing his face, his tone turning sharp. "The trade fair's only day one, and you bolt like nothing's up? That's weird. Of course we gotta ask, big boss of Dusun. You don't need salt anymore, or what?" Hung's eyes gleamed, pressing hard, suspicion clear in his voice. This wasn't just a question, it was a threat. "If you want salt, you gotta come through the Salt Tribe, so you better show some respect." Back in the day, no matter how much the Dusun leader cursed inside, he swallowed his pride for the salt. But now, what reason did he have to hold back? What's weird about it? We leave when we want, simple as that. Whether or not we trade salt later is our business. Who are you to butt in? Should I just hand over my title and let you be the Dusun leader? Hung was fuming, and the Salt Tribe warriors with him were boiling too. Hun Thong knew his leader had suffered a lot back then, and now he was venting. But he also knew when to pull back. Tensions couldn't rise with the Salt Tribe just yet, so he gently grabbed the chief's arm and stepped forward, politely telling Hung, we mean no harm. There's urgent stuff going down in the tribe, so we gotta head back right away." Hung's expression softened a bit. He knew pushing further wouldn't help, so he said, "I get it now. I'll let the chief and shaman know. They asked me to bring a half basket of salt to trade for that black rock of yours. You should leave it behind. Hung said it like it was nothing. In his eyes, trading half a basket of salt for that heavy, useless rock, Du-sun would come out way ahead. The Du-sun tribe wouldn't refuse, but honestly, if it weren't for Lam Lang and Huyen setting the example, they'd be stoked to take it. But that comparison just stung. How could the Du-sun chief care about just half a basket of salt from the Salt tribe? The amount was low, and the quality was trash. Yet he dared to talk like Du-sun had the upper hand. Hung just wanted to spit in his face out of pure rage. Just as the Du-sun chief was about to scoff arrogantly and throw some insults, Hung Thong gently jabbed him with an elbow. Enough, chief, we already tossed that rock. What, tossed it? Yep. Hung nodded, totally calm. That rock might have been weird, but it was useless and a pain to carry. Dumping it was the smart move. It made perfect sense. The rock was huge, and carrying it on the road was impossible without making it obvious. They traveled pretty far today, and if they'd still had it, they wouldn't have made it this far. Hung was kind of pissed. Where'd you toss it? Hung Thong asked. Right near the big river, not far from the trade festival. Hung said coolly, you guys really went through with it, deciding not to trade salt but to just chuck it. Hung Thong didn't answer. The Du-sun chief snapped back. We were more than happy to take it. You were just holding onto our stuff. Hearing them say they tossed it actually felt refreshing. People always called the Du-sun chief a jerk, and man, he really lived up to that. Hung held back his anger, snorted. All right then, we won't bother you guys anymore. Safe travels. Next time you come to trade salt, we might catch you then. The Du-sun chief scoffed. Yeah, sure, catch you then. He smiled all chipper, acting way too pleased. Who even wants to meet you guys again? Whether that happens is a whole nother story. Hung vaguely felt something off about that smile, like it was hiding something. But he couldn't put his finger on what was weird, so he just led his people back. The Du-sun tribe cursed a bit and told their folks, no resting, keep moving. Let's push till nightfall before calling it. Nobody argued. Who knew if those pesky Salt tribes would turn back? Better to get as far as possible. Hung led over 100 tribe warriors, camped outside that night, and packed up at dawn to keep moving. He planned to go back to the river to grab the black rock. Hung didn't think the Du-sun tribe had the guts to lie. They weren't that bold. Plus, he hadn't seen them carry the rock on the road anyway. With a rock that big, if they really had it, they couldn't have traveled so far. At the trading fair, before the sun fully rose, Lam Lang, Le Huyen, Fan Lai, Dang, and Mao already split. Numbers low and Lam Lang's gear way light packing up was a breeze. When they left, no one around even noticed. By the time nearby minor clans caught on, they were already miles away from the trading fair. Although the Triyu Duong tribe brought lots of good stuff to trade this time, but they straight up lacked the guts. Plus, he didn't see them hauling that huge stone in their packs, and with a rock that massive, if they really were carrying it, there's no way they could have traveled that far. At the trade fair, before the sun was fully up, Lam Lang, Le Huyen, Van Lai, Dang, and Mao dipped out. Since there were only a few of them and Lam Lang's space was super handy, packing up was a breeze. Once they left, nobody around had a clue. By the time nearby tribes caught on, these guys were already miles away from the trade fair. Even though the Triyu Duong tribe brought a whole lot of good stuff to trade this time, Trung Quay's still just a tiny tribe with zero clout, totally flying under the radar. When they dipped, sure, a few nearby small tribes muttered about how quick they were, but no one really cared or made a big deal out of it. Lam Lang's space thing was kinda weird, but the tribes around were too busy hustling deals to even notice. Who's got time for gossip? About 7 or 8 miles from the trade spot, Lin Vu and Bak Xuan had already gathered over 60 drifters, all waiting. When they caught sight of Lam Lang's crew coming closer, the crowd buzzed. Look, that's the big chief and the shaman of the tribe, right? They look way too young. Yeah, for sure. Lin Vu glanced around the group, gave a small grin, and spoke with steady confidence. Everyone knew the grub they'd been eating the past few days was thanks to the big chief and the shaman. People froze for a sec, then pumped up their spirits, their faith shooting way up. How old the chief and shaman are don't really matter, right? They gotta be capable. Truth is, I haven't chowed down this well in a long time, and I'm full too. Same here. It's all thanks to them. We gotta stick with the chief and shaman going forward. Yep. Everyone together will make the Triyu Duong tribe better and stronger. As they chatted, Lam Lang and Lei Huying showed up. Lin Vu and Bak Siung led the way, smiling and called out, Big Chief, Shaman. Lei Huyen nodded, scanning the crowd, his tone serious. I'm sure Lin Vu's made things clear to y'all. You still have a choice to back out. If you don't want to roll with us, you're free to stay. But if you're down from now on, you'll be part of the Triyu Duong tribe and gotta follow our rules. Anyone who betrays the tribe or disobeys will face consequences. But if we're united in building and protecting the tribe, I promise, better days are ahead. You'll eat meat every single day and stay warm in winter. Think it over. If you want out, now is your chance to turn around. Everyone went quiet. Most instinctively looked toward Lin Vu and Ba Xiong, spotting a slim guy a little over 20 with thick brows and bright eyes step forward. He smiled and said, "Big Chief, I'm VM Quang. Lin Bro and Sister Ba Xiong explained everything to us already. We're all set to follow the chief and shaman. They're stronger than this old tribe by a long shot. Got a salt stash 100 times bigger too. Sticking with them has got to be way better than staying here. I can only speak for myself, but I'm definitely going with them." No sooner had VM Quang finished than a bunch of others chimed in, no one choosing to remain behind. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen smiled, giving Lin Vu a nod of approval. They both knew this was all Lin Vu's handiwork. The guy really knew how to pick the right people. Lei Huyen laughed. "Good, so from now on we all roll as one family. There's a crew waiting ahead. Let's link up and head back to the Trio Duan tribe." "Awesome, let's go, let's go." "Haha, finally, we got ourselves a tribe. Right? It's amazing. Been dreaming of this day forever." Everyone was chatting and laughing as they walked, faces glowing with energy. About half an hour later, they ran into the teams of Lam Mak and Lam Thao, exchanged hellos and a few words, then pressed on. Lam Lang pulled Tien and Chiu free from her space, making everyone jump. That's when they realized the tribe's big chief and shaman each have a beast buddy. Faith skyrocketed, and the drifters felt mad proud. Many thought, if those who didn't follow knew this, they'd regret it till the end. But too late for second thoughts now. A tribe with two beast partners? How could they not have a bright future? Lei Huyen soared up, riding Tien's back, then reached down and pulled Lam Lang up with him. Surrounded by awestruck, admiring eyes, they all followed close behind. This move came after Lei Huyen thought it through real hard. With numbers suddenly booming, he and Lam Lang had to keep things tight, make others respect them, and build serious rep, or else chaos would hit. Lei Huyen quietly scanned the crowd, clearly seeing their awe and respect in their eyes. He knew that was exactly how it needed to be, because they had lots of people, including old folks and kids. Their pace slowed down. By midday, they stopped to rest and cook. Lam Lang called over Ba Xiong, Lam Thao, and some other picked girls to be team leaders. After scoping the path and chatting with Ba Xiong and Lam Thao, she casually picked a few folks for Ba Xiong to gather firewood and some for Lam Thao to clean meat. Each leader took their group to work. Some chosen were drifters, others from the Lam Sun tribe. Mixing them like this helped them get used to each other and forget old loyalties, building bonds with the Trio Duong tribe. Luckily, no one in the tribe ever doubted the authority of the big chief and shaman, only deep respect. So Lam Lang's plans went super smooth. Whatever she said, everyone respectfully obeyed without a peep of protest. Lei Huyen divided people into squads too. Then Lai led one to fish, Lin Vu and Mao another, Lam Mak and Dong a third, each group going hunting. Tien and Chiu split up to assist. Lei Huyen took VM Quang and Lam Van with him hunting. Older folks and kids helped dig pits, start fires, and set up pots. The feeble grabbed any chance to rest. Lam Lang stayed back to oversee everything. When people saw her calmly pull out all kinds of goodies from her space, jaws dropped. She smiled calmly. "Everyone, let's get going on soup and grilling first. I've still got plenty of food stored in my space. The meat everyone hunts will be saved for dinner and tomorrow morning." Someone blinked, stammering, "Shaman, what exactly is this space thing?" "I still got plenty of food in my space. Meat the warriors hunted is saved for dinner and breakfast tomorrow." Someone blinked, a bit confused, stammering, "Vu, what do you mean by space? Like, what is it?" For real, for real. You say you can carry space around with you? Oh snap. That's my special power." Another round of shocked and impressed voices popped off. "Dang, there's a power like that." Vu's seriously clutch, super handy. "Haha, just classic Vu." Lam Lang grinned low-key. "The big boss's power is way stronger than mine. Y'all just wait and see." "All right, let's get this show on the road." Everyone chimed in at once, then scrambled to get to work. They set up a line of 8 simple clay stoves, big clay pots bubbling with bone broth stew, throwing in some mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, and ginger. Nearby, 10 fires blaze as folks gathered round roasting meat. Not long after, the mouth-watering smell of grilled meat spread everywhere, making everyone drool. But even the little kids just sniffed deeply and muttered, "Man, smells so good. Tastes gonna be fire," without begging to eat right away. The tribe's people had just started to get it. They valued their food now. Knowing grub wasn't just handed out easy. Since they had to hit the road again in the afternoon, Lei Huyen and crew only hunted and fished nearby. About one watch later, they started showing up one by one. The fishing teams came back earlier, each squad scoring some loot. Some only snagged like 5 or 6 wild birds or rabbits, but take Landmark's team, they used to come back empty-handed 7 out of 10 times. This trip was a serious glow-up. The hunters came back with sparkling eyes, hyped expressions mixed with awe, chatting nonstop. The vibe's super lively. Yo, this is epic. It's been ages since I joined a hunt this lit, got loot in just a bit of time. Facts. Super surprising. If I go hunting on purpose next time, we're gonna be loaded, right? With the big boss around, no doubt. His power's so strong, we just watch and can't even help. Vu's way better dude caught that antelope, like, we legit lost to him. And Chiu, he bagged a bunch of wild rabbits. Y'all haven't even seen this magic fishing net. You throw it in, snap it up real quick, no cap, it's full of fish every time. I had fish cooked by Vu before, tastes insanely good. Lam Lang happily stashed 3 big buckets full of fish and shrimp, over 10 rabbits and wild birds, 1 antelope, and a hog in the space pocket, then pulled out a bunch of chopsticks and clay bowls to serve white bones, alpine herbs, and crested ibis. Each person got a portion ready to eat. These bowls and chopsticks, once used, everyone kept their own for the next meal. Lam Sun tribe was pretty poor, and the Du folks were even worse off. Most had never owned pottery before. This clay bowl was their very first. Everyone gripped their own bowl, faces beaming, so touched it was like they wanted to cry, staring and holding onto them tight. I finally got pottery too. Haha, this bowl is fire, absolutely amazing. Thanks, big boss, thanks, Vu, hee hee. Those smug smiles were all kinds of satisfied inside. The ones who refused to tag along would have died 3 times over if they knew this full regret. No way to mend that. Everyone slurped bone broth and munched grilled meat, moaning nonstop, cause it was so good, and right quick their energy bounced back. Spirits high, they kept on trekking. After 2 or 3 days of marching, the tribe's worship and respect for the big boss and Vu had hit full-on loyalty mode. In primitive tribes, everyone respected and feared the strongest. And with Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's smooth moves, the Lam Son tribe and Du locals quickly clicked. Meanwhile, Salt tribe chief Hung, with over 100 warriors, finally returned to their territory. Following tips from Big Boss Du Sun and Hung Thong, they rolled up to the river section where the black rock was tossed. Hung ordered the swimmers to dive in and retrieve it. Even though it was late autumn, the warriors were strong and could handle the cold water. Plenty of them were great swimmers. No matter how deep that river stretch was, it wasn't a big deal for them. They needed to find a big item like that, which theoretically was easy. But 70 or 80 people dove in, searching that river stretch countless times without spotting the black rock. Captain Hung said, "We searched everywhere, boss, but there's seriously nothing there. No spots missed. Seriously, nothing. Should we check downstream? But we already covered a long stretch." Exactly. That thing's heavy. If it was really tossed in, it should still be there. Maybe we got the wrong spot. The Salt Tribe warriors, exhausted and arguing nonstop, were worn out. This was a mad effort, especially at this time of year when everyone was feeling worn down. More importantly, they really had searched everywhere. Hung's face was tight, mood rough. One warrior hesitated. "You think Big Boss Du Sun pulled a fast one on us? He's been cool with us, though." Another chimed in, "But if they didn't bring that black rock, they'd definitely chuck it in the river. We didn't see it on the way, and not in the water either. Super weird. Could they have gone out of their way to toss it somewhere else?" Someone else said, "I find it weirder why they'd lie to us. Where would they get the guts for that?" That set everyone off, yelling back in agreement, no doubt about it. Usually smart and scheming, Hung was mostly blank now and just said, "Let's head back." Once they got to the tribe, he rushed to meet the big boss and Vu, spilling every single detail. "Big boss, we really thought we'd snag that rare black rock for sure, but got totally smacked down, can't lie. I'm mad and embarrassed. I bet that jerk won't do salt trades with us anymore. Next time the Dusun tribe comes for salt, don't rush into deals with those guys. If they really threw that rock into the river, how come no one can find it? Did you check it out thoroughly?" Hung nodded. "We searched everywhere, seriously. There's nothing there. So, it's likely they tricked us. A rock that big and heavy, where else could it have gone? That's the weird part. It's driving me nuts." Suddenly, Hung remembered something and said, "Boss, you remember when someone sneaked into the salt lake to steal salt? The salt disappeared without a trace, just like this time." The boss and the shaman's eyes lit up. "Yeah, how could I forget that?" The boss clenched his teeth tightly. "Looks like the salt thief back then showed up at this trading meet. Not only that, but they teamed up with the U Mountain tribe. That black rock definitely ended up with them. They stole a bunch of salt from us, and just when they did, they traded it with the U Mountain tribe. Damn it, start investigating right away. We gotta find that thief. Sir, no need to rush, the shaman said slowly. Even if we don't nail them immediately, the U Mountain tribe ain't going anywhere. Eventually, we'll get the truth straight from their mouths. The boss sighed and relaxed a bit. What you said makes sense. They definitely know where the U Mountain tribe is. Sooner or later we'll crack them. The shaman added, the savage tribe isn't here this time, right? The boss nodded. The folks living deep in the mountains aren't big on outside contact, but they still need salt. They always come by every year. The boss frowned slightly as the shaman continued. Maybe they also made a deal with the salt thieves. The boss clenched his fists harder, grinding his teeth. Damn it. The shaman calmly said, step up security around the salt lake. Even though they stole a lot of salt, after trading with those two big tribes, there probably isn't much left. If they come sneaking back, don't let them get away again. For sure, I'll personally take them down. The shaman nodded and turned to Hung. You go investigate, but keep it low-key. Just quietly gather intel. Hung nodded. Got it. This time, the salt tribe got played hard, got a bitter taste, and majorly lost face, so no way we can let this leak out. If this gets out, how's the salt tribe gonna save face? What Hung didn't expect was that their secretive approach made them miss some priceless info. Right when Hung arrived at the trading meet, he noticed the Morning Tide tribe also left early morning today. Yesterday, the U Mountain tribe left. Today, the Morning Tide is out too, definitely sketchy. But the Morning Tide tribe is so small, they hardly bring many people. Barely anyone notices when they leave. No one knows when they left, where they came from. In short, nobody knows their direction or starting point. This is super complicated. Even the Salt tribe doesn't know. A tiny out-of-nowhere tribe suddenly pops up like a drop from the sky in this vast wilderness of the East Continent. Who even knows where they live? Hung asked everywhere but got nothing, had to report back empty-handed. The Morning Tide tribe's boss heard it twice and scoffed coldly. I'm keeping an eye on them. Hold off on the search for now. The shaman was right. Just send people to U Mountain tribe. I bet we'll drag them out. I'm pretty sure the troublemakers, the little tribes, not many dare to cross the Salt tribe. Only some small remote tribes with no clue act this reckless. Morning Tide tribe definitely has issues. What the Salt tribe doesn't know is that when Lam Lang and Le Huyen left the trading meet, the boss of the Don tribe had spies tailing them. The Don tribe's boss long regretted not wiping them out back then. Now, with this golden chance at the trading meet, there's no way he'd let it slip. He had people quietly watching the Morning Tide tribe's booth, waiting for the meet to end and them to leave before striking. But they left earlier than expected. The Doan tribe's boss suddenly got some unexpected joy, immediately ordered Black Spot to lead trusted warriors and trail them stealthily for 2 to 3 days before hitting. If this got leaked, it'd bring zero glory, so the Duan tribe's boss keeps it hush. Not to mention, Hung never even asked about those people far from the Morning Tide tribe's booth. Even if he did, they wouldn't say a word. Black Spot took 20 fighters to tail him quietly, but soon after leaving the trading meet, 2 groups joined the chase, instantly outnumbering them a ton. Black Spot's guys were stunned. Even though the other side had women, elders, and kids with little fighting strength, they had numbers, abundance, and quite a few strong young men. Plus, everyone remembered how brutal Li Huyen and Lam Lang were when they last wiped up the Doan tribe, along with Than, Lai, and Mao's solid fighters too. If it came down to a brawl, there was no way they'd win, let alone kill anyone. Black Spot had no choice but to send for backup. The Loan tribe's leader was mad as hell. Those folks kept stirring up trouble for him. He couldn't spare more people, or the Loan tribe would suddenly lose too many fighters, making others suspicious. This had to stay undercover, no leaks allowed. So, the Loan tribe's boss sent word to Black Spot, telling him to figure something out. The Loan folks lived nearby and knew the terrain well. Black Spot thought it over and came up with a slick move. After silently stalking Lam Lang's crew for 3 days, that night they finally made their move. They lured a pack of wild wolves from the grasslands, just like how the Loan tribe's boss once tried to trap Du Nam and Tung Fong, planning to send the wolves in to cause chaos. There were 60 huge, fierce, wild wolves, just like the way the Loan tribe chief once plotted against Du Nam and Tung Fong, trying to send wolves in to stir chaos. There were like 60 massive, savage, wild wolves. When they charge together, they pack a wicked punch. That's when they swoop in, taking advantage of the chaos to finish off their prey. Even with Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's badass beasts backing them up, in that madness, it's still anyone's guess if they can hold their ground. That afternoon, just as everyone was getting ready to fix dinner, this massive pack of wild wolves suddenly blasted through, howling like crazy, tongues blazing red and those sharp white teeth bared, eyes full-on savage and hungry for blood. Their terrifying howls echoed all over the camp, smashing the calm vibe right out of the scene and sparking panic screams everywhere. Huyen instantly jumped aside, shouting loud, "Warriors, stand ready. The rest, get close to me." Lam Lang moved quick and slick, scooping up all the food and cooking pots mid-simmer into his space pocket. Fan Li, Mao, Dang, Lin Vu, Lam Mok, VM Quang, and over the past days, Le Huyen strategically assigned each person to lead their own squad. There was zero chaos when they faced off, and the Tien Tien roared, huge and agile, lunging at the fastest wolf with fierce intensity. Meanwhile, Xiu Chu screamed, wings unfurled, soaring down with razor-sharp tail blades cutting through the air, tossing a few lead wolves into chaos. Chu growled in fury while Chiu attacked ferociously, eyes cold and merciless. That surprise assault by those two beastly beasts seriously shattered the wolves' storming momentum, their spirit visibly dropping. Kill, charge, kill all of them. The tribal warriors instantly fired up with insane energy, their blood boiling as they screamed and charged into battle. Li Huyen used his powers to raise a 3-meter-high wall of earth all around, shielding the women, kids, and elders inside. Then he spun around, gathering his energy into tons of hard earth balls about the size of a bowl, hurling them like hailstones at the wolf pack. The tribal warriors were locked in close combat with the wolves, so Lehayan held back from massive moves to avoid hurting his teammates, but those earth balls still packed a serious punch. Lam Lang's face stayed as cold as ice, swinging his axe with ruthless efficiency. Just a few strikes, and he beheaded a wolf, then spun to the next one. The more fierce the tribal warriors got, the higher their morale soared. With every wolf they took down, more fighters jumped in to help, tipping the battle in their favor. On the flip side, the wolves suffered brutal casualties. They didn't even realize Le Huyen was holding back on his full power to train his fighters. He stood back, watching the whole scene, throwing support where the line wobbled. Thanks to that backup, the warriors' fighting spirit exploded even more. Black Tea and 20 tribal fighters cowered behind bushes and wild grass, cold as ice. How'd it get like this? They blinked wide at the towering earth walls, certain the weak ones inside were safe, but totally freaked out. Could Le Huyen's earth control really be this wild? Their original plan was for the wolves to rush in, cause a panic among the weak, and throw the whole camp into chaos. At that moment, even the tough young ones would be powerless to protect everyone. No matter how good Lam Lang and Le Huyen were, there'd be no saving anyone. They planned to use that chance to slaughter the rest. Even if Lam Lang and Le Huyen survived, there'd be no stopping the slaughter of Fan Lai and Dang Mao. Who knew Le Huyen's powers would be so strong, maybe even stronger than the tribe chief? Lam Lang didn't hold back either, his axe swings sending chills down spines. Fan Lai and Dang were just as fierce, plus those two beasts, especially that bird, grew crazy fast, super intimidating. The wolf pack got hit hard, totally outmatched. If this kept up, they'd be wiped out soon. What chance did they have left to strike back? At this point, forget attacking. The warriors with Black Tea all had hearts pounding and nerves shot. Captain Black Tea, let's bail. What if they find us? True, there's no way we can fight back now. We're totally out of moves. Yeah, let's run. Black Tie's eyes sank deep into the brutal fight happening in front of him, and he reluctantly gave up. Retreat. The tribal warriors all blew a sigh of relief, sneaking away. But just then, Lehayan's sharp voice rang out. You're here already? Why bounce before even showing yourselves? What a shame. Black Tea and his crew freaked out. Run. They didn't even bother hiding anymore. We got spotted, no point in sticking around. Just bolt. Lehayan smirked coldly, unleashing a massive move. Over 10 of them screamed as they fell into deep pits, buried under earth, stuck tight. Then he struck again, more screams, another group tumbled down. Gritting his teeth, Black Tea had no choice but to turn back and fight. He slashed his wind blade at Lehayan. The sharp wind blade crashed into the thick earth wall with a bang, whipping up a fierce dust storm. Black Tea stumbled back, totally freaked. That gust had been full power, and it still couldn't break Le Huyen. You've been fighting non-stop. The power of a warrior with a beast's sidekick levels up way too fast. Black Tea was burning with jealousy. Meanwhile, the Loa tribe's boss was beyond pissed. These guys were always causing him problems. He couldn't keep throwing more people out there, or the tribe would lose too many fighters. Suspicions would arise. This had to be done on the low, not out in the open. So, the Loa tribe boss sent word to Black Tie, telling him to figure out a plan. The people of the Loa tribe knew this place like the back of their hands. Black Tea thought hard and finally came up with a killer idea, then quietly tailed Lam Lang and the others. Tonight, Black Tea and his gang finally made their move. They lured a huge pack of wild prairie wolves, just like the Loa tribe chief once tried to take down Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others, planning to unleash the wolf pack to tear them apart. Not the type to show off outside. So, the big boss of the Loa tribe sent word to Black Tai, told him to figure something out. The Loa tribe folks around here know the terrain like the back of their hand. Black Tai thought it over, and for real, he came up with a slick plan. Then he started tailing Lam Lang and the crew on the down low. Tonight, Black Tai and his crew finally make their move. They lured a huge pack of wild prairie wolves just like the Loa tribe big boss tried to do before to Dunam, Tung Fong, and the gang trying to wipe them out with a wolf attack. 50 massive wild wolves, fierce as hell, charging in with insane power. When they strike, they'll take advantage of the chaos to attack hard. Even if Lam Lang and Lei Huyen have those mutant beasts piggybacking them, there's no guarantee they can hold their ground in that madness. That night, just as everyone was getting ready to cook dinner, 50 giant wild wolves came screaming at full speed, jaws dripping with blood, tongues bright red, gleaming white sharp teeth, eyes burning with savage, bloodthirsty rage. Their howls blasted through the sky, turning the once peaceful camp into a chaotic scene of panic. La Huyen dove to one side, yelling, "Clan warriors, gear up and fight. The rest, gather behind me." Lam Lang was quick on his feet, scooping up all the food in the clay pots cooking stew into space. Than Lai, Mao, Dang, Lin Vu, Lam Mok, Diem Quang, Lam Van. All shouted out loud, raising weapons and charging in different directions to meet the enemy. Their squads instantly rallied, rushing forward too. Lately, Le Huyen had already assigned fixed teams to each leader, so now fighting off the attack was completely organized, not chaotic at all. Actually, Tien Tien and Chiu even reacted faster. Tien Tien lifted his head and growled, his massive, powerful body launched straight at the fastest wolf, knocking it down and clashing. Chiu screamed fiercely, diving down with sharp feathers cutting the air, creating gusts that threw the lead wolves into a frenzy. Those wolves screamed angry yelps as Chiu's pointed beak struck hard, eyes flashing cruelty. Both of those mutant beasts surprising the wolves sounded like thunder, crushing their fierce momentum, throwing their ranks into chaos and slashing their attack power hard. Kill him. Charge forward. Kill. The clan warriors' spirits surged, blood pumping hot, shouting battle cries as they charged ahead. Lei Huyen activated his power, and solid 3-meter-tall earth walls shot up all around, protecting the women, kids, and elderly tucked safely inside. Then he turned back, focusing his power to gather tons of earth balls about the size of bowls and hurled them fast at the wolf pack. The clan warriors were already locked in battle, so Le Huyen held back on his ultimate moves, avoiding hurting his teammates. Still, those earth balls packed a heavy punch. Lam Lang's face was cold as ice. She swung her axe with deadly precision. Just a few strikes later, she chopped a wild wolf's head clean off, then spun to attack another. The fighters got more hype with every hit, their energy fiery. The more wolves they slaughtered, the more fighters were free to back each other up, tipping the battle steadily in their favor. Things were rough for the wolves. They had no clue that Le Huyen was holding back his full power on purpose to train and tighten the clan warriors' teamwork and battle skills. He stood cool and calm outside the fight, managing earth balls to attack anywhere he saw weakness. With his backup, the warriors' morale soared even higher. 20 people led by Black Tea hid behind bushes, their bodies freezing cold. How did things get this way? They stared wide-eyed at the earth walls surrounding the camp, baffled. Could power control be used like this? Their original plan was for the wild wolves to surge in violently, scaring the women and kids into a panic, creating chaos. In that mess, the few young strong guys would be stuck protecting the weak and fighting off wolves at once, definitely losing control. No matter how badass Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were, it wouldn't matter. That's when they planned to strike. Even if they couldn't take out Lam Lang and Le Huyen that moment, killing Fan Lai and Dang Mao was the goal. But no one expected Le Huyen's power to be this strong. On the surface, even stronger than the top leader. Lam Lang didn't even need to say. Her axe swings made everyone's skin crawl. Fan Lai and Dang Mao were crazy powerful too, especially the two mutant beasts. That bird right there? It was tiny last time they saw it, now it's huge. So insane. The wolves fighting in front of them were straight up getting demolished. At this rate, the wild wolves would be wiped out in no time, so what chance did those guys have to cause chaos? Forget about chaos, even the squad fighting alongside Black Tea was pounding hearts, filled with fear. Captain Black Tea, we gotta bounce fast. What if they catch us? Yeah, right now we don't stand a chance to kill anyone anymore. Zero shot, totally zero, we gotta retreat. Black Tea stared grimly at the battle, then grit his teeth and gave up. Let's move. The clan warriors sighed, then calmly turned to withdraw. But right then, Lei Huyen's voice boomed out, "You're already here and already bailing? Don't you think that's kinda lame?" Black Ti and crew jumped, shocked and scared. Run, run! They don't care if we're exposed anymore. They took off full speed. Huyen smirked cold, unleashed a sick move, and over 10 of them screamed before plummeting into a deep pit, buried under dirt and rocks, unable to move. Huyen hit another move, and the rest screamed, then fell in two. Black Tea gritted his teeth, forced to fight, whipped out a wind blade to strike at Huyen. The razor-sharp wind sliced hard but slammed into the thick earth wall. Boom! A huge blast echoed, wind swirling, debris flying. Black Tea staggered back a few steps, heart pounding. He went all out on that wind slash, but couldn't gain even a bit of ground against Huyen. Even though his opponent had been fighting for a while and had a fake power plus mutant beast symbiosis rapidly growing stronger, Black Tie was burning with jealousy. By now, the fight between the clan warriors and wild wolves was nearly over, only 3 or 4 injured wolves flailing around, dying. Just half the warriors were enough to handle them. The rest, plus Lam Lang, circled the Huyen, eyes sharp and hungry like starving tigers, fixated on Black Tea. Meanwhile, Chiu flapped up high into the air, wings slicing through the sky, ready for the next move. A sharp gust sliced through, smashing hard against the thick earthen walls. Boom. A deafening blast, a whirlwind kicked up, dust and stones flying everywhere. Black Tea stumbled back a few steps, shaking inside. He went all out on that wind slash, but still couldn't gain any ground against Huyen. Even after fighting a good while, spirit users with spirit beasts boost their power super fast. Black Tea was insanely jelly. By then, the fight between the tribe warriors and the wild wolves was winding down. Only 3 or 4 injured wolves left writhing. Half the warriors could handle them no problem. The rest, plus Lam Lang, surrounded Huyen, all fierce-eyed like hungry predators stalking Black Tie. Chiu flapped into the air. Only half the warriors were needed to handle it. The remaining warriors, along with Lam Lang, fiercely surrounded Huyen, eyes like hungry tigers glaring at Black Tie. Chiu flapped wings and flew up high. Money stood tall right beside Huyen, eyes sharp and unbending. Honestly, Black Tie's head was buzzing, and inside, he wasn't feeling too confident. Dude seriously didn't know if he could bail if the other side went all out. If only Huyen was the only power user around, he'd be 100% sure. But the others? He didn't even bother looking their way. If he wanted to dip, they wouldn't be able to stop him. But the real headache was the 2 wild beasts tagging along. One of them could even fly. Huyen smirked coldly, telling them to chill with the empty threats because spouting off didn't make anyone braver. He blamed Black Tea for stalking them and bringing those wild wolves to trap the whole crew, clearly wanting every last one of them dead. That kind of greed and cruelty was just sickening. At this, Lamok, Lin Vu, and several others all fired up, muttering curses under their breath, eyes burning with hate for Black Tea, itching to rip him and those half-buried tribal warriors out of the hole for what they did. If their chief hadn't been here, I bet those bastards would have gotten exactly what they wanted. Even if victory wasn't total, the losses on their side would have been brutal. No telling how many women, kids, and old folks might have lost their lives. Those jerks, Than Lai and Dang, were mad and super let down. Didn't expect the tribal folk to be this cold, totally forgetting old ties. They bounced ages ago, and even though they didn't exactly click, at most they'd just throw shade, never this savage. Seriously, how can someone be this heartless? Black Tea was left speechless, too scared to say a thing, just trying to keep cool but staying mad alert. Lam Lang and Huyen had clawed through the apocalypse to survive. They'd seen all kinds of shameless, sneaky, dirty stuff. Ethics crashing, humanity fading, nothing the little stunts from Black Tea could faze them. Dang, Lamok, Lin Vu were shaking with anger. Lam Lang and Huyen barely flinched. Taking out all of Black Tea's crew was impossible. They were sent here for a reason. If they died, the tribal clan would lose it. Once the tribe found their location and came back for revenge, shit would get messy. But no way were they going to let them off easy either. When it came to manipulating people and splitting teams, Lam Lang and Huyen were on a whole other level compared to them. Lam Lang smirked cold, eyeing Black Tea and said, "Who said they gotta kill you all? Back in the day, the tribe saved you and Huyen, bro. Let's call it even. Plus, they're not monsters. They don't want to spill blood without cause." She laid down the deal. If Black Tea chopped off one arm himself, they'd free 10 people, then slice a chunk of thigh about the size of 2 fingers and release another 10. Told him to do it himself. Black Tea got mad, called her a jerk and glared at Lam Lang, demanding she chop off her own arm. No freaking way. Lam Lang just sneered. "No, don't wanna?" Black Tea yelled back in pain. "Dream on." She kept pushing. "Seriously won't do it." He just snorted cold. Lam Lang roasted him. "So you can't even give up one arm to save 10 lives? Guess those people don't mean jack to you." Seriously, not even worth one arm combined. Black Tea snapped back, mad and panicked, denying it. Lam Lang kept the pressure. Then get to chopping so we can free those people. Your tribe's word's good, we don't lie. Black Tea blew his fuse, screaming she was setting him up on purpose. Lam Lang mocked him, saying he was just scared to lose his arm and wouldn't trade it for his brother's lives, then had the nerve to call her cruel. Pathetic. You brought wolves to trap us, now you're caught. Do you think we'll just let you walk free? No way, not without pay. What planet are you on? Letting you trade an arm for their lives instead of wiping you out is already a favor. Huyen jumped in cold. If you don't take it, they're just waiting to die. Black Tea screamed, you wouldn't dare. Huyen fired back, go ahead and see if we're bluffing. The tribal warriors looked at Black Tea. Tense and heartbroken, he really didn't care if they lived or died. When tribes go head-to-head, the losers usually die, no debate. Blame yourself if you mess up. Still, Lam Lang and Huyen were trying to negotiate, which was pretty chill of them. Who'd want to die? Black Ti could save 10 people just by losing one arm, and another 10 with a small chunk of meat. Yet he turned it down, making everyone hate him even more. Seriously. One arm and a tiny slice more valuable than 10 lives? Planning to just watch them all die, Huyen shot back with a cold laugh. So, you seriously don't care about saving them? Black Tea was mad and scared, cold sweat pouring, heart racing, thoughts tangled. Not like that, he just felt something was off but couldn't put his finger on it. Lam Lang declared, all right then, no more playing nice. Listen up everybody, your Captain Black Tea wants you all dead. If you end up ghosts, go find him, not us. Huyen bro, let's go. Huyen laughed loud and clear. A bunch of screams exploded. No, don't. Captain Black Tea. Please save us. Don't just stand there. Help us. Black Tea was sweating bullets, breathing hard, eyes wild, then just bolted. He's a power user, strong as hell, can control wind, and runs hella fast gone before anyone could blink. The tribal warriors screamed in desperate pain. Don't leave us, you damn Lamak. And if you're gonna turn into a ghost, you better be hunting him, not us. Huyen bro, go get him. Huyen laughed loud. A chorus of shouts erupted. Don't, no way. Captain Black Tea, save us. You seriously gonna watch us die? Save us. Please. Black Tea broke out in cold sweat, breathing ragged, eyes wild with panic, then turned tail and bolted. He's a spirit user with crazy stamina and wind powers, so he dipped fast, gone in a flash. The Loa tribe warriors cried out in despair. Don't leave us, you bastard Lamak, with superior stamina and the ability to control wind, running super fast, disappearing from sight in a flash. The tribe warriors wailed in despair, don't leave, you deserve to die. Damn Lamak, Lin Vu and the others shot daggers at the lone tribe warriors, flames of fury blazing in their eyes. Big boss, Vu master, you better let us handle this. These jerks are straight up evil, they totally deserve to die. Then Lai Dang Mao's face twitched with a mix of emotions, his eyes pulling in opposite directions, but in the end, no one stepped up to plead for them. Now, they're officially crew from the Triu Duong tribe, so obviously they're gonna side with Triu Duong. They get it more than anyone else. If it weren't for the mega-strong chief and the Vu master, it'd be them getting shredded right now. These guys seriously deserve to die. If they went down fighting, even the Luan warriors wouldn't bat an eye. But Lam Lang and Huyen gave them a shot at surviving. How could they just roll over and die now? Nobody wants to kick the bucket if there's a chance to live. The Luan tribe warriors broke down in hopeless, heartbreaking sobs. Than Lai Dang Mao begged, save us, please, save us. Nobody knew who lit this fire, but all of a sudden, the lone tribe crew caught a flicker of hope, dropping to their knees, begging the three of them, even turning to Lam Lang and Lei Huyen for help. Than Li, we were tight back then, come on, help us out. Dang, remember when we used to hunt together? You really gonna kill me? Than Li Dang Mao said, you guys were once Lu and tribe, so cut us some slack. I'm begging you. Their faces twisted with a gross mix of anger and hurt, pissed as hell for sure, itching to wipe these guys out as soon as possible, but deep down hesitating. Those desperate pleas made Lin Vu, VM Quang, and Lam Mak too stunned to speak up, so they stayed quiet. Well, Big Boss and the Vu Master made the call, so they rolled with it. Eventually, the honest one, Dang, couldn't take it anymore and yelled out, shut up already, stop whining. Humph, now you're begging us to spare your lives, but wasn't it you who always stirred trouble with us, trying to kill us first, not the other way around? Now that you're begging, what if we had to beg you to spare us? Would you? The two Luan warriors went silent as graves, heads hung low, knowing full well Dang was right. They seriously never thought this tiny, unheard-of Triu Duong tribe packed such a punch. From the jump, they underestimated them, figured that even if Lam Lang and Huyen had some skills, with chaos everywhere and wild wolves running amok, wiping out this so-called Triu Duong tribe would be a breeze. Thinking about that got them hyped and chomping at the bit, imagining the next fight where they'd have free reign to wreck shop while the others screamed and bled rivers. Did they care? Nope. It actually made them even more pumped and savage, but what they never saw coming was that their daydream was actually a disaster waiting to happen. The Triu Duong tribe, old and young, male or female, not a single person got hurt. They'd never seen a battle this brutal where they got flat out crushed like this. What stung the worst and fired up their rage the most was that the one they idolized, Captain Black Spot, the dude they trusted like kin, just watched them die without lifting a finger. For him, one arm, one scrap of flesh mattered more than the lives of two of them. Damn, they hated him. Hated how cold and heartless he was, and hated themselves for being so blind. Misjudging someone like that, every single one of them felt totally shattered inside. Something sacred in their hearts broke all the way down. Lei Huyen unleashed his powers, opened a portal in the hideout of another tribe, then glanced over at Lam Mok and the others. You guys, step back and get the tribe's people settled. Lam Mok and everyone else immediately obeyed and moved out. Huyen spoke slowly. You're right, dang. Those guys used to be part of Lu and tribe, the same tribe that saved us. Black Spot's a jerk, shameless, sneaky, low down, selfish, but we can't stoop to his level. The tribe warriors' eyes lit up one by one, all staring at Huyen, holding their breath, waiting. Even the three Dangs were stunned silent. Lei Huyen went on, but I've got two conditions. First, you gotta answer me truthfully whenever I ask you something. Second, you swear you'll never hurt anyone in the Triu Duong tribe again. Promise no harm to a single person in the tribe. That's nothing to say no to, right? Super easy. They basically just snagged their lives back with zero hassle. The tribe warriors were so grateful they almost cried, wishing they could build a shrine for Huyen, thinking he was way nicer than anyone could imagine. We agree, all of it, they said. Yeah, Big Boss Lei, ask us anything. We swear from now on, zero harm to anyone in Triu Duong tribe. Same here. Lam Lang chuckled softly. Glad you're finally smart. You agreed, so keep that in mind. Or next time you get caught, I swear your death's gonna be brutal. I'll let Zhao Zhao tear you apart piece by piece and chow down on you. Zhao Zhao's our pet bird, by the way. Kinda scary, huh? Lei Huyen jumped in. Exactly. You've been spying on us. Who gave the order? Was it to kill us all off? The Lu and tribe warriors looked sheepish and scared, but wouldn't lie to Lei Huyen, eyes darting away as they murmured, Our chief told us, yeah, he gave the order to take your lives. Fan Lai Dang Mao scowled with disappointment and fury. The chief turned out like this? He's always been like that. Next time we meet, he's enemy number one, no mercy from now on. Same here. At that moment, the three of them cut every emotional tie to the Lu and tribe once and for all. Huyen jumped in. Yeah, you guys have been tailing us. Who's ordering this? Is it a kill order on us? The Liu An tribe warriors looked nervous and scared, but didn't dare lie to Lei Huyen, eyes darting away, softly admitting. Our big boss told us. Yeah, he gave the order to take you out. Then Lai, Dang, Mao were crushed and mad. What's up with the big boss turning out like this? Huh, he's always been like that. Next time we meet, he's the enemy, no mercy. Same here. Right then, the three cut all emotional ties with the Liu and tribe. There ain't no leftover feelings at all. From here on out, if y'all bump into each other, it's just strangers. If they're cool, they'll be cool back. If they're rude, well, expect the same kind of vibes. The lone tribe warriors stayed quiet, no words to add. Lei Huyen said, All right, you've met all my conditions. You can dip out tomorrow morning. For real? Thanks, Chief Lei. Appreciate it, really. The tribe warriors were both shocked and hyped. Lei Huyen smiled, then slowly added, Black Tie's probably dead, sure you're all gone. Plus, he bet you're burning with hate inside. If he finds out you're alive, I swear, he'd actually make you dead for real. You believe that? No way that's possible. Every face on those lone warriors changed instantly. A few sharp ones just went quiet, lost in thought. Lam Lang chuckled coldly. How ironic. Haha, why not? If you roll back to Lone Tribe and spill that he's only looking out for himself, straight up ignoring your lives, what'll the others think? Would he just let y'all talk? Nah, probably not. So, you promise him you won't say a word, but do you really think he'd buy that? As long as you're alive, still breathing, you could always spill the tea. Even if you don't, just his eyes catching sight of you. Would it not remind him of today? And wouldn't that just make his stomach turn? He's a gifted warrior, quietly offing 20 of you. Easy peasy. Even if the tribe finds out he killed you, he's still untouchable. Who says he's just some regular warrior? Who do you think your chief would back? Him or you? The lone tribe warriors' faces got uglier by the second. Some even broke out in cold sweats, shivering all over. So what should we do? Someone finally asked, and all eyes snapped to Ling Wu and Le Huyen, begging for an answer. In that moment, they totally saw Ling Wu and Le Huyen as their last hope. What Ling Wu said just made too much sense. After all, black tea ain't perfect. If he brushed off your lives once, why couldn't there be a second time? Black tea's no fool. He definitely doesn't want the tribe catching wind of all this. And if he really wanted you dead, you wouldn't stand a chance. The chief has always had black tie's back, so obviously he'd side with black tea too. Maybe before, they trusted their chief just like they once trusted Captain Black Tea. But if Black Tea can change, why can't the chief? Just watch how cold and heartless he's been toward you Nam Dang and Fan Lai. Ling Wu said, it's simple. On your way back, be extra careful. Sneak back into the tribe, find others to spill everything. Once people know, hiding it's impossible. Black Tea's obviously not going to kill you then. If he did, and the tribe already knew, what's the point? Plus, him offing you again would just prove how ruthless he really is. Then what would everyone else say about him? Oh right, some folks caught Ling Wu's meaning. Their eyes lit up, nodding slowly to themselves. Others were still kinda lost, not sure what made sense, but hey, at least some got it. Then Ling Wu smirked. Black ties, no good news. You and your families, your friends gotta stick tight and watch your backs. Don't let him quietly take you out. How evil Black Tie is, no need to spell it out, right? The lone tribe warriors all nodded strongly, totally agreed. They gotta unite and keep guard against Black Tea and his crew. That's the only way to survive. Ling Wu and Le Huyen exchanged a glance, grinning slyly. Looks like the lone tribe's about to have some serious drama, and it's gonna be lit. Keep in mind these 20 aren't gifted warriors, but being picked for the job means they're among the tribe's top fighters. If they unite, their power shouldn't be underestimated. And Black Tea, he's got a lifelong blood feud with them. Don't expect it to just vanish. Even if there's some peace, it's just for show. One little trigger, and it'll blow up again for sure. This is the tribe's thank you gift to Lone. Once done, Le Huyen unleashed their powers and set them free. Night had fallen by then. Over at the Triu Duong tribe, folks were out. Women and kids and warriors had settled down. Ling Wu and Le Huyen showed up. Ling Wu pulled out a clay pot and some grilled meat from his space stash. Everyone got back to making food like usual. Lam Mok, Ling Wu, and the others had gathered up all the wild wolf bodies and counted carefully. 67 in total. All mature wolves. Each one was over 6.5 feet long, weighed nearly 400 pounds or more. These huge beasts, even dead, with their big bodies, sharp white teeth, and wide-open eyes on those giant wolves, still made people's hearts race and their guard go up, like they feared the wolves might suddenly jump up and bite someone. Some of the scared women and kids in Triu Duong tribe were too frightened to get close. Ling Wu said loud and clear, "Good thing we got the chief and Vu, or else Lam Mok, DM Quang, and the others all nodded in agreement, feeling a mix of relief and shock after that battle. No joke, these wild wolves were seriously terrifying. Don't even start with whether we can fight back or not. Even if we win, it's gonna cost us big time. Shout out to the Triu Duong tribe. Seriously, the universe is on our side. Those savage bastards are just way too brutal. For real," Le Huyen said, "our Triu Duong tribe ain't something you can just crush. This is nothing. We gotta take notes from this and learn, so next time we know how to handle it better. And those savage tribe folks, Vu and I got plans for them. You'll see soon enough." The big chief basically said, at first, when Le Huyen and Lin Vu let those savage warriors go, a lot of people felt kind of salty and mad, like they were way too soft on them. But after hearing Le Huyen's words, everyone got hyped again, breathing easy. The chief and Vu are crazy smart, so if they did this, there's definitely a reason, right? The big chief said to watch and wait. So yeah, just wait and see. The sharp-minded folks like Lin Vu and Lam Mok, once they shook off that bitter feeling, all silently agreed the chief and Vu really know what they're doing. Their plans are way more thought out than ours. The entire strength of Triu Duong tribe right now is still way behind those savage guys. If we really took down their top 20 fighters, they'd be raging hard and come back swinging. At that time, our tribe wouldn't have any peace. We did good for you. Why stop now? Let's finish this. Lin Vu told Fan Li, Down, and Mao to bring a bunch of meat over so the others could just roast it themselves. And yeah, no salt, no joke. Salt is super precious to them. You think we just hand it over? Don't dream on it. Keeping them from starving was already being damn generous. The savage warriors got so touched. They even teared up and felt mad embarrassed. They came bringing violence to Triudun, yet our tribe not only forgave and let them go, but fed them too. Honestly, it was super touching and kinda made us feel guilty. Not long after eating, the savage warriors quietly said their goodbyes. Before dawn, they rushed off to head back. Even though Lam Lang and Lei Huyen agreed to spare them, staying here meant dealing with the cold stares and disrespect from the Triudun tribe. It stung bad, left them speechless. Plus, they were kinda worried Lam Lang and Lei Huyen might change their minds, so better to dip sooner than later. Obviously, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't stop them. Having them gone made things smoother and everyone's vibe chill out more. As for the savage tribe, what kind of storm those two warriors would stir up upon returning. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't stress about it. They cared more about their own people's journey, because with old and young in tow, there's no way they could match the lightning pace of the warriors. If the savage tribe comes back chasing after them, that's when things get messy. After dinner, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen called Fan Lai, Dong Mao, Lin Vu, Lam Mok, VM Quang, Lam Von, Backzone, and other core players to strategize. They decided to pick up the pace starting tomorrow. The tribe's fighters had to stay extra alert, ready to roll into battle anytime, while designating some warriors as scouts to watch for trouble and protect, gathering intel to prevent being followed or ambushed without a clue. After doing this a few times, they'd find a group with the right skills to become pro scouts. After careful training and drills, these scouts would turn into top-notch operatives. That chaos with the savage tribe wasn't all bad. At least it brought everyone closer and more united. Before, there were some divisions, but now they were basically gone. Fighting side by side naturally changed their feelings. Luckily, nothing else risky popped up afterward. Unexpectedly, the scouts didn't spot anyone tracking or setting traps, but they did come across herds of big animals like antelopes, deer, and mountain goats. Lei Huyen took that chance to have everyone set up ambushes and making a few successful kills that felt so awesome. Every time their haul was huge, just enough to restock what they burned on the road. About 20 days later, they finally made it back to the Triudun tribe. On the way, Lam Lang, Lei Huyen, and Fan Lai filled everyone in on the tribe's current sitch. So, they all got a basic idea and knew that before, the tribe had only 13 people, but anyways, who cares? That's old news now. Starting today, they had over 100 folks, plus a badass chief and Vu master on their side. The tribe's future definitely looked lit. Dunam, Tun Fong, and the others had been waiting day and night, finally seeing Lam Lang's crew come back with a bunch of people. They were happy and shook at the same time. Lin Vu and Lam Mok, when spotting the towering fortress wall stretching like a dragon on the far mountain, seeing the animals being raised, the fresh green crops in the garden, and the sturdy, spacious houses, everyone's eyes went wide in surprise, totally blown away and stoked. Do you think we'll be living in a house like this soon? It looks sick. And these fresh greens at this season? Nah, gotta say these are straight up leafy veggies. So dope. Those turkeys brought from the Manglone tribe are legit. Next year we gotta raise even more. No way we'll starve. That fortress wall, crazy strong. If our tribe builds walls all around, who'd even think about attacking? Totally right. Our chief's a beast. We seriously hit the jackpot here. Ha ha ha. More than 100 people ran around, touching everything, in groups of 3 chatting and pointing, then grilling Dunam and Tun Fong with questions about every little thing, all hyped up and buzzing. It took over 2 watch periods before everyone finally chilled out. Everyone was talking loudly, faces glowing with excitement, constantly amazed, totally hyped up. Can we actually live in a spot like this someday? This place is sick. Fresh veggies, even in this season. Nah, gotta call it greens. Those turkeys from the wild tribe are the real deal. Next year, we gotta raise more. No way we'll run out of food. That fortress wall is seriously solid. If our tribe built walls all around, who'd even dare attack? No joke, our big boss is super strong. We picked the perfect spot. Haha. Over 100 people running around, touching all this and that, groups of 3 chatting, pointing, then peppering Dunam and Tung Fong with questions about each thing, amped up for hours until things finally chilled out. Everyone chatting loud, grinning like crazy, their spirits were lit up, full of confidence, heart blazing with hope for what's coming next. And that hope, it wasn't some random wish from the sky or a fake story someone cooked up. It came straight from their own 2 eyes, seeing everything clear as day right in front of them. Prosperity was popping off at Huong Thin. So what if you're small? Even with a few heads, you can grow strong, and one day, the Triu Duong tribe's gonna be the most lit crew on this continent. That night, the tribe lit giant bonfires. Everyone laughing, chowing down, making a mad scene. Big slabs of meat kept spinning on the grill, massive clay pots bubbling with meaty stew nonstop. The fire underneath never died out. Around the fire, nobody was just chilling. They flipped those skewers like pros. The tribe's grilled goods definitely beat road grub, seasoned with salt and pepper, spicy as hell, and sometimes glazed with honey or fruit juice. The flavor explosion made Lam Mok Lin Vu keep dropping, jaw-dropping reactions nonstop. Thanla even got playful, daring others to try the spicy chili flakes on the meat, making the vibe even more hype. But man, chili's got that crazy addictive vibe. You take one bite, and you just want more. That night, everyone just curled up to crash right next to the fire. When it got late, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen called all the key tribe members to squad up, holding a meeting to plan how to build the tribe moving forward. The original 13 of the Triu Duong tribe, all still present, counted as the core, plus Ling Vu, Lam Mok, Viem Quang, Lam Van, Bok Shuang, Lam Thao, 19 in total. The big boss and the shaman held serious clout and respect. Plus, after the journey and all the stuff they'd faced as a team, no one had beef with each other. Instead, they felt this was well-deserved. Early next day, after breakfast, they started setting up wooden huts. Winter was creeping up fast, so shelter was a must. They made some big temporary huts first, while building houses on the other side, aiming to move in before winter hit for real. The huts lined up in a row, 6 in all, each fitting 20 people, with 2 rows of beds opposite each other inside, and some empty space at one end for wooden racks to hold their gear. All the huts stood outside the big yard where Lam Lang had stayed. The courtyard was already stuffed with stuff, no room for more. The new homes would be built about 3,000 meters northeast of the yard. Lam Lang and Le Haoyan decided from the start that the housing plan needed to fit the overall layout of Triu Duong City. They marked out a neat square zone for the new homes. A wide road would cut through the area, and they'd widen the water canal and dig a new well, too. In less than half a day, the huts were up, thatched roofs thick with straw. Everyone cheered and rushed inside their spaces, looking around with unfiltered joy. The rooms were spacious, and on the dorm beds, there were straw mats, rough but clean and tidy. Someone shouted, "This spot's way better than where we were before we finally got a proper place to crash." Right? These straw mats and wooden planks came prepped for the newcomers. We planned it for about 100 people at first. Never thought it'd get this big, but luckily, it's not too many extra, so adding beds is easy. It helped big time that 30 fields worth of straw mats from the last harvest had been carefully stored away. Turns out they came through perfectly. Ling Vu led 5 women in charge of cooking. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao and some kids and elders handled cleaning and public chores. Big Mao and Xiao Mao still ran the animal stuff, with the little ones tagging along to help. Kids always learn the ropes faster than adults. Both Big Mao and Xiao Mao were teenagers, 13, 14, and quickly bonded with other new teens from the trip. Lam Lang specially picked 7 skilled girls, Lam Thao and Quian among them, to learn spinning, weaving, and sewing padded coats. Shout out to the old space owner because they left a huge stash of needles and thread. Thread was easy to make with cotton, but needles? Not so much. The handmade needles they had now, not nearly as sharp or sleek as these. When they first saw Lam Lang show off spinning and weaving, each of them just stood there, eyes wide and jaws dropped, total speechless. Seeing the needles had them stunned beyond words. Once they snapped back, their eyes were filled with awe, respect, and pride. No joke, the tribe's shaman was insanely talented. These girls could barely believe such wizardry was real. "Don't worry, shaman, we'll grind hard on this." "For real, shaman, it's like magic. You teaching us is the biggest blessing." "Totally. We won't let you down." Lam Lang smiled ear to ear, nodding proud. "Yeah, your hands are smooth and nimble. This fits you perfectly, so steady up." "Yes, shaman." With this lineup, over 30 people had roles locked down. The rest split duties for firing bricks, building homes, chopping wood, and especially hunting. They wanted their houses solid, strong, and looking fly. The whole build was going to be brick and tile, so first, they needed to fire those tiles. The 2 old kilns obviously weren't enough. They dug out 4 more, tallying up to 6 kilns total. Black stone and white stone led 10 people handling brick firing and transport. Mao and Deng took 10 folks into the forest, cutting trees and gathering firewood. Building and cooking both needed tons of wood, plus heating the kilns. And winter was coming fast. The rest split up working on firing bricks, building houses, chopping wood, and especially hunting. To make sure the houses are solid, durable, and look sharp too. They planned to build everything with brick and tile, so firing bricks came first. The 2 old kilns weren't enough. They dug 4 more, so 6 in total. Black stone, white stone, and 10 others handled brick firing and hauling. Mao and Dang took 10 folks into the woods to chop trees and gather firewood. Building needs wood and planks, cooking and kilns need firewood. Winter's rolling in, stacking up a good pile of firewood's always clutch. Ovan and Lam Van took the lead, showing the crew how to prep the new house with nails and getting the other building stuff ready. Dunam and DM Quang rolled out with 8 folks into some forest valley to chop up stone. That spot had these huge granite slabs that Lam Lang and Le Huyen had stumbled on earlier. Le Huyen told Dunam to cut the stone into blocks taller than a person, meant to line the moat banks beneath the city walls, good for keeping water out and stopping weeds from popping through. Dunam lit a controlled flame with his special power. Cutting stone this way was chill, plus it sharpened his fire control skills. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These rocks were massive and super heavy. Hauling them back by muscle to the tribe would drain tons of manpower, so Lam Lang told them to just stack the stones neat and close by. She'd teleport them back later. For other stuff, neither Lam Lang nor Le Huyen planned to abuse space powers or abilities, only stepping in when totally needed. They're the big boss and shaman of the tribe, the ones folks look up to and respect, solving problems the rest can't handle, not just grinding away doing the heavy lifting all day. If everyone started thinking, oh, just call Lam Lang to move stuff, or go bug Le Huyen about land, soon enough the tribe won't see them as leaders but as laborers. The answer is pretty clear. If one day they bounce, those used to the easy life would totally complain. Lam Lang and Le Huyen definitely weren't about letting that mindset grow. They'd already announced that overusing powers messes with your core energy and just weakens you over time, so they got a solid excuse ready and legit. But without tools or tech and relying solely on raw muscle, things get mad tough and super slow. For real, gotta figure out a better plan. Locked the doors, hammered away for 3 whole days, finally crafted a solid wagon. Now hauling bricks, tiles, even firewood out of the forest got way easier, seriously cutting down on back-breaking work. When the wagon showed up, the Triu Duong tribe went hype again. Yo, I knew the boss and shaman were cooking up some dope stuff. No doubt, they call that a wagon. What kind of ride is this? This is insane. For real, more than a few kids hopped on and I still pushed it solo. Felt light as a feather. Your turn yet? Okay, mine now. Me next. Me too. Chill with the line, people. Wouldn't want to start beef cause the big shot said no fighting. Ha ha. The kiddos and teens had the biggest blast, squabbling over who got to ride the wagon, not one of them wanting to get off. They yelled, whatever. Playing on the wagon's lit, even on the poles cool, just let us play. For real, it was hella fun. Lin Vu and Lam Mok, usually the chill types, couldn't hide their bright eyes, watching the crowd push the wagon with mad respect and amazement all over their faces. Lin Vu straight up admired to Lam Lang and Le Huyen, shaman and big boss, you guys killed it, this wagon is clutch. Lam Mok cracked up, with this wagon, hauling stuff's a breeze. Seriously, how'd they even come up with this? Lam Lang, laugh loud, not too tricky, just a problem so you fix it, you know? After thinking it through, boom, it was done. Lam Mok scratched his head, grinning. If it was me, I'd be stuck thinking forever, no doubt. You guys rock. Lin Vu smiled too but had some thoughts brewing. Once the tribes had enough fun and seen it all, probably won't be enough hours today. Seeing it was good enough, Le Huyen called people to push the wagon back and told everyone to get back to work. We're gonna make a few more wagons, that way we have spares for later. Everyone was still pumped but new work came first. Each person nodded. Lingering with a glance full of regret, they chatted while heading back to the grind. Boss said more wagons were on the way. That's straight up hype news. Lam Lang and Le Huyen had already planned a meetup with nearly all core tribe members plus more than a dozen key players to teach making these wagons. The frame was easy, just assembling some wooden boards. The tricky parts were the axle and wheels. Lam Lang and Le Huyen took apart every piece to explain it carefully. They even did a live demo showing how to fit everything. It took a full 2 days to finish the lesson. Everyone was super serious and respectful. After all, these are the tribe's big boss and shaman. Elsewhere, doubt they'd get this kind of hands-on training. 2 days wasn't enough to memorize all the parts and steps, especially for those new to this stuff. For them, this tech was straight next level. Lam Lang and Le Huyen had a plan from the jump. Every part and step had at least one person mastering it so later they could help each other build a perfect wagon. These two plan on taking some tribe warriors without assignments out to hunt. With over 100 mouths to feed, food's a big deal. Before full-on winter hits, they gotta organize a big hunt to stock up plenty of grub. The timing for this was spot on, so wagon building got handed over to those staying back in the tribe. Lam Lang led folks one day to harvest all the radishes, Napa cabbage, greens, onions, garlic, lettuce, and coriander from the garden and put it all in storage. So basically, all the garden veggies were harvested. Stuff like cucumbers, peppers, and eggplants couldn't be grown anymore because the cold killed them before ripening. But if Napa cabbage, lettuce, coriander, and radishes got in on time, they could still be gathered before winter. That's why lamb. Now's no time to grow winged beans. They'd freeze before ripening. But Napa cabbage, lettuce, cilantro, and white radish can still be grown fast enough to harvest before winter hits. So Lam Lang told Lei Huyen to break ground and get the locals to sow seeds. They planted veggies across 30 acres, not just for people to eat, but also to feed the wild chickens, domestic hens, wild rabbits, long-haired bunnies, and ducks too. The numbers of wild chickens, domestic hens, wild rabbits, and long-haired bunnies grew pretty big. After that, Lam Lang handed off the task to Bak Xiong and the other ladies to deal with the wolf pelts, goat hides, and deer skins that weren't processed yet, saving them for winter. Honestly, big props to Hak Ti and his crew. The steppe wolf pelts were huge, soft, and thick, perfect for making blankets or coats for winter. Once that was sorted, everything was set. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, along with Tung Fong, Gai Gai, Lin Vu, Lam Mok, and 30 warriors from the tribe, set out on a hunt. The whole tribe hyped it up as a major event when the warriors went out hunting. As they left, the whole tribe was there, chanting and hoping the spirits blessed them with a big haul and a safe return. Of course, Tien Tien and Chiu tagged along. You don't even have to ask how pumped they were. Right from the start, the hype was real. Chiu, now bigger, spread her wings, let out a few calls, and then vanished into the sky. Tien Tien was just as quick after a few jumps. Her big, agile body disappeared from view but stayed close, keeping in touch with Lei Huyen. The tribe's warriors were buzzing the whole way, their long-held hope flooding back. Hunting with the tribe was a big deal, almost sacred. They never imagined they'd personally join in, and with such confidence. Especially the ones from the Lamson tribe, they all believed this time was going to be different from before. With the big chief and the tribe's shaman with them, they were sure of a full haul. This time, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen led the group southwest, a spot no one had stepped foot on before. After following the river for over 10 miles, the first challenge was crossing it. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged grins. It was time to make a boat. Making a boat was easy, but right now, building one wasn't happening fast enough. Big chief, shaman, maybe we should just change direction? No need to cross the river, right? Yeah, that river's huge. Looks deep too. Kinda scary. Although the current wasn't strong, the deep, dark blue water gave off an uneasy vibe. Crossing like that was honestly kinda scary. The deep spot wasn't something you could just wade through. Plus, with a river this big, there could be some nasty fish lurking. Lam Lang chuckled. Of course we gotta cross the river. We haven't been to the other side yet, and this is a great chance to explore. Totally necessary. Maybe you forgot how boss our big chief really is. Everyone froze, caught off guard before Lei Huyen grinned and used her power. Suddenly, a chunk of earth rose up by the riverbank, big enough for two people to circle with their arms, half a person tall, then it solidified into a bridge stretching across the river. Whoa, what's that? Everyone gawked at Lei Huyen. The bridge came together perfectly, creating a sturdy earth pathway over the water. Big chief, the bridge is up. Everyone cheered at once. Lei Huyen smiled, paused, then used her power again to make sure the bridge's surface was solid before saying, "Let's go, we can cross now." Big chief, after you. The shaman led the way, and everyone blushed with excitement, quickly stepping to the sides to clear the path. Lei Huyen laughed loudly and pulled Qiu Tuyen forward to cross first. Seeing that, everyone hurried to follow. Usually, the tribe's area was full of rivers, big or small, and the people weren't scared of water. This dirt bridge wasn't wide, and the water below was deep, but no one felt scared. If anything, they were totally hyped. The big chief was seriously impressive. Once they crossed, they kept heading southwest. On the second day, they passed a huge lake sparkling with gentle waves, with crystal clear water that was super soothing. Tons of tiny whitewater birds flew around, chirping nonstop. Nobody really noticed them because they were so small. Near the shore, the water was shallow with thick, tall reeds growing in dense patches. It was early winter, so the reeds were dry and yellow, but you could totally imagine how stunning this place would look in spring and summer. Back then, it probably hosted tons of water birds, maybe even egrets. Lam Lang thought quietly about coming back next year to check it out. They stopped by the lake for lunch and a quick break. The big forest in the distance came into clearer view. It was the spot they aimed for this trip. Nearby, Tung Fong, Lin Vu, and the others started a fire to grill meat, while Lam Lang took Lei Huyen down to the lake shore to fish. This lake wasn't bad at all. Once we get back, we'll build 2 boats and weave 2 big fishing nets from really fine hemp rope. A lake this big must have plenty of big fish. Lei Huyen smiled and nodded. Sure enough, the lake was full of fish. Just after Lam Lang dropped the line, a nibble appeared. She nudged Lei Huyen. This one's heavy, definitely a big fish. As she reeled it in, a massive fish weighing around 14 to 15 pounds jumped out of the water with a loud splash, flopping onto the grass, squirming nonstop. They both grabbed it. This fatty fish looked a lot like a grass carp, showing how rich the lake's food supply was that the fish grew fast and plump like this. Lam Lang put the fish in a basket lined with big leaves to keep it fresh and happily went back to fishing. By the time Toon Fong and the gang finished lunch prep, she caught 8 fish, each nearly as big as the first one. This place was definitely rich in aquatic plants. The fish here bred like crazy. After lunch, the group followed along the lakeshore. They crossed a long valley and camped overnight. The next day, after walking half a day more, they finally reached a dense, endless forest. The mountains were a deep green, with streams weaving through and weirdly shaped boulders scattered all around. The thick greenery stretched as far as the eye could see. In a spot like this, if you find the right place, you're definitely not worried about running out of prey. Everyone was hyped and pumped, plus, they still had half a day to set up camp and get the lay of the land, gearing up to hit the forest for hunting first thing the next morning. Lam Lang had the space, so she could bring along lots of gear without breaking a sweat. That was their biggest flex, and it made everyone feel mad, secure, and chill. That night went down quiet. The next morning, after a solid breakfast, everyone was fired up, ready to deep dive into the forest. Chiu Chiu was flying overhead, while Tien trailed behind the tired but chill crew, sometimes close, sometimes pulling back. Just knowing Tien was backing them up had everyone feeling super safe. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen took point, leading the way. This time of year, the wild grass was mostly dry and withered, but the vines were still crazy thick, tall trees packed tight, and low bushes all tangled up. The path was one tough grind. Now this is what you call true primeval wilderness. No wonder every tribe's got their own usual trails and hunting zones. Just having an easy path is reason enough. Otherwise, most of the time and energy meant for hunting would get eaten up trying to push through the jungle. After a bit, Lei Huyen got impatient and started using his special power while walking. Wherever he stepped, a solid, clean path appeared right under his feet. Thanks to that, their pace shot up by like a million times. Toon Fong and the others were buzzing, eyes full of mad respect. No joke, the big boss's power was straight up magic. After just half a day, they plunged deep into the woods. Along the way, they scared off plenty of small animals, which freaked out, made some noises, then bolted like lightning into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Lam Lang spotted a bunch of herbs too. She skimmed past the usual ones, but couldn't help snagging the rare ones she found. That afternoon, they crashed at a pretty big grassy spot right by a water source. Lei Huyen called for Tien Tien. After a quick chat, Tien Tien took off like a gust, racing deeper into the forest. Neither Lei Huyen nor Lam Lang were great at tracking wild game. Lin Vu Lam Mok. Forget it, she hadn't stepped into a forest in like a million years, still a rookie. Tung Fong had some skills, but hunting wild animals still leaned heavily on luck. In this thick, totally unfamiliar jungle, who knows what dangers were lurking, so even Tung Fong couldn't easily find a big herd. Obviously, putting Tien on the job was way smarter. Tien Tien was strong, fierce, super fast, had killer instincts, and could go undercover like a pro. Sending it to track the herd was way more clutch than having the team slog through. So, everyone decided to chill out and rest up, taking a breather to recharge. No one knew how much more running they'd have to do once Tien gave the heads up. With Tien's speed, the squad couldn't even keep up. Lei Huyen laid down the rule, and after eating, everyone obediently took a break. When the big boss speaks, you just listen, no arguments. And sure enough, in less than an hour, Tien was back. It strutted over to Lei Huyen looking all sweet, nuzzling its head against his palm. Not long after, Lei Huyen rubbed its head, smiling and said, Tien found a herd of longhorn deer deep in the forest, 3 mountains over. Let's roll. Got it. Man, Tien's killing it, bro. Let's go. Gotta move fast, or those longhorns will bolt. They're crazy fast in the woods. Everyone was buzzing, totally hyped and itching to move. Lam Lang grinned, rubbing Tien's head. Our Tien just keeps leveling up. No, it's getting better and better. Tien let out a soft squeak, acting all lovey, rubbing against Lam Lang's palm. Aside from Lei Huyen, only Lam Lang was allowed to pet it. No one else had a shot. Lam Lang giggled, couldn't stop herself from petting it a few more times. Let's hit it, good buddy. Lead the way, Tien Tien. Tien Tien moved ahead with smooth grace. Even though it was big and strong, it stepped light as a feather in the forest. Its full coat shone gold with glittering patterns that sparkled like molten treasure in the sunlight, looking hella healthy. They followed Tien for almost 2 hours before they finally caught up to the long-horned deer herd. There had to be at least 200 to 300 of them, spread out all over the thick forest, casually grazing. The adult bucks were huge, and if you didn't count those long grass-colored antlers stretching over a foot long, their height matched a grown person's. Their light brown fur was glossy and smooth, every single one looking fat and fit, definitely prime game to stock up for winter. Everyone lit up with excitement, eyes shining bright. They stopped before getting too close, holding their breath and gathering energy, not daring to make any noise. Those long horns were super wary. Even a stray breeze shaking the grass could spook them into bolting. The thick forest was their home turf. When they ran, their four hoofs basically flew, bodies agile enough to weave through trees like nothing. Just a few breaths, and they were long gone. Catching them wasn't going to be easy. Chiu Chiu was there too, and when it saw Lam Lang's crew, the little bird turned its head fast, flapping happily and letting out sharp chirps. Guess the long horns were used to its presence and sounds because they didn't react. Lam Lang watched a bit and figured out this Chiu Chiu was probably helping them keep an eye on the herd. Whether on purpose or not, under its direction, the long horns moved noticeably slower and stayed more grouped up than usual. Chiu Chiu and Tien Tien had always been tight buddies. Even though Chiu Chiu hardly perched on Tien's head or back anymore, those two still loved playing around together all the time. Maybe they got their own secret way to communicate. Lin Vu, Lam Mok, and the crew all saw Chiu Chiu as the real deal, right? Chiu Chiu's helping us track the deer squad. Chiu Chiu and Tien Tien are both here, so we're definitely gaining some hope. Lei Huyen gathered everyone close, flashing a grin. Vu and I will sit this one out for now. You all handle the trap setup, and try to include Chiu Chiu and Tien in the plan. Tung Fong, you're the head honcho for this mission. When it's about hunting, no doubt Tung Fong's got way more experience. Lin Vu, Lam Mok, and the others aren't really cut out for this stuff. Tung Fong had never led a big hunt solo before, so he was both surprised and hyped. I got this. Lei Huyen nodded. Yep, you're on. It's high time our tribe had its own dedicated hunting squad. He and Lam Lang can't be running everything all the time, especially as the population keeps growing. Got it, Chief. Tung Fong nodded. Chief, I'll handle everything with care. Lei Huyen smiled. Everyone, except Vu and me, takes orders from you. Yes, much appreciated, Chief. Lei Huyen then decisively pulled Lam Lang aside, while Du Nam rounded up the team for a quick briefing, assigning roles. They had 30 folks total, including Tien and Chiu Chiu. With smart planning, they could pull off an epic ambush. Where to lie in wait, how to position, who plugs the gaps, who drives the herd, and the squad formations. Du Nam nailed the layout, making it logical and smooth. Lin Vu, Lam Mok, and the others couldn't help but feel mad respect. Yeah, a big tribe is on a whole other level. Tung Fong, born in the lone tribe, was way ahead of them when it came to hunting. Once plans were set, the tribe warriors took their orders and quietly split into smaller groups. It was less than one watch till dusk, the perfect time for an ambush. Big thanks to the mutant warriors and animal buddies helping out. Without the strength of Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, it's hard to even imagine pulling this off. No Tien and Chiu Chiu, and Tung Fong wouldn't dare set up a trap now. The timing was tight. One misstep would waste all the effort. For safety, they'd keep keeping a low-profile tail until dawn, then hit hard. After it was all arranged, Tung Fong pulled aside Lei Huyen and Lam Lang, whispering, Chief Vu, mind if Tien sticks with me for the hunt? And Chiu Chiu tags along with Hoi Nam, Jack, and the others to help herd the herd towards the mountain gap. Lei Huyen nodded, called Tien over, placed a hand on its forehead, and soon after told Tung Fong, go ahead, Tien's with you. Just point the way when it's time to charge. Lam Lang also smiled, waved at Chiu Chiu, and chatted, letting it go with Hoi Nam's team. Lam Lang had long accepted the truth. Chiu Chiu was her bonded animal pal. Though ending up as buddies seemed like coincidence or just fluttering feelings for a baby bird, it was clear Chiu Chiu chose her, not someone else. That says a lot. They were definitely connected by fate. Seeing Tung Fong and his crew head out, Lam Lang grinned. Let's climb that peak over there to scope things out. Sounds good. Let's roll. The mountain Lam Lang pointed to was pretty high, giving them a perfect lookout over the whole trap zone that Tung Fong picked, plus a clear view of where the deer squad might dart off. They agreed. If Tung Fong's team scored a full haul, they'd let the deer live another day. If the herd slipped through, they'd give chase and pack another punch. The forest echoed with long and short howls, cutting through the quiet like waves. The long-haired deer squad instantly got jittery. Under Hoi Nam and the others herding, they couldn't help but run towards the chosen gap. The herding calls had to be just right, not too heavy, not too soft, too strong, and the deer squad would panic and stampede wildly. Too weak, and they'd just mosey around, ignoring the drive. When the deer squad ran straight into the trap, Tung Fong let out a sharp yell. Everyone else burst into loud shouts, raised weapons, and surged forward, with Tien leaping ahead first, its fierce roar booming through the valley, scaring the deer stiff. Two even dropped to their knees, trembling with fright. Chiu wasn't holding back either, screeching fiercely, flapping wings, whipping up a storm, its sharp beak diving into the herd. About half a watch later, the fight wrapped up. Although the deer squad panicked at first, they quickly calmed down and broke through the trap pretty fast, calling out worried cries as they darted deeper into the woods. The tribe warriors weren't totally satisfied, but everyone was buzzing with excitement. That was more like a true hunting for tribe fighters. Haha, finally got to join a hunt, and I'm down for another round. Same here. When Lam Lang and Lei Huyen got down to the scene, everyone was happily tidying up the battleground, collecting the spoils. Chiu stood proudly, eyeing the busy warriors, while Tien just lounged lazily on the grass, licking its claws. Chief Vu Tung Fong came running up, eyes shining bright, face all hyped. We bagged 36 longhorn deer total, all adults. This haul's thanks to Tien and Chiu's help. From now on, everyone should sharpen their archery skills even more. Tien basically takes down a deer every time out. Chiu targets the prey's eyes. It can't kill outright, but it hurts enough. When tribe warriors get in, the deer don't stand a chance. Without these two, we wouldn't have pulled off such an epic catch before we even dug traps. Each deer weighs about 300 pounds. 36 of them together is a massive haul, enough to feed over 100 people in the tribe for more than a month. Lei Huyen nodded, smiling at Tung Fong's words. You all did great this time. And you're right. The new tribe warriors have seen how powerful bows can be. If everyone masters it, our hunting strength will skyrocket, especially VM Quang. On that note, enough food for a tribe of over 100 to eat for more than a month. After hearing Tung Fong, Le Huyen nodded, smiling. You guys crushed it this time. You're right, the new tribe warriors have seen firsthand how deadly the bows are, and if everyone masters their skills, our hunting strength will seriously skyrocket, especially VM Quang. On that front, this dude's talent even outshines Than Lai, Thu Qua, Ovan, and the rest. Plus, he's straight up obsessed with bows and arrows, like he finally found his one true love from destiny, a bond that this lifetime couldn't ever break even if he wanted to. On top of that, they've got iron weapons. Yeah, they haven't found an iron mine yet, but if they just forged that massive meteor rock into gear, the tribe's battle strength would seriously blow up. Moving from the Stone Age to the Iron Age, that's a total game changer. Once everyone collected all the loot, Lam Lang stuffed everything into his space pocket. The sunset was sinking westward, golden light blazing over the mountains like a firestorm. Under that warm yellow glow, the whole forest looked way more mysterious. Keep quiet, let's find a spot to crash. Got it, let's roll. Everyone wiped their sweat, grabbed their weapons, and bounced fast. This place just went through a savage fight, blood everywhere, the sharp smell lingering. No way anyone's staying here overnight. Who knows what freaky stuff or trouble the dark would bring. The crew was still buzzing from the big win, chatting nonstop with hype energy. Even though everyone was tired, the excitement totally overpowered the exhaustion. Tien Tien and Zhao tagged along too. Flying through dense trees wasn't practical, so Zhao obediently perched on Tien's back. Tien carried her super smoothly, no sweat. After trekking more than 10 miles, they found a chill flat spot near a rocky mountain to crash for the night. It was already getting dark, so they quickly lit a campfire. The bright flames not only kicked the cold away deep in the woods at night, but also lit up the area, making everyone feel safe. Lang pulled out some food he prepped in his space pocket that morning, everything still steaming hot and ready. There was pork and veggie porridge, tasty roasted meat, steamed sweet potatoes, and taro, boiled eggs, perfect and white, and even half a crisp cucumber to munch on. It gets dark early this season, so Lam Lang had stocked enough grub ahead of time. Once they settled, Tien and Zhao went out hunting for snacks. Right as the group finished eating, they came back. Tien dragged in a hefty wild boar, while Zhao flapped her wings from afar. Zhao, she shouted like she was showing off her kill. Lam Lang smiled and stepped forward. Tien gave him a glance before setting the boar down in front of him. Lam Lang stashed the boar in his space and patted Tien's head, praising warmly. You're the real MVP, not only hunting for yourself but bringing home food for the crew too. Yeah, Zhao is cool too. Shan kept that icy, proud look, calm and usual. Zhao swooped excitedly, flapping her wings a bit, calling out her name like she was super proud. Her tiny sparkling eyes made Lam Lang burst out laughing. As night deepened, the chill got thicker. Everyone bundled up in thick animal skins, leaned against trees or rocks to rest, with people taking turns guarding the fire and watching the night watch. Honestly, tonight was going to be safe. With Kian and Zhao Zhao outside, even fierce beasts like brown bears or adult wild boars wouldn't dare mess around. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen chilled inside the space to rest. While Qian and Zhao Zhao watched outside, they both felt totally chill about that. As chief and beastmaster, they got a pass, and no one ever questioned it. Inside, the space had soft cotton mattresses, smooth cotton sheets meticulously sewn, and a light cotton blanket with a cozy cover. The space's temperature was just right, neither cold nor hot, so the blanket was thin but comfy. It felt just like home here, maybe even better. Meanwhile, Dudi's place at home was already getting cold. The next morning, everyone decided to go hunting again before heading back. They clearly tasted sweet victory yesterday. It was a tough trek to get here, so there was no way they'd bail so soon. Le Huyen said, "Let's hunt for 4 more days. If we don't find a big herd in those 4 days, then we head back and finish building our home. We've got enough food to last over 2 months, no sweat. But first, we gotta get a proper shelter up." Everyone agreed. This time, Le Huyen didn't send Qian or Zhao Zhao out scouting for herds. The tribe's hunters needed to learn how to find prey on their own in the forest. Sure, there's some luck involved, but a seasoned hunter with a crew would never come back empty-handed when hunting together. Where did their skills come from? Simple, it's from stacking up experience with every hunt. The tribe hunters all pumped up their spirits, got ready, and started tracking. Tung Fong gave them some tips on reading animal trails, then split them into 3 teams to spread out and search. They used the shadows of trees on the ground to keep time, returning periodically to the same spot, then pushing forward again. After roughly 20 miles, they scattered in all directions to follow fresh tracks. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had it easy, riding Qian with Xiao Zhao soaring overhead, just cruising through the deep woods, vanishing from Tung Fong's group in a blink. Of course, they wouldn't wander too far or be gone for too long. They ain't exactly chillin' all day either. Thanks to some cash and clever moves, they managed to snag a bunch of small game like wild chickens, pheasants, fighting cocks, forest rabbits, mountain fish, lizards, little deer, but mostly wild chickens and a ton of flying birds and critters. Lei Huyen even went ahead and caught 8 wild rabbits alive. Lam Lang tied their legs up with dry grass and brought them back to the safe zone to keep as pets. Even though food was scarce in winter, they were so well prepped they could actually take care of them just fine. Just like that, 2 days zipped by in the woods, and by noon of the 3rd day, the Tung Fong crew finally spotted a herd of wild goats. These goats mostly had dark brown fur and short horns, and the grown goats' horns were only about half a foot long, shaped like little cones, curling up on their heads in an upside-down A figure. Their legs looked kinda chunky and short, but they moved super quick and nimble. Each of them probably weighed somewhere between 100 to 150 pounds. That whole herd had gotta be at least 200 strong, munching grass and trekking deeper into the forest.